Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Oh, it's so nice to be back. It's so lovely to be back. Thank you ever so much, lovely Rebecca Reed, who covered for me yesterday, and for everybody who was messaging on John's Facebook Live yesterday, because he messaged me saying, Vicky, you're all right. There were lots of people who were concerned about you yesterday. I've got this awful cough. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not COVID. It's just, I think every other person I speak to, they've had it. And I thought, I've been saying all over Christmas, I've avoided it. I'm not getting ill. And then I went on my holidays, lo and behold, bam, on the plane, start coughing and I feel rubbish. So anyway, I've had a nice relax anyway. during my week in Tenerife. Did my mic just rub on a button and sound a bit funny? But I'm very relaxed though, Ben. So anyway, I hope I don't cough too much anyway today. So just to give me an extra 24 hours of getting my medicine in me, Rebecca Reed swapped around with me. We've got a great show today as well. I'm not going to lie, it's amazing. This was scheduled for Rebecca Reed, and now I'm thinking, oh my word, there's favouritism going on. This show is amazing. We've got 3 guests today. This is the only hour that I'm on my own, and we're jam-packing it with, I mean, this is Rebecca Reed's show. This is Needles and Threads. There's so many amazing deals on bundles of needles, pins, the best prices I've seen on some of the Gutermann thread packs as well. Starting though, should we do the early bird? Not 1, not 2, but 3 early bird specials today. We all have, you know, different preferences when it comes to marking tools. We all have different preferences when it comes to pins. We all have different preferences when it comes to pin cushions. Do you like to have a traditional pin cushion that sits on your, you know, the desk by your sewing machine? Do you prefer one around the wrist, or do you like one that's on your sewing machine, attached to your sewing machine? We've got all 3, we've covered all pieces. So let's start with the more traditional. I say traditional, the tomato shape was always probably the most traditional pin cushion shape, but then excuse me, hemline changed it up with the black and gold limited edition colours. Now we are at £5.49, which is your price, your early bird special. Oh, there it is, your early bird special price. I was going to say, it definitely said £5.49 on our sheet, so there you go, £5.49. It's a big pin cushion. You could actually fit lots of different style pins in here. So maybe your applique pins, your quilting pins, your extra long pins, maybe your patchwork pins. You could fit them on all different sections, couldn't you? And then you've even got, what's this part here? Decorative. I think it's just decorative, to be honest. Excuse me, £5.49. I have got my honey and lemon. I've got my honey and lemon with me, and I've got some cough sweets for later if it gets really bad, but bear with me if I do have a little cough today. Okay, shall we do the most popular? Now the price will come straight in. It's an assorted colour, I believe, but these are brilliant. Look. So any of our guest designers you have seen, with these. I think Rebecca Harrison, I'm sure she's got one of these. There's lots of our dressmakers that use them. Today we're doing lots of tailoring actually, because we've got a beautiful blazer and we've got a shirt on today's show. So there's going to be lots of tailoring. And pins are obviously essential when you're dressmaking and quilting. Any sewing that you're doing, you need your pins. So to have a handy little slap band pin cushion, I love. Now, am I correct in saying that they are different colours? Yeah, you'll get either a pink or a yellow or a purple or a blue. Now, we've seen these online, exactly the same, for over £10. That's a prim one. I think ours might be a different brand, but it's exactly the same size. It's the same one, really, essentially, isn't it? And it's £10.26. Ours is £5.99 today. Ideal, you know, if you're picking up multiple pins from your table. It's got a really great strong magnet, and then you can literally slap it onto your wrist and more or less just throw it towards yourself. Be careful, obviously, because they're pins. But you can just place it on your wrist and it will collect all those pins for you. £5.99. Good morning. Hello, Heather. Hope you're feeling better. Oh, I have two at the moment. Honestly, as I said, every other person I speak to has got this annoying tickly cough that's not COVID and not, I don't even feel unwell in myself. It's just this annoying tickly cough, like a little frog in my throat. Just a tickle, just a little tickle. £5.99. And you know what? It's a great size, actually, isn't it? You're going to be able to fit loads of pins on there. Oh, there are all the colours that you could get. Randomly selected colour will be sent to you. All the colours of the rainbow. They'd be, they do look like, you know, when you've got your Inspector Gadget watches. That's what it reminds me of. It's very sort of, it looks, you know, like a smartwatch. They do look very trendy, don't they? Even if you accidentally go out wearing it. Ben says you could pretend to be on the phone, couldn't you, on here? £5.99. Hello, Anne. How are you? Right, that's 2 of 3 early birds. The third one. Now, this is really cool because this actually has a suction cup on the bottom, so you can actually stick that straight to your sewing machine. Straight to your sewing machine, or onto your cutting mat, maybe. Or onto whatever you're using, maybe it's a light box. £3.99. A smaller pin cushion, but if you are just doing little applique projects, maybe little pins, ideal to be able to put it onto your sewing machine so you remember to take your pins out as you're sewing. £3.99. It's got that suction cup, so not only obviously you can stick it to your sewing machine, but you could also just keep it onto your desk so that as you are putting all of your pins in here, it's not going to wobble and move out of the way. Just £3.99. And it's in this really cute little tulip. I think it comes in 3 different colours again. That it might be a yellow one, a red, or a purple. Fits most sewing machines. Works on any flat surfaces, and it's got that thick foam cushion, which can fit shorter pins, longer pins. It's only £3.99. Right, everybody needs to open their order nice and early with one of those because we've got a cracking day for you. It's going to be brilliant. This first hour, I've got deals galore on needles, on pins, on threads, and obviously those amazing early bird specials on the pin cushions. That's this first hour. Then at 9 o'clock, Adam Brooks is here. The blazer, oh my word, it is beautiful. Now, ladies, I'm calling out to anybody who struggles to get blazers to fit, maybe a bustier lady. If you struggle to get jackets or blazers to fit, the amazing Cashmerette have made a gorgeous pattern, which actually have cup sizes in there for you as well. So it's a brilliant size range, and the detail on it is incredible. Adam was saying how much detail has gone into that pattern is amazing. So that's at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, look who's here. I'm so excited. She's not here in the building yet, and I cannot wait to see lovely Wendy. It's been ages and ages, ages. Can you believe I've literally only met her once at Festival of Quilts? It's crazy. She obviously was part of Sewing Street presenting team way back when in our old studio. So I'm so excited to welcome her back. And she's here launching her brand new book, The Complete Book of Sewing Techniques. We all love Wendy. I know she's got a huge following. So I predict that's going to be a very busy show. It's on pre-order already if you want to get ahead. And I know that she is signing all of the books. Yeah. She's signing them all for us as well. I did see it on Facebook. So if you do want to get ahead, in fact, they're already selling. They're already selling. That's at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Adam's going to be back. Excuse me, sorry. With a beautiful long shirt. Now, there's two different lengths, actually. So this is like the longer version. We've got denim options. We've got the tartan options coming up as well. But this will also look lovely in a floral. You can do it as a shorter shirt as well. It's a ladies' shirt. This is from the Sussex Seamstress. And that's coming up at 11 o'clock. And then, oh my gosh, last time Julie was here, she literally made me cry on air. Because she was so horrible. No, she's literally the loveliest lady with the best story and the most amazing jumbo knitting needles. Honestly, these are so cool. If you have not yet seen Juey Jumbo, if you know anybody that's a knitter, oh, you've got to get them a pair of these needles. They sold out last time I was here. Last time I was on with Julie, they completely sold out. Now, they're already on Sewing Street's pre-order. They're already selling again. At this rate, Ben is saying, oh, by the time we get to 12, it may have sold out or might be very limited. So grab what you can whilst you can. Now, if you do want to get in touch with us, really easy to do. You can either message the studio on the website, you can message the studio on the email, which is there. Excuse me, studio@sewingstreet.com. Studio@sewingstreet.com. Facebook, Sewing Street TV. I'm on Facebook. Hi, Claire. Oh my gosh, is it out? Oh, I'm so happy. Oh God, I've got too much to watch now. I've got Dancing on Ice started last night. I've got Love Island starting tonight. And Claire's just told me that Stacey Solomon's Sort Your Life Out is a new series out now. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be very busy this afternoon. Okay, then we've also got the website, Sewing Street TV. Go for it. There it is. Would you be able to put the aircon on for me, Kat? I'm so hot. I think it's my cough, isn't it? It's making me all flustered. Don't tell me to stop coughing because you'll make me cough. Right, there's everything coming up on today's show. You got needle bundles. Oh, the magic pins, and all of them as well. The magic pins for applique, quilting, patchwork, applique, the really long pins as well. Applique. Keep your eyes peeled on those two, and particularly the prices. We are going to drop the price. There's a deal coming your way on those two big packs of Gutermann threads. There's everything on the show. If you keep going down, you'll find Adams, fabrics. I love those fabrics. Can I just say they're a really good price as well? That's really good. Honestly, they're gorgeous. That gold Lyrex one, I love. They're 3.5 metre bundles. Under £20. That's really good. There's your linings as well. It's a fully lined jacket. Any bits and bobs. Right, there's the book. Wendy Gardiner's brand new complete book of sewing techniques. Going to be signed, brand new. Fabulous. Loads coming up in today's show. There's Adam's second hour. Oh, a couple of his patterns are still in stock, by the way. The Baker Boy hat, the cape are available. Oh, I'm so pleased I've got a chance. The 25th of January is when it starts. Oh, look, there they are. Knitting needles, Juey Jumbo. There's the crochet ones as well. I've not seen the crochet ones. Have I? No. No. No, I definitely haven't. Oh, they're such lovely quality as well. Really lovely quality. That was a little sneaky peek, wasn't it? Thanks for the little sneaky peek. Right, let's get started. There's loads to show you. Should we start with some sewing machine bundles? Now we've got great sewing machine needle bundle because look, you've got all of the sewing machine needles you could ever possibly need. Stuart Hillard was telling us all literally the other day. Look, new year, maybe starting new good habits, changing your sewing machine needle more regularly, not waiting for it to be clunking or skipping stitches. You've got here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 packs of sewing machine needles, all designed differently depending on what fabrics you're using. So you've got here your leather needles. So it says here that they've got a knife edge chisel point which cuts through leather and other tough textiles. So they've all got different colour tops as well, which is good to be able to distinguish between them. You've also got your stretch needles. Now these are ones that have got your ballpoint needle, aren't they? So for knits, two-way stretch, particularly those containing lycra, rubber in swimwear and lingerie. For sewing elastic, specially designed, it means that it will stop skipping stitches. So if you find that you're using a certain thread that, a certain needle, and you start skipping stitches, that's what I said, you often notice that you probably need to change your needle. Try putting in the stretch needle. You've got your jeans needles. Now these are good for, they're really sharp, strong point for denim, for canvas, for anything that's, you know, weightier. Oh my word, there's more baskets that we have available. You've got your embroidery ones as well. They are specially coated. They've got a larger eye to allow smooth thread to flow through. You've got your sharps in there, and you've also got your top stitch, which again has got a larger eye to be able to fit your thicker top stitch thread through. How many left? 4 left. 4 left. Way oversubscribed. Well done, everybody who's managed to get those straight away. There's over 12 of you have got those in your baskets. Be careful. Right. Hi, Judith. Happy New Year. How are you? How are you? Right. We've also got hand sewing needle bundle. Is it these? Thank you. Hand sewing needles for embroidery. Hand sewing needles for leather. And then you've also got curved needles. These are interesting. So these are for repairs, basically. Excuse me. So curved metal needles with a long eye, ideal for sewing and repairs where the reverse of the project is not accessible. So such as bench seats, sofa cushions, handbags. Perfect. A long eye provides easy threading of different yarn and thicknesses. So they're your curved needles, and you've got 3 different sizes to suit different projects. You've got your leather needles, your hand sewing leather needles, and can you see that they've also got that knife edge point to them, that chisel point. For leather, you could also use them for PVC, for suede, these are going to be good. Loads of little embroidery needles, sizes 5 to 10. 16 needles in there. And then you've also got your large doll's needles. These are good to be passing through dolls, you know, faces when you're putting eyes on, when you're stitching ears on or anything like that, and you need longer needles. Soft toy enthusiasts, teddy bear makers. For all 4 hand sewing needles, £5.96. Fabulous price, thank you, Ben. 2 more hand sewing bundles. The Millwood one is a big one. I think this is one that Rebecca Reed actually put together herself, that she made, you know, with Amber Makes, the needle keeper. Because I'm sure milliner's needles, perfect for EPP. They're really, really fine, very, very sharp to the point. They'll just be able to catch parts of your thread. So if you want some for your EPP, leather needles in there. Betweens, your quilting needles, so shorter, sharp needles for your quilting. Long darning needles in there. Embroidery needles, sharps, tapestry and beading needles as well. That works out at £1.49 a pack. That's a really good price. That's right, yeah, there's 8. Just check, because that seems very low. Yeah, £1.49. Gosh, that is really good. For 8 packs of Millwood needles. Remember, I mean, in this one, you're getting 20 needles in there. 20 sharps needles, 16 embroidery needles, tapestry needles. £11.92. That is really good value. See, to be able to have maybe you wouldn't just come in and purchase beading needles, for example, but then one day you think, actually, do you know what, I want to do some bead embroidery onto a bag that I've made, or onto a cushion, or onto a doll or something. Then you've got the correct needles for the job. You're not struggling trying to do something with the wrong needle. And they're not going to go out of date. Keep them in your sewing case. What about 49 a pack? You can't go wrong, can you? If you've opened your order already, got your pin cushions, surely that price we cannot hold on to though. At midnight tonight, the price, well, the bundle will be erased from the website. You'll only be able to get it on today's show, £11.92, £1.49 a pack. Very, very busy this morning. Lots of people shopping ahead on the website as well. Don't forget, Wendy Gardiner is here to launch her book at 10 a.m. Adam Brooks, 2 amazing shows, specialising in tailoring today. And then we've also got lovely Julie from Juey. Then Hemline Gold. Right, this is cool. So, Hemline Gold. 2 packs of needles. I love these. £3.58. £3.58. Look, they come in a little vial. They are so cute, aren't they? Now, in this one, these are hand sewing needles. You've got tapestry needles, size 19s. You've got size 8 embroidery needles. You've got sharps needles. And then you've got 7 and 10s in there as well. They're lovely, aren't they? Tapestry. They're lovely needles in there. And then you've also got in here size 8, size 9s and size 10s, your hand quilting needles. So these are your shorter needles. That's a bundle of 2. I just think they look so cute as well in the little pots. £3.58 for both your quilting, your embroidery, your sharps, your tapestry needles. You've got a great assortment there. Oh, there's loads of you who've got these in your baskets. So giftable as well, aren't they? They do look lovely. They look lovely. Oh yeah, those of you that are, oh, the Hemline Gold is a lovely collection as well. Recyclable, plastic-free packaging, very sort of sustainable. I love the black and gold. Hemline Gold, it's very, very luxurious, isn't it? And I just like what it's all about. I was watching back-to-back Sarah Davies yesterday on Dragon's Den, and I was thinking, right, what can I invent? Does anybody ever sit and think that? It's probably not the time to try and think of something to invent. It normally just comes to you, doesn't it? But I just kept thinking, yeah, we need to think of something sewing related. Is there anything that I can invent? I'll get you in on the cut, but I've got good connections with the Dragon, with Sarah Davies, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I just need to come up with an idea and pitch it to her while she's here. We need to think of something sewing related. Oh, thank you. Here we go. Good morning, Vix. Good to see you back. Lovely to be back. Thank you so much. You're the first person to explain why I need top stitching needles. Can't wait to see Wendy. I've bought the book already, of course. Oh, it's going to be so lovely, isn't it? It's been reunited with Wendy. Yeah, well, I tell you that, and I'm presuming that's why you need a top stitch needle, Derek, because your needles, your thread's going to be thicker, so it's going to have a large hole. I'm presuming that's the reason you'd choose it. Should we do the Taylor Saville needle pins, please? They're already flying. Right, so patchwork first, or which ones do you want to do? Quilting, extra long, the pink. I don't think I've seen these ones. Literally back in stock today. Don't have the pink. So you've got here 50 of your extra long quilting needles. Back in stock today. The reason we all love the magic pins, you've probably seen Susie Duncan talking about these, but they have got a really, really great heat resistant handle. So if you find holding pins difficult, quite cumbersome, difficult to pick up, difficult to spot them in projects, these are brilliant. You've got that comfort grip handle to be able to grab onto, which I love. And that is heat resistant. So you can iron your projects without them melting onto your fabric. They come in a lovely little case as well. Again, it's about having the right pins for the job, isn't it? These are 2¼ inches long. They're really good size. Extra long pins. Oh, they've been so, so popular. I suppose if you're holding lots of layers together, you want to have that length, don't you? I do like when you buy something and it comes with storage already. Honestly, that just reminded me, I went to bed really early last night and I woke up to, Kieran had sent me lots of different storage box solutions trying to get organised in our house and garage and things, and I was like, oh, it's really annoying. You know, if you buy a product and it doesn't come with a home for it, these are ideal that you've got. You don't need to purchase any additional storage boxes or tubs or even a pincushion. You can just keep them in their little designer case. It's called a designer storage case. They're the extra long ones. I like that they're all colour coded. They look so smart, don't they? They look so smart. Whenever I see Susie Duncan with hers, I'm like, look at you all fancy with your fancy pins. But the thing is, they're holding your fabrics together. They do such an important job. And at £12.99, I understand they are more considered pins. We all have different budgets for pins, but if you are looking to take your sewing to that next level, and this is like your bread and butter of sewing, they're going to last you a long time. Buying quality means they're going to last you. Pez just said, well, you could have cheap white loaf, can't you, from the supermarket, or you could have a tiger bread. I love tiger loaf. Do you? Oh, it's so nice. Quilting pins. Now, I think that these are the next size down. These are the ones that are the most popular size. So these are the ones that I've seen a majority of our designers with. I suppose they're a really handy size. Look at them, they're still nice and long. They're 1 3/4 inches in length. Super, super sharp to the point. But can you see what I mean about that lovely comfort grip handle? Really, really handy to be able to hold on to that edge of the pin. And I suppose you can see it as well. You know, when you're sewing at your sewing machine, one, you don't want to be sewing over pins because you might break your lovely pins, which when you're spending £20 on them, you want to make sure that that they last. But also, it can be dangerous, can't it? So do make sure you're taking out your pins. Now, this is a larger pack than the last one. This is double the amount. It's not double the price. 100 pins in this pack. These are your quilting pins. These are your sort of staple pins that you're going to use day in, day out. Once again, they're heat resistant on the handle, so you can iron, which is obviously very, very important when you're quilting. They're 0.6 of a millimetre in terms of width. Is that right? Do you know what I mean? Like, they're very fine needles, pins basically. The circumference is 0.6 of a millimetre. And look, it's a lovely storage case. We can have a bit of a better look at it now. It's not in the packaging. It clips in. I mean, you can take this along to your craft groups. You can take this along to your workshops without pins falling out everywhere, all over your carpet. Just £19.99 for 100, remember. This is the larger pack with 100 of your regular pins. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Now the other large pack that we have is the patchwork pins, which are slightly, what I'll do is I'll show you the difference back to back. It's difficult, you know, if you were to see these in the shop and to not see them out. Now these are even finer. So those ones were 0.6. These ones are 0.5. A lovely case, slightly shorter as you can see here. Pack of 100 again. There you go. £19.99 again. You've got that really lovely handle, and I suppose when you are looking at smaller pins, they are really lovely and easy to handle and to hold and to pin, to grip. Shorter than your quilting pins. These are your patchwork pins. Ideally if you're, pinning together lots of half square triangles, smaller patchwork pieces. And they are lovely and sharp, really sharp to the point. I know it sounds silly, but have you had the same pins in your sewing box for the last 10 years? Because I bet there's a lot of people who have probably said, yeah, do you know what, I've realised. I remember I was talking to Janice and she was saying that when I was talking to her, she said, oh, these pins are getting really blunt. And you forget, don't you? You forget that you actually do need to update your pins every now and then. They're lovely. Those of you that have got maybe a gift card for Christmas, treat yourself to maybe something that you wouldn't necessarily think about buying yourself or spending £20 on. Try them out. It's nice to try a bit of luxury, isn't it, if it's a gift from somebody. Nice to try something different. And trust me, these are so popular. There is a reason why we have to keep restocking these. Very, 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 very popular. Extra fine pins, they're 0.5. And they'll be with you on, I know those of you that do dabble in different types of sewing, maybe you do a bit of dressmaking, maybe you do a bit of quilting, maybe you do a bit of bag making. Even though these are classed as, you find patchwork pins, they're still going to be useful for lots of projects. Don't make me laugh, Ben, because it makes me cough. Right, shall we do the appliques? Well, that's more like, I think, American, isn't it, applique? Oh, I love these. They are adorable. Now, these are the pins I would think, I'm not having those because they're too little. I won't be able to pick them up. It makes it so much easier that they have that comfort grip. Pick it up straight away, no difficulty. They're really, really lovely to handle. And these are the pins that you probably would struggle to hold without that comfort grip. They are teeny, teeny, tiny. Those of you that do, any projects where you need to keep smaller pieces in place as you're hand stitching round when you're doing, I think that looks like bead embroidery. It's lovely. Or if you're doing needle turn applique, to be able to have smaller pins like this, oh, it's so handy. Now you get 50 applique pins in the pack, £12.99. Try them out. Try them out. They're really fine. They're 0.5mm and they're 26mm in length. Give them a go. Please, if you've got them at home, will you message in? I want to see how useful you find them. I think they are brilliant. Ben says, I bet it felt weird the first time that you ironed over your applique. Do you know sometimes if you're putting together an applique project and you've Bonder webbed it still, you've got your Bonder web ready, but you want to hold it in place and you want to position it to see how it's going to look without too many, big garish pins staring at you before you do that final press. And you can actually press these and hold them in place. The amount of times that we've seen, lots of people who have created their lovely applique work, stepped over to the ironing board to press it and it's moved. Pin them down, pin them down. You might as well with these little pins, especially if they're smaller pieces. Love them, love them, love them. They're just adorable as well, aren't they? They're just so cute. Okay, please can we do these deals? Right. Now this one, again, Bruce, you'll be happy to know this comes with storage. It's not only 27, it's not only 27 gorgeous threads, it comes with storage. It also comes with a storage tin. So, in fact, I've sold this storage tin many a times on its own. This time it comes filled with gorgeous rainbow of colour Now, Gutermann threads are your fantastic quality, polyester, sew all threads. 50 weight are the ones that you can use, obviously, in your sewing machine, in the top of your machine, in your bobbin. You could use this for piecing, you can use this for applique, you can use these for hand sewing. And look, you have got so many colours. I'm going to get this centre one out just so you can see the ones that are in the middle. You've got here 27 different colours, 100 metres on each spool, all the colours that you could possibly need in your stash. 2,700 metres of gorgeous Gutermann thread. Can you do the maths for me? Let's forget the box. How much are we at price per thread at the moment? Because I know that they always do great value for money anyway. You get 27. Yeah, so it's still, you know, it's basically like getting your thread box for free. Because if you were to go to the supermarket, or if you were to go to a craft store, or, you know, most places, you're generally looking between £1.70 and £2 a spool for Gutermann, you know, 100 metres. So, I mean, that's already really good. And look, this storage case is an actual storage box for threads. It's got the little spool holders in there as well. Now, we know how much this box is. I'm sure this box is like a £5, isn't it? It might actually be more. I might be devaluing it here. It might be like £7 or £8. I'm not sure how much we normally sell this at, but that's definitely more than a £5. So you're getting that for free already. How about if we take the box to £5 and then we go under £1.50 a spool to £1.30? That's potentially one of the lowest price per 100 metre threads I've seen. That is so good. Right, I'm hoping we've got 100 of these, because everyone needs thread. We all need thread. And these are your sew all threads. So these are ones that aren't, you know, specifically for embroiderers. These aren't specifically for quilters. These are going to be ideal for all of your sewing needs, for bag making, for dressmaking. Now, if the box was free, that would make still your thread's under £1.50 a spool. You're at £1.48 a spool there. And look, they're beautiful colours, and that's with the box for free. Bearing in mind, look, this is a real specialist box. It's got lovely spool holders in the centre so that they don't rattle around, they stay in their place, they all slot together, keep them dust-free, lint-free. These are the sort of storage boxes that I keep watching on. So I'm not a TikToker, I'm not gonna lie, but I've started to watch reels, I've started to watch videos of organising and storage. And you know when people pull out one of those really messy drawers and organises it? We've got a tab. I should really sort of name and shame us, shouldn't I? And show you our box of threads. But the thing is, one, you can't see what colours you've got. You end up purchasing more because you think, oh, I can't find a, you know, a grey thread or a blue thread. Look, if yours looks similar to this, Bruce is like, just don't show everyone. It's embarrassing. You've got a mixture here of different thread weights, silk threads, cottons, polyester. Look, they're all getting in a knot. Kat, how dare you? We are a professional sewing team. This is what we need, a drawer with these in. You can see what colours you've got. It's transparent. You can keep it in a drawer. It's not going to take up any more space. I mean, look, I'm getting attached to threads. I mean, we are in a professional environment, and even ours is messy. So, have a look. Inside, how much more satisfying is this? How much more satisfying to be able to see what you've got, to be able to see all the different colours. 100 metres. As soon as you say bless them after, it makes it all okay, doesn't it? £39.99. Oh my gosh, they're absolutely flying out. Ben, you have spoiled us rotten. £10 off. Has it ever been this low? When was the last time it went this low? Hasn't been this low for ages and ages and ages and ages and ages and ages. It must have been on like a special black tag event or something like that. In fact, it was March last year. Hasn't been at that price since March last year. It's always been $49.99. And might I add, it's always sold very well at $49.99. Today, no, in fact, they didn't actually show it in March last year. It was 2021. So let's just say it's a new deal. I mean, that's surely not been done before. This is absolutely amazing. Now these will sell out. Remember, for getting the storage box, you're getting the spools at £1.48 a spool, and you're getting your storage box for free. And it's a really lovely quality storage box. They might even be, I was going to say they're going to be stackable, but they've got little feet. Well, can you do a search? How much do we normally sell that box for? Because we do sell it. We sell this box, definitely. $39.99. You've got 27 spools. Greys, neutrals, brights for your springtime makes. Lovely selection of greens as well. Look at all these lovely springy colours. Pinks. And I do like that they're all in their own little spool holder. There you go, found it on Amazon. There you go, that's it. Just the box. Just the box. Holds 27 threads. It's got the spool holders, it's exactly the same. That alone is over £8. Oh my gosh, Ben. £8.69 in fact, don't forget that's 69 pence. That's such amazing value. I told you it's a lovely storage. It's a Gutermann branded storage box. Okay, that's going to sell out. I feel like doing a McCall, but do you want another one? Another one? Now, that was good, yes? We all agree. That was brilliant. Well done, everybody who gets this. This is a bit ridiculous. This is a bit ridiculous. I just love this glossy box. I feel like I'm in a shop. I feel like I'm an interior designer that's picking out colours that I want. Are you ready? Because I'm going to do a grand reveal on this. It's got the magnetic spine. It's got that really lovely flap on the side, and it's magnetic. It's all glossy and gorgeous. And then you open it up, and as I said, I feel like I'm in an interior design shop, and I'm picking out from my colour card what colour spool I want. Oh, I love it! I love it. Sorry to squeal. It's so professional. It is so professional. And it will sit really nicely, almost like on your bookshelf. Why are you squealing at me? Can I remind you, this professional company, or this, imagine coming into Sewing Street and our guest designer says to us, well, we say to them, what colour threads do you need for your sewing machine today? Choose from our catalogue. Oh, it feels so special. Or wrap yourself with a mini skip. Doesn't look like a mini skip, does it? Right. Would you like to see something amazing? $69.99. Yes. £10 off. Better. $55.99. Oh my word. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Bearing in mind, in here you've got 42 spools. 42 spools, again, with that lovely case, which just looks and feels so professional. Even your colour chart is in there included as well. That is so good. Thank you very, very much for that one, Ben. And look, all of your sort of useful colours as well. You've got a great selection of your neutrals here. You've got a lovely selection of your greys for anyone who does EPP. Remember, you can use these for hand sewing. You can use these in your machine. You can use these for piecing. You can use these for applique. You've got all of your lovely yellows and golds. You've got a great selection of reds and pinks. You've then also got all of your blues and purples and greens. It's a lovely display of colour, isn't it? It does just look like I'm in a fancy interior design shop or art gallery, doesn't it? And that's really lovely to store as well. That's another one. Look, you could have that, the spine on show, on your bookshelf, pick out your threads that you need and pop them back so you can see which ones you want to always to use. Put them next to your comic boards. Oh my gosh. Maybe, like me and Claire, you love watching these programmes that are organising. She knew straight away. She didn't even, I hadn't even talked about storage, and Claire thought she'd let me know that the Stacey Solomon series is out. And if you've not watched it, it's where they clear somebody's house out completely and put all of the belongings into a warehouse and then reorganise it all, and oh, it's so satisfying. She also said that there's a Nick Knowles one out. Nick Knowles' New Year Clear Out has already started. Oh, I need to watch that as well. I love them. It's just storage. It looks so neat and organised. You're quite organised, aren't you, Ben? At home. Your house isn't cluttered though, is it? It looks very nice on his Instagram, doesn't it? What are we doing? Sorry, these ones. Sorry, just having a sip of my lemon. Now I've got the medium and I've got a large. Which one do you want to start with? Let's go with the smaller one, which is still the medium. Now in here, not only do you get the lovely tin, you get accessories, you get goodies as well. It's all wrapped up in tissue paper. Oh, you love these, Bruce, as well, don't you? Look. You've got here your pins. You've got black safety pins. Oh, they're so cool, aren't they? You've got your lovely retractable tape measure. Love that. Oh, how gorgeous. Look, it's got a zip around it. It's all lovely and soft. Beautiful. And then you've also got a pair of these amazing snips. Anybody who struggles with the action of scissors, try a pair of snips like this because they are lovely and they are super, super sharp to the point. Also come with a little protector case as well. And a thimble. Starting some hand sewing. Are you kidding? It's the first time Ben's ever seen a thimble on this channel. Oh my gosh, neither's Bruce. We've definitely done thimbles, definitely. Kaz not seen thimbles on this channel either. Oh, it's been a while then, hasn't it? It has been a while. So you've got a thimble in there as well. Ben used to collect thimbles. I used to play hide the thimble at my grandma's. £20.99. And don't forget, you've got the little tin as well. You've got the little tin. Even the snips could cost you £20, couldn't they? So, right, that's £20.99. Now, can I just quickly, swiftly move to the larger box? Because I'd never normally say this, and when you're doing the job that I'm doing, it's probably wrong to say don't buy it. But don't buy it. Because I want to introduce you to the large box. Because the goodies in here are amazing. It's $27.99, and in here, look at how much you've got. You've got a rotary cutter. You've got a really lovely, oh, and look, it's black and gold as well, with the safety button. So you've got the safety catch there with the safety button. It's the one with the what? There you go, it stands up. You've also got your gold safety pins, your pins, you've got a tape measure, you've got loads of fabric clips. Look at how many fabric clips you've got. Oh, I love that. And then you've also got 2 of your dressmaking pencils, so your chalk pencils. That is so good, and it comes with the tin. Storage box, again, like I said, it comes with storage. Already sold. More in baskets than we have availability. $27.99. Look at how much you'd pay for quilting clips. Your fabric clips are amazing. Rotary cutter in there. That's a really good value. Oh, I'm pleased you let me know to wait. Don't get me wrong, the other box is lovely. Even the blade is good. I do love the Hemline Gold collection. It's all wrapped up in tissue paper. Obviously, look, you can use the tin for snacks or whatever you want to use it for after. But look, it's a lovely sewing box because it's got all of these lovely little notions on. That could be biscuit tin in your sewing room, couldn't it? You'd always open a box of roses when you were a kid or a Quality Street, wouldn't you? And be like, oh, It's just got a load of buttons in. I thought it was going to have lots of chocolates in. You could do the reverse thing, couldn't you? You could disguise a sewing box where everyone's going to presume, oh, that's just got buttons in, or da-da-da-da-da. Wendy's here! But it could actually have chocolate in there, or it could have biscuits. Brilliant. Wendy's here, by the way. Everybody who's already purchased her book, she's going to be busy signing all the books for the next hour. Yeah, very, very exciting. Launching her brand new book. Already selling on pre-order. So they're the two different sizes. I'll show you the difference in size as well. That's quite substantially bigger as well, isn't it? Look at that for £27.99. So good. Enjoy. Okay, we've got 10 minutes left, Ben. It's going so quick today. It's because I haven't been here for ages, isn't it? Shall we do some Aurifil? Colour Builder. I've got Essential Collection. Have we got any of the Colour Builder one? That one. Thank you. Is it the black and white? Got it. Necessities. 4. Oops. Of your Aurifil. Now, excuse me. I always thought, and I was actually quite wrong, Aurifil was a lot more expensive. And therefore, I'd probably wait until I was at a stage on my sewing journey until I would invest in the likes of Aurifil, because it is a luxury cotton, spun in Italy, Egyptian cotton. It's absolutely stunning. These are massive spools. But actually, do you know when you start to break it down? I don't know whether you've got a good calculator there, Ben. How good you are on a calculator, I should say. Because there is 1,300 metres on here, on each spool. What I'm trying to work out, (5,200 metres in total, 5,200, 5,200. Ben's not very good on a calculator. I don't know what the maths is going to be either. What I was trying to work out is the price per 100 metres. Because basically, if you're working out from, you know, like the deals that we've been doing today on your polyester threads, they're always amazing and they've been especially brilliant today. But, no, it can't be. What? Right, there's 1,300 metres on each spool. Oops! 1,300 metres on each spool. 5,200 you told me to remember. Basically, it's really, really good. Hannah's done the maths for me millions of times and Ben can't do it. A metre? It can't be. So hang on, 60 pence for 100 metres? Okay, if it is, then that is ridiculously bonkers. I don't think it is, but it's. I think it's less than £2 at 100 metres, which is incredible. Anyway, all 4 colours. You've got your black, your cream, you've got grey and white. Useful colours, massive spools. They're all huge 1,300 metre spools for £35.99. Isn't it? You always thought that this would be more expensive, but actually, it's really good. Really, really good value. Okay, if you want to get a smaller pack, these are the larger spools, remember. We do have some of the smaller spools, which we have in black, grey and white. These are still your 50 weight. Oh, in fact, are they still the 1,300 metre spools? They are. They're still the big spools. You just get 3 of them this time. $28.99. Send in all your messages for Wendy and Adam, by the way. Adam's going to be joining me in 5 minutes. Wendy's going to be here in an hour. Oh my gosh, I've got such a brilliant show today. It's going to be jam-packed. There's lots going on. Are you ready? $28.99 for your black, white and grey. Always very, very useful indeed. Right, we're going to leave it with you. Go through and have a look. There's lots of other bits and bobs that we didn't get a chance to show you on the website, but grab the bundles. Please grab the Gutermann threads whilst you can. Those hemline gold, the early birds, whatever you can get, please go for it, because there were some brilliant deals. Adam Brooks is next with the gorgeous blazer. Stay exactly where you are. It's going to be a really busy show. And we've got some gorgeous fabrics and great bundles coming up after this.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Hello, welcome back. I've not seen this dressmaking pattern before. I've seen cashmere and I haven't seen them for ages and ages, and they were always so popular. It must have been way back when in the old studio that I can't remember the last time we saw a cashmere pattern. Anyway, I'm so pleased that we've done a blazer, because the amount of messages and the amount of people that I know personally have really struggled to find blazers to fit them. Especially if you are a curvier or bustier lady. These are amazing patterns for curves. So it says, finally, a blazer that fits curves. Experience the joy of the Auburn blazer, a classic lined blazer designed specifically for a full bust. A timeless style to your wardrobe and sophisticated detail like princess seams, a notched collar, optional angled welt pockets and 2 different lengths. Princess seams, can you see those seams down the front there? They're very flattering, Bruce. Excuse me. And then the fabric choices that we have are amazing. So I'm going to jump straight to the graphics for the pattern, if that's okay. I'm just going to have a sip of my drink, Bruce. Can I just have a little cough, please? Sorry. I'm sorry.
So we've got this fab cashmere pattern. Just while Vix goes and gets a glass of water, bless her. She's got a bout of the coughing. It's a beautiful blazer, as Vix was saying, with beautiful princess lines, optional welt pockets and a notched lapel. So when it comes to this pattern, there's so many options, and the reason it's so brilliant is because it comes with many different size options for different cup sizes. So if you are a little bit bustier or find jackets a little bit difficult to fit, then this is going to be perfect for you in terms of fit. And we'll go through some of the dressmaking techniques with myself in a little bit, which will be interesting. So it ranges in size really from size 12 to 32. So it's a big size range, which is fantastic. And bearing in mind that it's American sizes as well. So a size 12, really American size, is probably about a size 14 UK size. So just bear that in mind when you're looking at the pattern. Now, Cashmerette's really brilliant because if you go onto Cashmerette's website, they have a size calculator, which you can put in some of your standard measurements, your bust and your hips, and it will tell you what size you are in their pattern, which is absolutely fantastic. With that in mind, we've got the cup sizes as well, which are cup C to H. Now this is dressmaking cup sizes, but it explains all in the booklet in terms of what size you would need to go for, and also gives you the different pattern pieces as well. We've got some lovely fabrics in today as well to make this from, so that's going to be really great, with a combination of different jerseys. Actually, they are knit fabrics, but they hold up so well, and the one I've made the sample from has got this beautiful metallic lurex thread running through it, which would be really nice for a special occasion, and we've got some complementary lining fabrics as well. So with the fabrics, it's great. We've got shoulder pads as well. This pattern's nice and involved and gives some really lovely tailoring techniques. So we'll be talking shoulder pads as well. Fixie's back, everybody. Come on in. Are you sorted?
I'm all sorted. I've got a drink.
I've waffled on for a bit.
I knew that you'd be great at waffling on. Thank you so much, Adam. Sorry about that, guys. Right, where are we up to? Do you want me to show you some fabrics then?
Yeah, let's do some fabrics.
So we've talked through the fact we've got shoulder pads, which I don't think I've actually ever done before on the show.
Well, we'll do it today if we get a chance.
Amazing. Now, this is the one that you made the jacket out of, or is it this one? They're both very similar, actually.
It's that one.
Right, what's the difference between these two?
I think there's a slight different plaid on it. It's almost like a plaid, and this looks linen-y as well, but it's got that, I was saying, that lovely Lurex gold thread running through it.
They are absolutely gorgeous. We love these, and yeah, they're very similar, hence why I just wanted to show you. This one ends in 67 and this one ends in 52, and it's this one. Was it this one, sorry, did you say that you made the...
That's right, the one on your right, yes.
Perfect. So you've got here that gorgeous gold Lurex running through. It's so smart, isn't it? And anybody who has ever wanted a beautiful smart blazer that's going to finally fit, I just think it's amazing that they have cup sizes from C to H. Have you ever come across a pattern, Adam, that does that?
Very rarely. Most dressmaking patterns are based on a cup B size, that's dressmaking pattern size. So the fact that we've got a company that goes that range up is fantastic, especially for curvier ladies. Yeah,
absolutely. And it ranges from sizes 12 to 32 as well. So it could be somebody who, you know, has a curvier bust and a smaller back or smaller waist. It doesn't, this is what I love about it, is that it is for all curves. I absolutely love it. Right. Now this bundle, the price is amazing. We could not believe when we saw the price on the website how low this was. Ends in 92. Right, you ready? Look at the price on this. It's £20.
Is that it?
For 3.5 metres.
I was expecting it to be so much more because it's a lovely quality as well.
It is. It's really lovely. Now I'm thinking, do you know what? Dressmakers, those of you that are making something else, if you've got something else in mind, grab this, because that is a bargain for your stash, isn't it? $19.99. All of these Lurex suiting fabrics, I think, are going to sell out. And actually some of the plains as well. We've got the linings to match. Which colour lining would you go with? I've
gone with the black with that fabric, but you could go...
This would look nice, the camel as well,
yeah, because it's got that gold, those gold notes in it.
Yeah. Both of those would look lovely. And they are, I mean, the jacket has got a lot of details, hasn't it?
It has, some really lovely details that take you into tailoring, really, but that's nice. It'll challenge you in the best way.
Right, just to warn you, single figures on all of the fabric bundles. We will whiz through them and then we're going to jump into a demo. All of these are going to be very popular. We have the other one with the gold Lurex running through. This is, again, a 3.5 metre, which... Is it enough to be able to do the largest size? Because I know that it's an American company, isn't it?
Yes, so it's enough to do the largest size with the... because there's two different views. There's view A and view B, and view A is a longer length. Right. So it should be enough to do that. I think it'll give you it in yards, though, will it, on the back?
Yeah, it does. Yards. Anyway, the team have worked out, anyway, that this is the largest, enough to be able to make the largest size for you. And in terms of measuring yourself, I suppose... it's a good point to sort of say at this point when we're talking about American sizing, don't let it put you off, because it's important you measure yourself regardless of...
The number at the top does not matter. It changes from shop to shop, which is why you'll find on the high street that, you know, you're different sizes in different shops. Yeah. But also, yeah, it's just measure yourself and get the right size for you. Perfect.
£19.99. All of these bundles are amazing value for money. This has got that plaid, which is slightly more prominent than the the previous fabric, which I love. I mean, Ben's saying you want some trousers made out of this, aren't they? Oh, it's just gorgeous. And it's subtle, isn't it, that lurex?
It is. It's very subtle, but it catches the light. Beautiful.
Yeah, and just accenting it with a gold button actually really works.
Yeah, I mean, you could use a covered button, which you've got fantastic. You could do it in the same fabric, or choose a statement button.
Love it. $19.99. Then we also have a couple of other. Now, this one's got silver lurex running through. I love this as well. They're both very similar. So one of them again has got the more sort of plaid, and then this one hasn't. Right, let's go with this one first. It's 3.5 meters, and this one, I wouldn't know that this had silver lurex through until, like Adam says, it catches the light. Look at that. It just gives it an extra sheen, doesn't it? It
does. It makes it perfect for a statement blazer, and you could wear it dressed up because it's subtle. It's not overpowering.
Well, it doesn't have very much lurex in, because I'm just looking on the selvage bit here, and I can't really see too much. So it is very, very subtle. You can just see it glinting in the light. Now we have more in baskets than this. Then, oh my gosh, then okay, way more of you than we have availability. So whoever manages to get this, well done. 4 bundles left. About to go. About to go. We also have the plaid. 3.5 meters. How is it to sew with?
It's quite nice and stable, although it's got some stretch in it, because it is a knit-based fabric. It's not woven, but at the same time, it's quite, as I say, stable. It's nice to sew with.
It's $19.99. I can't get over the price. I don't know why. I thought this was going to be between £50 and £60. I don't know. 3.5 meters. I would get a couple of bundles of that. That would be absolutely lovely. Make some trousers to match if you want. $19.99. Oh, it would really suit you. Ben really wants some trousers. The gold or the silver, are you thinking? The silver's very subtle. Love it. Love it, love it. Right, let's whiz through the lining fabrics for you. So then I can stop talking and Adam can start sewing. We've got black, which is the one that you've used on the lining here.
Yeah.
Now it's fully lined, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's fully lined. You can add piping details if you want to. Lots of optional extras. It's got a nice facing at the back, which I'll show you later.
Amazing. Yeah. Now that one's a 3 meter bundle, enough for the larger size, $24.99. It's 100% cotton, lining fabric. Again, does this have a slight stretch to it then?
It does. It's got something in it as well as the cotton, which is perfect to pair with the suiting you've got. Because we're using a stretch, it's going to be nicer, and it's going to just give that more easeability and wearing ease as well.
Love it. 24. It's super soft. $24.99. The navy. Oh, that we were going to do as an outer. That's not a lining bundle.
No, it's that you can do. That's what I'm going to demo in. I mean, there's no reason you couldn't use that
as a lining.
You could do it,
right?
And it'd add more structure to the blazer. But yeah, as an outer is what we're going to demo it in.
I'll come to that in a minute. Right, the navy colours, $24.99. $24.99 for your lining fabric. Your stretch cotton. We don't get the chance to do stretch cotton sateen very often, so it's worth just stocking up whilst you can. I can't remember the last lined jacket we did. Love it, love it, love it. Then also white. It's just your personal preference. They're all gonna work. White lining fabric, your cotton, beautiful sateen finish to it. Just $24.99. Super, super soft, gonna feel lovely against your skin inside the jacket. Less than £25 for a 3 meter bundle. And then we've also got this one. Now this is the one that Adam's gonna be demonstrating with. It's your beige stretch poly viscose. Now this is slightly different to the one that you've already made the jacket out of, isn't it?
It is, and just to let you know, it is slightly bouncier, so it doesn't hold a crease as well. I've used this before in different projects, and that's well to note. Having said that, it will make a gorgeous jacket for this pattern.
Oh, that's going to look really lovely. I think this did you say there's 2 lengths on it as well?
Yes, so view A is longer than view B.
I think it would look nice in a longer jacket actually, wouldn't it? That's gorgeous. £29.99. Yes, Ben? What didn't we notice? Go on. Go on. Oh, you get the free shoulder pads.
With the pattern?
Yeah.
Oh,
there
that's
you
good
go.
then.
We didn't notice that at all. That has literally just come up on the computer. It wasn't on the sheet, but it tells you on the computer. Kat noticed it.
Well
Kat
done.
noticed it. Thank you, Kat. There you go. So if you're getting your pattern today, you're going to get free shoulder pads. That explains why we only had a few of them on their own. £22.99. We thought, oh, we haven't got enough shoulder pads to go around. It's because they've all been allocated to the pattern stock. So those of you that are purchasing the pattern today, you're getting free shoulder pads included. Brilliant. Right, there are lots of elements to this jacket that we'd love to show. What can we show in the next 40 to 45 minutes then?
We're going to make half of the jacket go and talk about a two-piece sleeve as well, and when it comes to setting in a two-piece sleeve, and hopefully I can talk a little bit about putting the shoulder pads in as well, because it's not something that we get on the daily, and you could make it without the shoulder pads, but the fact that you've got it with the pattern for free is fantastic, and also it just elevates that jacket somewhat and it gives it that shape. All right then, so we've got the front pieces. Now all I will say is when you're cutting out a cashmere pattern, just have a cup of tea and take your time. It's really detailed to the point of like it holds your hand all the way through it, but it's a bit wordy, and what you get is different pattern pieces depending on what cup you are.
Right.
I'll give you an example. I'll show you on this piece here. So it tells me all the information's there. This is the side front, and this is for a CD cup, all right, which is where it starts. But there'll also be this pattern piece for an EF cup, and then also for a GH cup. So just make sure that you're looking at the pattern pieces and you're cutting the one for you. So once you've got them all cut out, make sure you mark all your notches and points. It's so important anyway, but so important when it comes to tailoring, because there's certain bits that you need to match up. You will be interfacing this fabric as well, and with it being a knit fabric rather than a woven, that will stabilise it.
Is that just a lightweight interfacing?
That's just a lightweight interfacing, which is perfect for this. It's a perfect weight. We're going to do something really interesting here, and I thought I'd show you this bit. And that is, we're going to add an extra bit of interfacing from the shoulder point across the chest here.
Oh, why's that? Right,
so that's to add more structure, and it would be this area. If we were tailoring it traditionally, Savile Row style, this is where we would be putting a canvas in here and we'd be pad stitching. That's really time consuming, and to be honest, most suits on the high street these days are fused like this. So there's nothing wrong with it, but it's a step towards tailoring in terms of adding this extra bit of interfacing here. And it's quite simple. All you're going to do is place that so it matches up against the arm side part here, and then I'm going to take a pressing cloth, and I did have it out for myself. There we go. Now when you're applying interfacing, I always use a cloth anyway, and what you want to do is make sure first off that you've got it the right way, and you can feel and see. So I've got that the right way down, and I'm just going to apply my iron to it. Now I'm not going to iron like you would traditionally. I'm just going to put pressure on the iron with the heat, and that's going to fuse it. The problem is if you start to iron like you normally would, you then move the interfacing and then it can become crumpled. And just check the manufacturer's instructions, because a lot of the time you don't need steam with an interfacing, but some interfacings do like it. So there we go, I've pressed that in, and then I'm just going to, now I've pressed it, just give it a nice go over. Okay, and that's just going to fuse that bit there. Perfect, and you can see that's nicely adhered, which is good. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to take, this is the front part, and as you can see that will eventually fold back to create the lapel. A nice notched lapel there. Now we're going to talk princess seams, which again is another thing that we rarely do.
Have you done princess seams on the show?
I've never done a princess seam on the show, which is quite nice. This is where it's important to make sure you've marked your notches.
For anybody who doesn't know princess seams, can you point out on the blazer where the princess seams are? Of course.
So usually where we do a dart, we might do a French dart from the side, or you could have a shoulder dart or wherever, but the princess seam comes from the arm side and runs all the way down in a curve this way. You'll see it a lot on evening wear, on dresses.
It's very flattering, isn't it?
But it is, yeah. It gives a real nice shape. And with this piece as well, being altered for the different cup sizes, will give you more room or less. It gives you more control over the bust, if you like. And it is a very nice, it's a classic shape. To pop it on, we are sewing to a curve, so we need to make sure that we're taking that into account, but this is where your notches come into place. So we're going right sides together, plenty of pins and plenty of basting in this project if you know you want to make sure you're being completely accurate. We're just going to line this up now, and there's quite a few notches on the curve.
You've been busy over New Year, then still doing panto costumes, aren't you?
I'm still making panto costumes. Can you believe it? A lot of amateur companies now are hiring costumes from us because they're doing their pantomimes. Yeah, it's been nuts. And then new house and
it's been a crazy new. Well, I feel like it hasn't been that long since I've seen you, but it's been a month, hasn't it?
I know it has. It doesn't seem that long ago, does it? I mean, how are we in the middle of January already? I'm ready for summer.
Did you have a lovely Christmas and New Year, Bo?
I did. Yeah, we had a relatively quiet Christmas. We had a couple of friends over for dinner, which was nice, and then we did the family Christmas on Boxing Day, which was so much better, so much more relaxed. Which is fab. How about you? Did you have a nice Christmas?
Yeah, I had a lovely Christmas. And like you said, actually, I decided I think I prefer the Crimbo Limbo stage. I think Christmas Day.
Crimbo Limbo.
We tried to do too much. And I was just so tired by the end of it. I thought, I didn't actually get a chance to, watch any Christmas telly. I didn't sit down, we were hosting, so you're constantly like, everybody got a drink, doesn't really want anything, trying to cook, trying to sort everything. And with a, nearly 2-year-old as well, it's just chaos. So, I actually preferred that middle bit where I could sit down, watch a bit of Christmas telly.
Yeah.
Eat a lot of chocolate. It's lovely.
Oh, we got lots of chocolate.
Graphics on screen of the only suiting fabric we have left, which is the one that Adam's working with, by the way. Everything else sold out. Well done. Which bit are you sewing now then?
So we're sewing that princess seam. Now just take your time around that curved bit. As I said, make sure you've matched your notches and plenty of pins. And I'm sewing it at a 1/2 inch seam allowance.
Excuse me.
Which in metric is about 1.2 millimeters, but you should have a marking on your machine. And if there's not a marking, just measure 1/2 inch from the needle outwards, and you can pop a little bit of tape, but nothing that's going to ruin your sewing machine. But
Susan's asked, would you use woven interfacing instead of the regular papery one?
Yes, and it does specify in the instructions actually to use a knit interfacing because we're using jersey. This lightweight interfacing is fab, but yes, you could use a woven interfacing as well. And you can get all sorts of interfacing these days, fusible, you can get sewing. But this is perhaps the easiest way, and it's the right weight. Now when we've got this curve, now what we're trying to avoid in that curve is any puckers, so that's why I said sew it slowly. And then what we're going to do here is we're just going to trim into that curve now we've sewn that seam, and that's just going to ease the fabric. So I'm sewing up to the stitching line but not through it, about inch intervals. I'm just using my little embroidery scissors to do this. And then what we're going to do, and this is paramount when we're doing any tailoring. Oh yeah, there's your interfacing.
Oh, lovely. Is that the one that's suitable?
Yeah, and that's worked fine for this, I've found, the lightweight.
Lovely.
And then what we're going to do is take the tailor's ham. Now, what we want to do is press this seam open. So you want to use your ham to get over that curve. And then you can use some steam here. Obviously I've not got a steam iron with this one, but
You can press the little button, it will say steam on, so just press that button, yeah, there you go. If it's got water in.
If it's got water in it. I think I've spilled it everywhere because it feels a bit wet down here. Okay, and then we're just going to use that ham to get over that curve and press the seam allowances open, which is fab. And because I've trimmed them and cut them, it's just going to ease that fabric out to give you that nice flattering curve over the bust.
Does it help doing this on a curved surface like a pressing ham then?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't really do this without. So it's well worth investing in one, and it will come useful for lots of different projects, even in your day-to-day ironing with the sleeve roll as well, which we'll use in a bit. When you get to this flatter bit, you can actually probably press that flat, but it's that curved bit that you want to be able to use the ham to get a nice shaped curve over it. And we'll just open that seam allowance there now. So as I said, I'd sewn it at 1/2 inch. We're just going to press that open. There we go. And then what you can do once you've got it pressed open is turn it to the right side and then just get the ham in there. It's just a little bit manipulating it to get the curve over and just taking it a little bit at a time, and then just giving that a nice press over there. You'll have more time at home than I've got here because I want to get on and show you the rest of it. So there you go, you've got that first princess seam in there now, and that's just so lovely, so flattering.
Yeah, really nice.
Now at this stage, you could put a welt pocket in it. Now on the sample piece I haven't.
Right.
This is where it's got so many options. A welt pocket is lovely, but I'd say...
What is a welt pocket?
Basically, it's a welt or a jetted pocket.
Okay.
And you see it a lot on the suits. In fact, I've got one, I don't know if you were to see on the top here.
Yeah.
And basically you create a little post box, for want of a better word, and then you create some fabric to bind it. And you can have a single jetted pocket like this, or a double welt pocket, which would
I'm with you.
have like 2 pieces of fabric, almost like a bound opening. I didn't put the pocket on it, and if you're a beginner, I'd say to avoid it, just because we're using a jersey fabric and they're difficult anyway. So using it on a jersey fabric is challenging, doable.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to add a pocket, you could do at this stage. We're going to continue to sew the rest of the pieces on. So that's your front section. We'll have a little look at the back now. You'll notice I always keep my pattern pieces.
That's a good idea actually, because sometimes I'd be thinking, right, well, what on earth is this? Because that doesn't look like, you know, an arm, or that doesn't look like a back, or do you know what I mean?
That's it. And
so
it is a little bit different.
Sew, you'll keep them on there.
Absolutely, yeah. And it can be a little bit, yeah, confusing, I suppose. You'll notice as well, there's some interfacing at the hem here. And again, that's just to stabilise that, and it's these little details that really add to the finish of your garment.
Do they tell you how much to interface, or do they give you pattern pieces?
Yeah, there's pattern pieces. They're complete separate pattern pieces for them as well. Unless it's a full piece and then it says cut 1 of lining, 1 of interfacing, 1 of main fabric. But yeah, and that's what I say, they're really good quality patterns, these. They've really thought about the fit, and they've really thought about the detail as well, which is great. So this is now just the back piece. So again, you're just pinning it together, and then you're going to match up your notches. I've snipped mine in just so they're a bit more permanent for TV, but it'd be best really to chalk them in, or you can use a tailor's tack, or your chosen method really to mark. Just make sure if you are snipping them, you should really snip them outwards, but just make sure that you're not snipping so far into your seam allowance that you go past it. And you just match those up there. There's lots of contouring and shape on this, which is lovely, which will again finish in a really nice fit. And really you should make a toile first, but they're quite accurate in terms of fit. So as I was saying, on Cashmerette's website, there's a pattern fit calculator. Okay. So you can type in your measurements and then it will give you your size in their patterns.
Oh, fabulous.
Which takes all the guesswork out of it for you. You've just got to measure yourself.
That's great, isn't it? I've not seen that before either. They've got a fantastic website. It's definitely worth having a look. They do great blogs and their social media and everything is really, really good. But it's a lovely, smart jacket. I'm thinking for anybody who's got any occasions coming up, maybe in the summer that they're, you know, mother of the bride or a guest at a wedding and really struggling to find something they're comfortable in. This is ideal, isn't it?
Absolutely, it'd be perfect for all those different occasions. You're right, Vix.
Yeah, I was, Christine. Christine said, great to see you back, Adam.
Yay, nice to see you.
And Vicky, I thought you were scheduling for yesterday. Yes, I was, but as you can tell, I've got a bit of a cough. So I thought, right, I'm giving myself an extra 24 hours to try and get dosed up. So me and Bex swapped around. So Bex did yesterday for me, and I thought, right, Adam could talk a lot, so I'll go on with Adam because he can just talk and talk, and I can just sit quietly.
She said that to me, didn't you, Vix, before we come on? She said, you can talk the iron legs off a donkey, can't you?
Viv said, hi Adam and Vix, hope you're not melting the machine. What are you doing to the machine?
Oh, I hope I'm not melting the machine. I don't think I've done
You weren't ironing on the machine, were you?
Oh,
no.
Maybe I had the iron there, did I?
Oh, maybe. Oh, okay.
Oh, I hope not.
Careful.
It's not melted.
No, you're all right, Viv.
I'm a liability. What am I like? Again, with this bit, there is a slight curve in there. So if you get it over the ham, it'll be nice just to press that out as well in the back. And get some lovely style lines in here. Wonderful. So you've pressed that, and that now forms the back section. So you can start to see that you've got the arm side coming in here. That's the back neck. I'm just doing the way of the graphics there, but that's the back neck there. So then we're going to join these two together. So we've got the side seam basically. It's worth pointing out that if I just go over here, that the side seam does round down here, but you've got these panels, so it doesn't look as a conventional front and back bodice would, because there's more panels to it. But that's what's going to give you the shape.
Show us that again. Sorry,
I don't know whether you'll see it on.
Oh, there you go.
Here, but you've got that front princess line, then the side panel there, and then the side back panel, and then obviously the back as well. On view A, there's a back vent as well. I've not put the back vent in on this because this is view B, but if you wanted to challenge yourself and give it more detail, you can. So you can do as much or as little as you choose. Lovely. All right, so we're now going to attach the front and the back down the side seam. So with right sides together, and again matching your notches, and it's going to be at ½ inch seam allowance. And then we're going to do the same thing and press. And then once we've done this bit, we'll get the shoulder seam together.
Lovely.
And then we can look at the two-piece sleeve, because again, a two-piece sleeve isn't something that you see on every garment. It's more on tailored garments. So it'd be nice to have a look at that too.
Thanks, Viv. She says 1 dose of cough mixture and a small amount of boiling water works a treat. Do you know, I've got some cough mixture which I got from the doctor. So I've got some cough medicine, and I've literally got like John's ginger tea. So hopefully, it feels all right now, but you know what it's like when you're in a situation when you don't want to cough. I've been in Tenerife and was on the plane and thinking, I just really, especially in the world that we're in now, you don't want to sit coughing, do you? Because everyone's looking and I'm like, it's making it worse, I'm getting all hot and it's making me cough more. But no, I'm absolutely finding myself. It's just so bizarre. I think every other person that I speak to has had this over the last few months. And I've just been going, oh, I haven't had it, I'm fine, I've avoided it.
And now it's got you.
Me.
It's got you now. Well, at least you've not had it over Christmas, I suppose. But
no.
I'll tell you, once I was on air, I think with John, or it might have been with you, I can't remember, and I got a bit of fluff stuck at the like a thread or something at the back of my throat. Yeah, and I could not shift it, and I ended up sounding like I was on helium.
Oh my god!
I was like, I can't speak.
Oh, no.
And it's so awful when you can't control it.
No. Worse when you're on the telly, but yeah, thank you. Julie says, morning Vix and Adam, lovely to see you both. Hello, Julie. Are you still doing your Tuesday meetups with Jenny?
Yeah, we're doing it on a Wednesday night.
Wednesday.
Pin and tonic. That's what you need, a hot toddy.
I know, yes.
Is that allowed at work? Medicinal purposes. Yeah, Wednesday night, pin and tonic, me and Jenny Jackson, just talking random stuff. But yeah, it's nice actually. We have a good natter on there. Yeah, and I'm going to see her at Sewing for Pleasure, I think, soon. That's in March. I know she's on here soon.
I think I was going to say something. I was talking to Wendy, and she was, you know, sorting out lots of different workshops for. Do you do festival quilts? No?
I did last year. Yeah, I did go along with Juey. It was fab. I've just made a quilt actually for a baby gift.
Well, I didn't know Adam is amazing. You're an amazing knitter. Do quilting, do everything. I know we see a lot of your dressmaking, but actually you do all sorts, don't you?
Yeah, I think once you're into sewing and knitting, it all goes hand in hand, doesn't it? And you end up trying your hand at anything
and you've got
that
a knitting
inspires
machine
you.
as well, haven't you?
I machine knit as well, yeah, which is interesting. People always think with machine knitting that, oh, the machine does it for you, which to a degree it does, but you're shaping on the machine and there's all sorts of cams and things that you have to control, and it's interesting if anybody's ever machine knitted.
Do you have a designated craft room now in your new house?
I do now. I do now.
Oh, how lovely is that?
It is fantastic, and I'm getting there now with all the storage and all the. I'm waiting for a cutting table that's going to come this week. If there's one thing I can say to you, if you sew, get a decent place to cut out.
Yeah.
The floor is a nightmare. You need something that's high enough.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for this table because it needs to be height adjustable for me.
Yeah.
And I've been cutting out on a normal table and it does your back in. I'm getting to that age now where I'm like, oh, my back.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so right, we're just doing the shoulder seam. If I can get a pin there. Got a bit of thread attached to it. There we go. And then we'll get another pin as well. I mean, it's only a short seam, this one, and again at 1/2 inch, and then we'll press that open, and then we've got 1/2 of the bodice constructed. And you do the same with the lining. The lining's bagged out, but again it gives you all the instructions in there for you. I'm just going to lift that a second. And also there's some really nice features at the end. I'll take it off the stand and I'll show you. It's got this really lovely facing part in the back, which just makes it feel like
well, when you
elevated.
take it off, the inside's as beautiful as the detail on the outside.
That's it, exactly. So you can use your hand for this again. Get it over there, get your iron, make sure I don't melt anything on the machine. There we go.
I love how vigilant, is that the right word? Vigilant our viewers are. Everyone's so if anything was happening behind the scenes and we didn't notice, you would know for us.
So there you are, you've got the first.
Apparently Bex burnt the ironing mat and Ben had loads of messages saying, burning iron, burning iron. Bex had left it.
Right, we're just going to put that to one side at the moment. Ideally, you want to hang that on your adjuster form because you want to keep everything nice and pressed, but obviously I'm on telly, so I'm just going to sling it over it. Right then, so with your sleeve, basically there's 2 pieces to it. You can see I've pinned it together already. I'm just going to adjust those pins slightly, but again it's the same as anything, matching your notches. As I say, 2 pieces to it, so make sure you've marked all your notches from the pattern at the beginning. And again, having a 2-piece sleeve is just going to give that more tailored look, which again is nice. The thing with 2-piece sleeves is it's not always, I mean, you should have your notches on your sleeve head anyway. It's not always apparent which is the left and the right sleeve, but just a little tip. When you're looking at the sleeve and you've got it, even if you hung it to it without it being sewn in at the moment, you'll see that the sleeve comes forwards.
You don't want it going backwards.
No, that's exactly it. So it should come forward. So go with the shape of your arm basically. So that's the way it should hang, and it should hang that way nicely. Wonderful stuff. So okay, we'll just get these pins sorted here.
I don't think I've seen a 2-piece sleeve before like that.
No, because it's, as I say, it's more of a tailoring thing really.
Lots of pins.
Lots of pins and based if you need to base, especially when it comes to doing the collar and the lapels. You're going to want to base that for sure. Okay, so we're going to go at 1/2 inch seam allowance again.
It's a great skill builder, isn't it? You know, if you want to challenge yourself for the new year.
It's advertised as an intermediate pattern. I would say that it's intermediate if you sew view B, which would be without the jetted pockets. It's still lined, but I think, yeah, that's about an intermediate to advanced. If you're sewing view A, that's going to be more of an advanced sewer.
Okay.
So, but it's lovely that it gives you that flexibility. And as I say, a quality pattern. And great that you've got the flexibility in the sizing as well, because It can be a nightmare, basically. If you're buying some patterns that are based on a B cup and that's not you, then you're doing a full bust adjustment. Basically, what this company have done is the full bust adjustment for you.
Viv says that she has the horn cutting table.
Oh, yeah.
She says that she's only 5'2" though, so she says she needs a step because you have to be at the right height, don't you?
It's got to be the right height for you, exactly.
And David's asked, could you give a hint where you've possibly got your cutting table from?
A well-known Swedish store.
Oh, really?
At the moment, yeah.
Great.
I've got my eye on another one from you used to have RMF furniture, I think.
Yeah, we did, the adjustable ones in showing quarter days.
They have them when we do the shows with Juey. Oh, they're fantastic because you can literally adjust the height electronically, drop the machine down electronically, and it's fab, but it's quite pricey. So yeah.
Do the Horn do adjustable table? Haven't seen their adjustable one. But no, it was great as a presenter as well because we were all such different heights. We would literally just change the table height depending on who was on.
Yeah,
it was brilliant.
That's it. So I need to have a word with the Juey guys because they Franklin sell it at their store. So I'm like, need to see what they've got. But it's an investment, that one. But yeah, for now, we've actually got them in the studio over there. That's the one I'm getting because with the trestles, just because. You can adjust the height on it.
The one in the lifestyle studio.
Okay, so we've sewn those two seams, and what you would do, I've actually whizzed on further than I should have done, but you press one of the seams first whilst you've got it flat, but this is where your sleeve roll is going to come into its own. And you're going to use this. I won't do it all the way because I want to show you setting the sleeve in. But you'll just use that to open up your seam allowances there and give them a nice press. I'll just do the bottom bit there. Lovely. And then what you're going to do at this stage as well, once you've got those seam allowances nice and flat, is you're going to fold up to the wrong side 1.5 inches. Now I've eyeballed that, I don't know where my tape measure is, but I reckon it's about right. Here it is. Let's see how good I am.
Yeah, see how good you are with your eye.
Oh, that was what, 1 3/4.
Oh, that's not bad.
Only 1/4 inch out. There we go, so let me just pull that down now. Yeah, that's more like 1.5. I'll check it on the other side. So, and you'll just give that a nice press as well. Obviously you'll have some water in your eye, so you can give it a good steam. There you go.
Here's what I found.
Oh, here's what I found.
Right, so there we go.
What are you doing wearing our pin cushion? Earlier on we were talking about that, you know, the strap pin cushion, the wristband.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like your watch.
It does,
I was like, you can pretend you're on the phone. Inspector Gadget.
I love those pin cushions on your wrist. I've got a magnetic one
that
I love using. Oh, is that the one you've got on? Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I might have had mine from here actually, I can't remember now. Anyhow, there you go. So you've got your sleeve and that's just going to give it that nice shape. Obviously you'd have pressed out your seams. Now we're going to take the bodice section here. Okay, so this is the right side, okay. And we're going to pop that sleeve there. I'm just going to post it through. And then what I'm going to do, there's a notch at the top of the sleeve head and we're going to match that with the shoulder seam. If we can get the sleeve in, then I can talk shoulder pads, see how quickly I can do this for us. Have we got time?
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got some easing to do here. Now, this is again why the instructions are fantastic. It will tell you in the instructions to put some gathering stitches in. So if you're new to setting in a sleeve, those gathering stitches will just help to pull it in, to ease it in. It's not meant to be gathered, you're not meant to have puckers in the sleeve head, but it will just help you ease that extra fabric in. So we've got that bit there, which is great.
So do you have the notches then to match on the underarm and the...
Yeah, so I've got double notches here, which I'm just matching now. And they match up nicely, which is good. And then there's a notch. Let me get this right now. Yeah. You'll want automatically to match the seam on the sleeve with the side seam, but it's the notch on this pattern that matches there.
I'm with you.
Which is why it's important. Again, it's all written in the instructions. It was why it's important to mark all of those notches. And they're matching up, marrying up lovely. I love it when your notches match.
Oh.
I mean, there's no reason that they shouldn't.
Yeah, if you've just marked them off your pattern.
Yeah, but it's that bit, and I've done it, where you've cut out your pattern and then you've removed the pins or you've taken the weights off and you've taken the pattern off because you've got excited and you go, oh no.
I've done my notches.
But you just have to put the pattern piece back on. But it's best just to get into the habit of doing it whilst you're there. Okay, so we're going to ease this sleeve in now.
No, you haven't done the gathering, have you, on this
I
one?
haven't done the gathering, no, but if you're a beginner, honestly, it really, really does help. And then pin, baste and sew. I'm just going to go straight and sew it. But yeah, all of that preparation, and that's the thing with dressmaking, it's the preparation that will give that nice result at the end. And sometimes you can feel like, oh, you know, I'm marking all this, I'm cutting it out, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm not getting anywhere, I'm not seeing a garment. But then all of a sudden it comes together. Yeah. It comes together really nicely. So plenty of pins. I do use plenty of pins, I have to admit. That's what works for me. And again, depending on the pattern, some patterns you might find have a lot of ease in the sleeve head, in which case I'd be wanting to baste it and, you know, maybe put those gathering stitches in to help ease it in, because we're fitting a curve, a convex to a concave is the technical way of thinking about it. But it's, you know, we're sewing curves all the time. That's what gives the shape. On that princess seam, we're sewing a curve. On the collar, you'll be sewing a curve as well. And it will fit. Yeah, it will fit. It's just about manipulating. That's all I'm doing now, is just manipulating this bit where I've got the ease. I'm just easing and spreading that out. So you're not stretching anything? I'm not stretching anything, I'm just easing it out. And then when you come to sew it, you just want to make sure that, again, you go nice and slowly to give you that control and to make sure that you're not getting any puckers as you go, and making sure that any seam allowances that you have got are lying flat as well, which is a bit more difficult for me because I've not pressed it properly, which again is why it's important to press. Right, let's get in and sew this so then we can talk shoulder pads. Don't forget the shoulder pads, by the way, come free with your pattern today. So those of you that get your cashmere pattern, we've also included the free shoulder pads, which come with free hook and loop detachable or sewing as well to put them in. So I love that. I love that you've got your shoulder pads, so you don't need to worry about sourcing those. The pattern is flying out. Well done everybody who's managed to get them. Virtually all the fabrics have gone. How about the suiting fabric that Adam's working with? Right, literally a handful of those bundles left. If you do want the 3.5 meters, it's going to work really well. And this colour, by the way, is well, Ben, you're always head to toe in this colour, aren't you? Cream on cream, like, it's just so trendy. Looks great with anything that you wear. And I think it will look lovely. It will give it a slightly more sort of casual feel, I think. Blazers are really on trend anyway, aren't they, at the moment? Do you know, I don't think you can beat a classic blazer. No. Look, I'm in one today and I could wear it, well, I am wearing it with a pair of jeans. And I think that colour as well will go lovely with a blue denim. Yes. I really, really love, I love blazers and things this colour. They're lovely. Spring's coming up, isn't it? Spring's coming. This is going to look lovely in the spring. That's it, when you just want a nice jacket just to throw on. I'm just making sure now that these seam allowances are flat. You can help that with basting and pinning and pressing, all of these things that we keep whittling on about. Sometimes you'll find as well, your seam allowance, although you're keeping it flat, will just hit the foot and not go under. So all I do is lift the foot, make sure it's under, and this is why you take your time and then go. Okay, and we're sewing here. It's not the easiest thing to do to set a sleeve in on air. No, when you're trying to rush. Because it's quite. But do it faster, Adam. Do it faster, do it faster. We want to see the shoulder pad. Do it better. Do it better. Faster and better. Oh gosh, this is going to be a test to see whether I've managed to do it without any puckers.
Joking. You're amazing. You're used to it. Sewing bees giving you all the training to sew faster.
Do you know what? I hate it though. I hate sewing fast because it just gives me like anxiety of that pressure. Although, you know, I have to sew fast when I'm sewing the costumes. But costumes is different because we're sewing everything flat with open seams, no linings, because they have to be adjusted. So it's very different to this kind of sewing. Well, do you know what? I think I've not done too bad, mate.
Very proud of that. There's not one pucker. That's amazing.
That's all right. So that's a lovely set-in sleeve now. And let me just turn it over because this will give you an idea now.
That looks gorgeous in this colour.
Can you see? I mean, it's slightly off, but you'll get an idea of how this two-piece sleeve fits in. You've got the sleeve, the seam at the back, and that seam is running into that back seam there. That's what you want.
I love it.
Mark your notches. That's the important bit with that, because it's not your conventional sleeve where you've just got the one notch and then the double notch at the back. You've got a few to mark different places. Okay, so that's in now. Let's talk shoulder pads. And actually, I might at this stage take the sample off of the adjuster form, and if you've got an adjuster form or a stand, this is where it can be quite handy with sewing in the shoulder pad. I've hand sewn mine in. You could use the hook and loop tape, but I think hand sewing it in is better. But I will just show you that detail on the inside as well.
Oh yeah,
I think it's
the facing at the back is lovely.
So you'll see here, look. And you see you've got this facing in here, which is, it just gives it that lovely finish. I know it might be quite dark
like a
on the screen.
binding then as well.
So it's a bound facing, and then it's all stitched down and it's lined as well. You've got a lovely amount of room in the back. There's a pleat event in the back there.
Oh,
not
that's
event,
really
but a pleat.
Yeah, yeah.
And what you have got the option to do as well, I've not done it because I didn't have any, but for real like snazzy finish, you could use some piping and pipe down the sides of this facing, add the piping in between that seam.
And does it give you that as an option in the pattern?
Yeah, it's all in there, instructions to do it, which is fantastic. Just so you know where it's bagged out from, and I've left this on purpose so I could kind of explain. It's from the bottom, the centre of the hem here. You can see I'm just putting my hand in.
Yeah.
But it's all bagged out through the bottom hem there, and then you just catch stitch that close. And it's a seamless finish. I love anything that's fully lined. Let's talk buttonholes just quickly before I go on to the pads. I've just done a machine buttonhole.
Have you got lots of buttonholes on this Juey?
There's loads on the Juey, and they do them fantastically. I have every confidence in the machine. One of the biggest reasons why I bought it. I've done that effortlessly. But for a couture finish, you could do a bound seam, a bound buttonhole, which would be exquisite.
Yeah.
Again, it's a bit more advanced, and there's lots of material out there to show you how to do a bound buttonhole. I think even Cashmerette do a video, and the link's in the pattern.
Yeah,
which is great. But yeah, that would give a really, really nice finish.
And the shoulder pads, I mean, they're not like, you know, ridiculous 80s style huge shoulder pads.
No, not
they're
at all.
just subtle and give you that shape, don't they?
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do, let me just bring this adjuster form in.
I love a shoulder pad.
Okay, so let me just get this the right way around. That's the front. I'm going to pop it on inside out, and this is just going to help me place the shoulder pad. All I have to do is find out where I put my shoulder pads.
Do you have one? I was going to say.
I've got some here, which is fantastic. Yeah, because we don't use these every day, so it's kind of nice to...
It's nice that they're included in the pattern, because they might not be things that you necessarily just have lying around in your stash.
But it's good to get onto these as well, just to explain, because if you've not put them in before, you can look at this and go, which way round does it go in?
Yeah.
I don't know. There is a natural curve on it. So basically, because I've got it inside out, you're going to want the curve going, going like a U shape. Yeah. And the flat edge is going to go against the shoulder there. All right, and all we're going to do, I'm just going to pop a pin in here for now, but I find this easier to do in an adjuster form, but you could do it over a hammer in your hand, but it's just nice to show it you this way. I'm just going to need some thread and a needle.
Now, these are sew in, aren't they? And it also says detachable or sew in.
Yeah, so with that, you've got the hook and loop tape. So I suppose what you could do at this stage is you could sew the hook and loop tape to it, but to be honest, there's no point of it being detachable in this garment because it's lined.
Yeah.
I mean, you could add it to the lining underneath if you wanted that, but I think because it's included in the pattern, it feels more professional to finish it this way. All I'm going to do is get a needle and thread. If I can find a needle. Can you believe I cannot find a needle this morning? I've got a massive one here, that'll do. All right, I'm just going to take some thread as well from my machine. And basically, we're just going to stitch it in by hand. Oh, that's a leather needle. Did you have leather needles on this morning?
We did.
Oh, no, it's not. I'm looking at it funny. What am I like?
But that's your needle, isn't it?
It's
that's your
my
little
needle.
pincushion.
Yeah. I've got all sorts of things. I've got a needle somewhere, but I just want to show you quickly before we run out of time. Okay, so you're just going to, I've doubled up my thread. I'm just going to put a little knot in there.
Yeah, because Wendy's eagerly awaiting in the wings. You've met Wendy before, haven't you?
Wendy's fantastic. Yeah, it was lovely. I've just seen her this morning as well, and we were just catching up, which is great. We're talking about the upcoming shows. And she's telling me she's planning Festival of Quilts already.
Fab. Oh my gosh, it's in August, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I love going to all the shows.
Could you just spin the form towards the... Can you just spin it?
So basically, I'm hugging Doris now.
Yeah.
But basically,
I don't want to interrupt your nice intimate moment there, but...
I'm going through the seam allowance on the shoulder seam only and just catching the shoulder pad there.
Yeah.
I'm just doing this very quickly. And I'm just going to pick up the seam allowance again and pick up for the shoulder pad. And we'll just do that all the way along. If you use some wax for your thread as well, that'll make it glide better. I usually always wax my thread, but just showing you quickly, this needle's too big for what I'm doing, but you get the idea. But the reason I find it easier is I can stand here and I can get it exactly right, and it's on the shoulder and I can see the shape. So you continue all the way along there like that. Then once you've got to that stage, all you're then going to do is tack this down, this straight edge down to the shoulder.
Right.
And you can just use a very basic running stitch through the seam allowance, and then that's just going to anchor it on the inside and give that nice shoulder shape. And as you quite rightly said, these aren't very thick. They're not exaggerated. It's not like you say big 80s dynasty shoulder pads, but it's just going to offer that nice finish and nice shape and structure.
It looks very professional, doesn't it?
It does.
It's very luxurious.
It's easy as long as it's taking your time.
Yeah.
That's all it is, just taking your time. I always say that with anything in dressmaking.
Like
so
you said,
take your time.
And read your instructions as well, because they will hold your hand throughout the whole of the pattern. And you've got today's show, obviously, to watch back as well, where we've given you lots and lots of tips. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Don't forget, Adam is back in an hour with the pattern that's behind me. This is a Sussex Seamstress pattern. All tailoring today, isn't it? A bit of tailoring.
Yeah, we'll talk about cuffs and collars on
Love that. Love it, love it, love it. Can I remind you, all the fabric sold out in this first hour. I've got a feeling the same will happen with all of the tartans. They always sell out, and we've got them back. So please, please, please check out nice and early. They're already on pre-order if you want to get ahead. The pattern as well, really, really popular. It includes your shoulder pads, and the fact that finally we have a blazer that fits curves. Experience the joy of the Auburn blazer, a classic line designed specifically for a full bust. I love it, absolutely lovely. It has Adam's seal of approval. We've had lots of great tips from him as well. So do make sure you're checking out during the break if you haven't already. I know we've all been watching Adam. Now, stay exactly where you are, because as I just mentioned, eagerly waiting in the wings is the amazing Wendy Gardiner. I'm so excited to welcome her back into the Steyning Street studio. It's been ages and ages and ages since we've seen her. And she's back with brand new book to Sewing Street, the second edition of a fabulous book, which Wendy's going to talk us through. She's busy signing them all at the moment. So we'll get her on air and talk you through, but they're already selling. Have a look during the break, and we're back in just a couple of minutes.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If if you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Hello, welcome back. I am so excited for today's show. One, because, do you know, I wasn't actually supposed to be here today. It was only on Saturday that Bex and I swapped round, and it wasn't until yesterday evening when I was just on social media and I saw Wendy's post and I thought, oh my gosh, I'm actually finally on air with Wendy Gardiner. I'm so excited. Bear in mind, we worked for the same company for however long, and I think I've only ever met Wendy once, and it was at Festival of Quilts, literally like in quick passing. So Wendy is here, and she is launching, this is the first time we've ever had this book on Sewing Street. It's the brand new second edition, the new second edition of the complete book of sewing techniques. This falls perfectly into today's show, as we've had lovely Adam Brooks in, demonstrating that gorgeous blazer. And do you know, for anybody who is starting a new year and a new hobby and maybe wants to get into dressmaking or sewing in general, it can be quite daunting when you pick up a pattern, especially a lot of traditional dressmaking paper patterns that just presume you know everything. They think that you know how to insert a dart. They think that you know, now insert a zip, or add interface into this, or facings, and there's lots of terminology that can sound like it's a whole new language to learn. It's daunting. So this is a brilliant guide to so many techniques which we're going to talk through. And these are, I'm not just talking to beginners actually, these might be techniques that you come back to, that you don't do every single day. I mean, in the book, it goes right from at the start to your sewing machine and working with overlockers, working with different fabrics. Maybe you're just trying out different fabrics or how to handle certain fabrics, different threads and tools and notions, interfacings and stabilizers. There's lovely text, great photos as well throughout. But then, I mean, it's a lot of techniques in here. Seams, finishing, hemming, darts, pockets. There's nothing left untouched. So it does say that there's, you know, sewing techniques for you know, your everyday sewing, but mainly focusing on dressmaking. So just before I say hello to Wendy, can we bring the graphics live? Because the amount of people who have been talking about this book, the amount of people, the amount of messages that we've had this morning of people that have already bought this on pre-order. So I just want to warn you, if you want it, please get it now. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go for it, Ben. Grab it whilst you can. Also, it's going to be signed. All of these weren't signed this morning, so in fact, I'm going to pass Wendy the pen and she can sign this one for me because this one hasn't got a signature. £16.99. Wendy,
yes,
it's so lovely to have you here. It's so lovely to see you back. How are you?
It's absolutely fantastic. It's really weird, but it's fantastic. Yes.
Yeah, especially I just said to Wendy, I feel like I know her so well. And I've just said, I don't think we've ever even been in the building together.
Because I was here when you weren't, really, wasn't I?
Yeah.
So, yes, because you had another reason not to be here.
Oh, I know, I know.
I just said today, how's
your baby?
It's not baby anymore.
No, she's nearly 2. It's been ages. So what have you been up to anyway? How's life been? Busy?
But yeah, it's been very busy. I mean, I was very lucky during lockdown in that I still managed to work because the exhibition company that I do work, I mean, I'm freelance, but the exhibition company I work for who do Festival of Quilts, Knitting and Stitching, Stitch Festival, they went online, and we had Beyond and had shows online instead.
Oh, right.
So I did a lot of work with
that's
that.
good.
Organising all the online workshops. I actually took some as well. Some of them we did live, some of them we did pre-records. So that was good. So I was lucky with that.
And then, have you started organising Festival of Quilts for this year?
Yes. So Festival of Quilts. In fact, Friday I finished the programme, which is 450 classes.
Gosh.
It's a huge programme, and I do it all on paper. It's the only way to do it. Now I've got to type it all up, which takes me another 4 or 5 days. So.
Oh wow! I mean, that's amazing.
But Stitch Festival comes first.
Well, I saw. When's that?
That's in March,
in March.
23rd to 26th of March in London.
I know how hard you work, because when I was there, I was off with Delphine, I think, and I saw you running around. It's chaos.
I do a lot of steps at the shows.
Yeah, I bet. In your fancy shoes as well. Those of you that love.
Let me show you my shoes today. Even though I don't need to wear them because you can't see them, I have to. Look at these.
They're beautiful. Honestly, I've just said in the break, let me get some lippy on. Wendy's coming into the studio. I'm so glad. We look amazing. Right, the book.
Anyway, yes.
Complete book of sewing techniques. They're all going to be signed for us. We have got hundreds of these available. Hundreds and hundreds, but already loads and loads and loads of these have gone. Just while we adjust Wendy's microphone, those of you that have got it in your basket, please can I reiterate, I think this is going to be a very fast sell-out show. Grab it whilst you can. Complete book of sewing techniques, the 2nd edition. Right. So, thank you for signing this one. You've got hundreds to sign out there, haven't you?
Yes, I'm nearly done.
How are you? Fabulous. That's great. They'll all, there you go. They will all be signed. This one, to Vicky. Enjoy, Wendy Gardiner. Just $16.99. So what sort of techniques are we going to be learning in here?
So in the book, you've got techniques to cover all sorts of dressmaking. It is mainly dressmaking, but I do cover soft furnishings and work as well, including how to measure your windows for soft furnishings, you know, to make your own curtains and things. So curtains and blinds are covered as well. But a lot of these techniques work for patchwork and quilting. They work for curtain making, cushion making, bag making, because a lot of the time the techniques you use are the same. But I'm going to demonstrate some of my favourite techniques in the book, which are things that are more predominantly dressmaking, like lettuce edging for hems.
Okay, I've never even heard of lettuce edging.
It's really lovely. It's on my blue dress there. I have got a little sample of it here. Yeah, so you can see it's like a frilly edge, basically. Now, it works beautifully. So I've got a little sample here if it's easier to see it black on white.
Thank you.
If camera can get
we're on overheads as well. We've got all.
So do I turn it up this way if you're overhead?
The overhead's moved. I've only just noticed it's behind us now. There we go.
So it's got like a little frilly edge in. So that's the first thing I'm going to show you how to do, because it's a really pretty finish and it's good on sort of circular skirts, on lightweight fabrics, on jersey fabrics. It's just a little finish that's a bit different.
Yeah, that's really nice.
So that will be the first one. So you got, have we got lots of messages?
Yeah, we have. Oh, Wendy, lovely to see you back, says Catherine.
Oh, thank
you. Good morning,
you.
Thank you ever so much for your message, Catherine. We've got Veronica. Morning, girls. How wonderful it is to see this lovely lady again. She cheered me up in lockdown because of her lovely, colourful clothes. I mean, look again, bright and gorgeous, and amazing jewellery.
I like colour.
Good morning, Vic, and welcome, Wendy. I'm new to sewing and want to get into dressmaking. I bought your book. So this is ideal for people who are beginners, but also I think for somebody who maybe is coming back to dressmaking or just wanting to...
Just a refresh, excuse me.
Refresh. Oh no,
I'm really croaking now. I just want to turn my mic off 1 sec.
Yeah, don't worry.
Excuse me. Yes, I've had a cold.
You're all right. Have you had this horrible coughing thing?
Yes, it's this cough. My son had it sort of for about 4 weeks, and my other son got it over Christmas. I was going to get it.
Oh, don't tell me it can last weeks and weeks and weeks.
But it's fine. It's all it is. It's just a cough and a cold. Yeah, so these techniques are just really good ones. And even if you've been dressmaking for some time, you might just want a little reminder or to do something you haven't done.
Yeah.
Because we're all very guilty of you do something and you enjoy doing it and then you do that again.
Yeah.
and again. It's a bit like on your washing machine, isn't it? You use the same program, even though it's got many, many programs.
That's so true. I do.
Mine's the same.
Mix load 30 degree.
Mix load 30 degree, yeah. Yeah. So I'm just going to start this off. So what I'm doing what I have done is I've used a zigzag stitch on here, but I've changed the length. So I've reduced the length to 0.3. So it's virtually not going anywhere.
Okay.
The width I'm leaving at 3, and then I'm going to pull on the fabric. Now I've actually got a regular needle in here, which I probably should have a ball point because I've got stretched fabric. Can you see how I'm pulling it?
Yeah.
As I stitch it.
Right, and you're doing this on, what's this? Oh, that's right, sorry. So you're doing this on, what sort of fabric is that?
This is jersey fabric. So I'm trying to do it, I've just been asked to move my head out of the way, so if you excuse the fact I'm now working at quite a weird angle, but my head's in the way otherwise. So I'm really pulling it as I stitch. And what that does, you have to make sure you pull it. When I let go, you'll get this nice fluted edge.
Oh, lovely.
Can you see that, how that's coming off then?
Yeah. That's so clever.
And that's all you do.
And I mean, that doesn't need to be, you could work from, you know, your own dressmaking patterns and think, do you know what, I'm going to add that.
Yes, so edge. You can just add a lettuce edge. If you cut something short, if you're recycling and repurposing, which again is something that's really, something I'm really, really keen on, which, by the way, I am wearing my dress. I'm going to be careful because it's now mic'd on here.
Did you make this?
This dress is just from a duvet.
Is it?
So it's on a duvet cover, not a duvet cover.
Yeah.
And it's actually partly a buttock pattern, partly a skirt. I just pleated a rectangle. And now the reason is because at Stitch Festival we're doing a dress from a duvet cover thing. We want people to come in, we want them to Facebook and Instagram their stuff. It's so important nowadays to think about recycling.
Absolutely, absolutely,
and, you know,
it's so important.
A duvet cover, new, 20 quid. You can obviously get them far more expensively, but you can get cheaper ones, really nice prints. Yeah. You've used them on the bed for a couple of years, you've changed your decor.
Yeah.
So this is it. So I want everybody coming on the Friday wearing something they've made from a
great
duvet.
inspiration.
Or cushions or whatever.
That's great inspiration seeing your outfit. Morning, also lovely to see Wendy. You look beautiful and love those shoes. Thanks for the book. She said, I forgot stuff. So it's I forget stuff. So it's a good reference.
Yes.
Exactly. We don't always remember every technique, do we?
It's like we were saying, isn't it? Patterns will often say things like understitch, which is really important.
Okay, and you're like, right, remind me how to understitch.
Yeah, remind me how to do that.
And I don't know about you, I know there's a lot that you can sort of find nowadays when you're just Googling online, but I love having a physical book. I've gone back to having, you know, like a recipe book in the kitchen, and having a physical book that you can go to and you know is reliable, that has all of those techniques in, instead of going on a rabbit hole down, you know, on YouTube and finding lots of different videos.
Well, yes, and you know, yes, and the YouTube videos are fantastic. I thoroughly think they're brilliant, but sometimes they're not.
Yes.
Sometimes I have watched some and I've thought, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, why are you doing it like that? So yeah, you don't necessarily get expert advice on YouTube.
Exactly, exactly. There are lots of lovely messages. Teresa, I bet you can't believe that that's from a duvet. She's just put, oh my goodness, I love Wendy's whole outfit. It's fabulous.
Thank you.
Jane said, hi both, it's so lovely to see Wendy. We've missed you.
Well, I've missed being here. I love it.
Michelle said, glad to see you back, Wendy Gardiner. She says her shoes are legendary. Claire says, hi Wendy. Rachel's watching. She says, hi Vicky and Wendy. Happy memories of being on the show with you both. Oh, thank you for all your messages.
Right. I'm going to leave that one because I want to get on with something else.
Oh yeah, well you can show us lots of techniques.
Yes, I want to show as many as I can. I mean, they're all in the book and they are, you know, they are beautifully illustrated, if I say so myself.
Yeah, there's great photographs along the way, isn't there?
Yes, not my hands. Sometimes the books have my hands. My claim to fame, you know.
Go on.
I was a model for Kenwood.
Were you?
Yes. So if you go back to the 90s and you've got a box with your Kenwood mixer, it's often my hands.
You're a hand model. Oh my gosh, that's amazing, isn't it?
I couldn't be anymore. But one of the tricks you have to learn is you have to like shake your hands like this.
Yeah.
Because in the heat of the lights, the veins come out. So you stand there like this, shaking your hands, and then when they say ready, you then put your hands on whatever bit you're putting it on, because very quickly the veins start coming down. So you have to do it, get the photo, and then you're back there doing it.
No way. Oh, there you go. That's not in the book. That's just one for free. There you go.
Just add that one. Yeah.
Also, there's diagrams. So where I suppose on photographs it's difficult to see. Sometimes you can get a bit distracted by fabrics and patterns and things.
Yes.
You've also got lovely diagrams in here as well.
Yeah, because I mean, to me that's really important, because one can hide, and this is a really good reason, when you are starting dressmaking, use patterned fabric. You can hide a multitude of sins in patterned fabric, but also it means it's very difficult to see anything, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's good to have the clear diagrams which have been done by an illustrator. So I provide them with my rough ones, and then they turn my rough things into these lovely, beautiful ones.
So what other techniques, what do you want to show us
I'm going to show
next?
you a French seam. Which again, this is something that people hear of and do. Now this is a seam really good for curtains. So if you're making unlined curtains, voile curtains or anything like that, French seams are perfect, because basically the raw edges are neatened. So the wrong side is as neat as the right side. So I do it on things like camisoles. So on my camisole behind me, if I go that way, I've got French seams on this. So basically, I don't know if you're going to see it because it's black on black, but I'm going to show it anyway.
It's quite a couture finish, isn't it?
It is a couture finish, yes.
But it's not difficult to do,
it
is
now,
it?
and then I'll show you what the finish thing. No, it's not difficult. It's not difficult at all. The first thing to remember is you put the fabrics together, wrong sides together.
Now that feels backwards.
And that feels backwards, and that's the thing you have to remember. And then you're going to take a very narrow seam. Now what I tend to do is, wherever possible, I will use the edge of my presser foot.
Right. Okay.
And move the needle using your stitch width button. Because when you're on a straight stitch, the width button has no function other than to move the needle. So I'm going to move the needle across.
That's really good to explain, actually, because a lot of people, you know, ask about how to move your needle. And it's like you say, if you actually then line it up with the edge of the fabric, you're going to get a nice straight line, aren't you? Yeah,
it just makes it easier to keep a straight line. You know, when you're dressmaking, you've got a 5/8 seam. You have to use your 5/8 seam. And there are a couple of little tricks with that. You've got the 5/8 marking on the throat plate, or 15mm if you're in modern language. Very hard to see. It really is hard to see. So you can either put masking tape along it, or you've got these little magnetic seam guides, which are brilliant. And don't think you can't use them on a computerised machine. Yes, you can.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I always get a bit scared using magnets next to computers.
If you think about it, if you've got an iPad or other tablets, you've normally got a magnetic cover on it that you just sort of flip open and shut.
Oh.
Same thing, computer with a magnet.
There you go.
So yeah, no problem at all.
It's not going to mess up my machine.
Not going to mess up your machine at all.
This is nice if you know, if you don't have an overlocker, for example, finishing seams this is a really clean finish, isn't it?
Yes, it is, exactly. So what I've done is I've moved the needle right over, so it's a very scant 1/4 inch that I'm sewing. Now, if I was doing this with a dressmaking pattern which has a 5/8 seam built in, you have to, doing a bit of maths here, you have to divide, you're doing it twice, so you divide your 5/8 or your 15mm. So you will do a 5mm seam, turn it through, do a 10mm.
Okay.
So you've got your 15mm. So that's my seam to start with. Nice and close. So I'm not going to trim it down. I could trim it down even more. Turn it through, and this is when you turn the iron on. This is better than the old studio. You haven't got to grovel on the floor to turn the iron on. So I'm just making sure that that seam is right on the very edge. Now, another little tip to do that, to make sure that's right on the edge, because it can be difficult sometimes on bouncy fabrics, particularly like silks. I hate to say this, but if you're making for somebody else, then have like one of those, you know, those stamp sponges or a sponge, but just wet your fingers and then roll it, and it will roll neatly to the edge. Because that's the bit if you don't do, you'll end up seeing bits of fabric coming through. Now we have got this lovely
Aliso
iron on the shop.
Have you seen these before?
Oh, I've got it at home.
Have you?
Oh, yes, yes.
They are very good.
Do you know, when I first got it, I thought, I don't see the point of this. You know, what is the point of it just raising itself? Oh my God, it's fantastic. And the downside is you get so used to doing it, you just leave the iron and then you get on with your work because it just goes up.
Well, this is what happened
But
with
just
Bex
remember
Reed
when
the other
you're not
day.
using it,
Yeah, Bex
turn it
Reed
up.
started to burn the, because she wasn't on the Illiso, started to burn the pressing mat. But no, the Illiso iron, you know how much I love this. The Smart iron is amazing. There's how many in stock? Oh, literally 3. There's 3 in stock. So if you wanted to treat yourself, maybe you got a gift voucher. You've got a split pay option, £54, 33 pence, 3-way split pay. And it actually eliminates so much time, doesn't it, in the long run?
Well, I know it's a crazy thing, but yes.
It does, doesn't it?
It does. And if you're doing fiddly stuff, and this is dressmaking and patchwork, because initially it was for patchwork, I use it for dressmaking. But if you're doing fiddly bits or round collars and things like that, you could just put the iron down, move it a bit, and pick up and move it, put it down, move it, pick up. You haven't got to keep standing it on its hill.
Yeah.
And it does make a lot of difference. It makes it a lot easier. I find filling it easy as well. I have heard people say, I'm not sure about the filling. I find the filling really easy.
Oh, I think that the spout on the jug
I find that really
good.
easy.
It's got like a little water slide, it's great.
So all I've done is I've folded it as I showed you. I have made sure the seam is right on the very edge. I've now moved my needle back a little bit so that when I now open it out, the right side, the seam is just a normal neat seam.
Nice.
But on the underside, what you have is your neatly encased seams.
That's lovely, isn't it?
So it's a
really
lovely
nice
finish. Now
technique
this is particularly good, as I say, on unlined curtains, voile curtains, on silks, chiffons, anything you wear that's see-through, unlined jackets, so that when you open them up, you've got a nice neat inside.
And they don't always give you, you know, on a pattern. Quite often I've heard just options of finishing your seams, and it will say overlock, French seam, It won't explain how to do any of them. So the book's amazing that you've got all of these techniques and you can choose which ones are going to suit best for the pattern that you're doing. Oh, there you go. Morning, ladies. I've made curtains out of an old duvet cover.
Ah, brilliant.
There you go. Did you French seams? French seams
Did you
as well?
do French seams? Yeah, or did you line them, in which case you wouldn't need to?
Good morning, ladies. Hi, Kerry. Both looking fabulous. Wanted to see you back, Wendy. Loving your dress. That's Kerry living in loveliness.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah, Kerry's watching.
Yeah, she did actually email, Facebook me and say it's a shame she wasn't here at the same time, which it is. It would have been lovely to see her.
Jane said, oh, lovely Wendy. I met her at Knit and Stitch show. She's such a lovely lady and great to see her on Sewing Street. That's Jane in Kent.
Lovely. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you for all of your messages. Keep them coming in.
I have to say hello, Charlie.
Who's Charlie?
My son.
Oh, Charlie.
He said, give me a call out. So, Charlie, I'm giving you, I should say hello to Jake too. Not that he would mind particularly, but yeah, Charlie wanted to call out. He said, I'm going to watch it, so I'll make sure you call out for me. And I do say that they used to sew, my boys, they're in their 20s now, but they used to sew, and they hate me saying that because I know we didn't. Oh, yes, you did.
Aww.
Yes, you did. They used to make things for the cat. They like cat basket liners and things.
Fantastic.
Boys do sew too, as we know, and they do a wonderful job. Oh, that was such a fantastic show we had at Ali Pali. Did you see it?
No, go on.
We had Boys Sew Too catwalk show.
Really?
At Knitting and Stitching, Alexandra Palace. Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
It's an initiative by Clive Bruder, who's the husband of Mark Francis.
Oh, yeah.
And it was absolutely fantastic. I think we had about 15 chaps.
So it was catwalk
show, modelling their own stuff, and some of them really got into it and really
Did Clive do it?
Oh yes,
I can imagine him. I can imagine him.
Yes.
I remember the first time I ever met Clive. It was nothing to do with sewing, because Mark also is a pianist, and we both happened to be at the same wedding fair, and I was singing and he was playing the piano, and they just said if you could both alternate between each other and, you know, decide who goes first and who goes, and then Clive decides to walk down. It was, they set up like a mock aisle ceremony, and Clive comes waltzing down the aisle like a catwalk in this amazing coat that was like this huge cape, and I said, I could just tell that he was a sewer, he made it. And then we got chatting and he knew John Scott and everybody.
At the show we were wearing We bought fabric from the same place at the show, and I was wearing a dress and he was wearing a shirt. We'd made out the same fabric. We looked like terrible twins, we really did.
So, right, we're going on to facings.
Okay, so what we're doing now, so I want to do the understitching and the over edging and stay stitching. Now again, these are things that you will see on a pattern, and even if it doesn't say stay stitch a neck edge, always do so. So stay stitching is just a row of straight stitching inside the seam allowance, just inside the seam allowance. So if your seam allowance is 5/8, you'd do it about 3/8. Or in old new money, if it's 15mm, you do it at 12mm. And you're just going to stitch a straight stitch around the neck edge. Now, what you really should do is stitch from the shoulder to the centre, from the shoulder to the centre. Avoid the temptation of going all the way round, because that can actually stretch this out of shape whilst you're stitching.
Right.
It is tempting to do that because it's much easier, but we're going to do it properly here. So I'm just, that's all it is, just a row of straight stitching.
Mark Francis is watching. He said, thank you, Wendy. And Julie said, I saw the catwalk show. It was brilliant.
It really was.
Hi, Mark. How are you? How are you? How are you? Oh, it's so lovely having a reunion.
So doing that, that's all I've done. I've just stitched around. Now that stitching remains in place, so you don't get rid of that. But it does means that will not stretch out of shape when you're working with it, because often what happens is people finish it and then they've got a bit of a baggy neckline.
Right.
A couple of tips on that if that happens. One, you could make an attractive pleat, make it a feature, put a button or two on it, or if you've got shearing elastic, you know, the very fine elastic, and you've got like this has actually got like a piping on it, so I could put that through that, just very slightly gather it in a bit, and then that takes away the bagginess.
But this should help.
But this would help prevent that happening in the first place. So what I'm going to do now is the over edge stitch. Now this is another one that people aren't sure about.
Do you have an over edge foot on the 680?
Yes.
Yeah.
So on this 680, what you have on an over edge foot, so any over edge foot you have will normally have little bars in the window, in the aperture. And it will also have a guide on the side which protrudes below the foot a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have the fabric butting up against that guide. So not all of the foot is on the fabric, and the bars that are in that window are holding the edge of the fabric flat. You can do this stitch with your zigzag foot, but then you end up getting a little bit of bunched fabric on the edge.
So does this give you like an overlocked looking finish?
So what it does is it gives you this finish here.
Right.
Which I've done on this sample.
And is that a way of finishing your seams?
Yes. Yeah. That's another way of finishing your seam. So if you haven't got an overlocker, or you're only just doing little bits of sort of over edging and you don't want to get it out because you haven't got the luxury of having it out all the time, then this is a quick way of doing it. So I'm just lowering and raising the needle and taking that thread underneath, so it's underneath the foot.
It looks nice as a decorative stitch now.
It can look nice as a decorative stitch, yes. If you do tucks, so again there's in the book how to do tucks, and you do those on the edge in a contrast colour, that can look really attractive. So what I'm going to do is I'm just lowering the foot, and I always like to double check. This isn't my machine, fabulous machine by the way, 680.
Yes, it is a nice machine.
It's a lovely machine. So I'm doing the whole sequence of stitch by turning the wheel on the side, the balance wheel on the side, to make sure it does go over the pins and doesn't hit any part of the foot. So having done that and checked it, I can then just go along and sew.
Boys sew too. Is that Clive? Clive says whoop-hoo. And Derek said yes, boys do so too. Though the range of patterns etc. for men is sadly limited.
It is, but it's getting better because so many of these boys that sew too, Clive, Mark, Janica Mangay that I work with, Adam, they've all got their pattern ranges. So they are beginning to address that.
Getting better.
Yeah, and the big pattern companies do have patterns for men, but they're not obviously as popular as patterns for women, so they don't do so many. But yes, look for the independent pattern companies. They are addressing that shortage. So I'm just going round, so I'm just making sure the edge of the fabric is up against that guide, so that the stitching is effectively going over the edge. So it's also called an over edge stitch.
Right.
So that has now neatly edged.
And that finishing looks lovely.
So that's finished. So you're not turning it over and potentially having that lump. So having done that, I'm just going to attach it now again with, go back to a straight stitch. Oh, that's and then I can just attach my facing, and then I want to show you how to do the understitch, which is really the one that was the point of this, but I thought, well, rather than just do that, I might as well show you the other bits too.
So is that the normal foot that you've just put back on?
Just pop the normal foot back on, yeah. So this is one of the lovely features of machines like this. You just snap them on and off, snap on feet, little button on the back, push the button and put them back on again. So there's no excuse for not using the right foot for the job.
Oh, and they do have, especially with the 680, you get a huge array of great feet that are going to help you out with lots of different stitches that you do. So try them out. Like you say, we're creatures of habit, aren't we?
Yes.
End up just doing the same thing and using probably the same 4 stitches over and over again.
So I'm just going round here. So I just put a couple of pins in. You notice I've put the pins in at right angles. Some people I know sew over those pins. I don't. I never sew over, even when they're at right angles. There's still an odd chance for mishap.
Oh, do you know, I always think it isn't necessarily even just because it's going to break your machine needle. I've seen somebody break their machine needle and it ping out, and if they weren't wearing glasses, it would have gone in their eye. Exactly,
that's the other thing with it. So now you're going to trim this down.
Okay.
Now a little tip here. I don't have any here, but do you have any handy pinking shears?
Pinking shears.
Can you get them out without ruining the package, or do we have an open pair?
It's always the way, isn't it, that you need scissors to open a pack of scissors. Kat, do you have a pair of these, or do you have a pair of scissors for me to open these ones, please? We'll grab some. But pinking shears, this is a really good way.
Yes, so the reason I'm going to use pinking shears, what you do when you have a curved seam, thank you, what you want to do is you want to snip into the seam so that when you turn it through, it will remain nicely curved and not bunch. But a quick trick on that is actually use pinking shears. Cut it down to about 1/4 inch, and because I've done that, because you've got the jiggy-jaggy line,
so I'm not going to need to sit and snip into it.
Need to snip. You've got it done already. So I'm just going round like that. Even got a bin under the desk as well now. We've just gone up in the world, we really have. So first thing to do is you set the seam. So I'm just going to quickly press that. That's called embedding the stitching.
Okay.
And you just do that to make sure that's going to lie nice and flat. And then having done that, I'm now going to press the seam towards the facing, and this is for doing the understitching. Now when you look on patterns, they will show this from the other way up. So they will show the understitching. Let's not leave that on there for too long. But this is what I'm saying about this lovely iron here.
You get so used to it.
You get so used to it, and I can just see that I'm going around tricky bendy bits. I can just leave the iron like that, move it around. And you can do it for a second or two, but you won't burn anything. So yes, just pressing it round.
Now in the book, it isn't all necessarily, you know, you're not just talking about machines that are, you know, the really high-tech machines. It doesn't matter what sort of sewing machine you have.
Not at all. No, not at all, because it's nice to have an all singing and dancing machine. I love them, and if you can afford a new machine, go computerised, most definitely. They're much easier to use, even if you're not what you consider to be computer literate. I've got the computer sense of a baked bean. But sewing machines are brilliant because they set everything for you.
Yeah.
You know, they set the width, the length, the tension. It's all set for you.
Oh yeah, don't let the word computer put you off.
Never let that put you off. Now, what you'll see on patterns is you'll see them stitching from the right side. So this is the right side. And the idea is that you stitch close to that previous seam. But I tend to do it from the other side, because if you stitch with the wrong side up, you can see that you're catching that seam. and you can clearly see the previous line of stitching. So it's the same thing, but on patterns you'll often see it the other way up, but I do it this way up.
What's the benefit of doing understitching?
I'll show you. So now if I turn this neck edge in now, like that, just turn it in, I've just pressed it, but you can see, can you see it's just having a little tendency of peeping out.
Right.
And that's what it'll do. It has a tendency, particularly, and this is obviously cotton fabric, so it's not too bad, but if you're working on something with a little bit more springy, it will have more of a tendency and want to keep peeking out. Could look good if you can do it evenly, make it look like piping, but the understitching will actually stop that happening.
Right, so that's going to hold it in place.
It's going to hold it in place, yes. So to understitch, all I'm going to do is stitch about 3 millimetres, 1/8 of an inch, away from the previous seam. You might notice, if you're very vigilant, that I'm not locking the stitches top and bottom each time. That's because I'm working on a sample. You only need to, if you need to fix a stitch if you're not going to stitch over it again. So just take your time. Now, a lot of times it'll say understitch as far as you can. So if you're working on something with a V-neck, you often can't get right into the V.
Right.
That's fine. Go as far as you can.
Right. Just so you know, way over half the stock of the book has gone.
Oh my goodness.
Everybody who's got it in their basket, be aware that I think that we could have a sellout during this hour. This is I mean, we had hundreds and hundreds of these arrive. They're all going to be signed as well by Wendy.
All signed, yes.
$16.99. Oh, Sue, I know she's just put. Feels like ages since we've seen you, Wendy. She says, I've forgotten how much I love your demos. They're so informative.
Thank you. I try. I just have such a passion for sewing, and I just want other people to share it and realise it's actually quite easy. It is quite easy.
But how many books?
It's always when you know, isn't it? When
how
you
many
know.
books have you got now? How many books have you done,
I think
Wendy?
about 23.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's about 23. I've been doing them for a very, very long time.
But I suppose then you know what people want from a book.
Yes, I think if I did another one, I'd want it to be dressmaking, and I think it would either be something like a capsule wardrobe, so like 1 or 2 patterns, and you can make loads of different things from that. So with the techniques, but also, so you've got a pattern for a shift dress. Do you want to make it into a top?
You're
Do you want to make it into a jacket?
Yeah,
so you can just kind of, but doing books is, if you think it's going to take you 3 months, you can guarantee it'll take at least 6.
Yeah.
It takes a lot longer. Big commitment.
It must be worth it though when you see, you know, success like today, when so many people have messaged you, you know, on Facebook, and so many people are so grateful for your knowledge in a book, because those of you like Sue who said, I love your demos, they're brilliant online, it's all put into a book for you. So at any point when you're struggling, thinking, right, how is it that I do that? I know that Wendy, you know, showed me on YouTube on Sewing Street, so let's try and find that show back, and can't quite find it. It's all there in your book.
Yeah.
If there's anything that you'd like to know about the book, please message in. Any questions that you have for Wendy, please do let us know as well. I mean, even if you're just looking through the index, the amount that you're going to learn about in here is brilliant. Different fabrics, different techniques, different terminology. I love the fact that you go through in great depth about how to measure yourself. That's so important in dressmaking, isn't it?
Yes. So that's something that for me is hyper important. One of the classes I love to teach, actually, is a 2-day class, is making your own body double. Right. Because once you've got your measurements right, because that's hard to take. It's hard to take your own measurements.
Yeah.
And so you need to take them carefully and then regularly too.
Absolutely. After Christmas.
I'm just hearing in my ear 2/3 of the stock's already gone.
Yeah. Well done, everybody who's managed to check out. If you've got it already, there is way more of you that have got it in the basket than we have availability. That's what I'm concerned about. A lot of you are going to be getting this today. So don't miss out.
Just to finish this is that neck edge done. So that's the understitching done. And can you see now where it's lovely and flat, and it's not trying to poke out? Even if I try and roll it out, it doesn't want to poke out. So you won't have an unsightly lining coming out. That's your understitching.
Love that technique. That's really good. And like you say, lots of patterns, we'll just skim over it and say, now understitch.
Yeah.
Now understitch that seam, and you'd think, well, I have no idea what that means. I'm just trying to find, here you go, section on measuring, because every pattern, well, we know what it's like. There are a lot of the reasons that people get into dressmaking is through the frustration of going into a shop and not knowing what size you are.
Yes, don't think you're the same size though. Your pattern size is 100% going to be different to your ready-wear size.
And also, it can change between pattern houses.
Oh, yes. In the same
companies.
way, actually, if you go into the shop and you buy something from Primani, it's going to be a different size to if you go to something like, I'm trying to think of a posh shop, which I don't use. One of the sort of better quality shops.
Yeah.
No, nothing wrong with Primani. Yes, but I'm trying to think, what's the Jaeger?
Jaeger, yeah.
So a Jaeger size is, so a size 10 in Jaeger I would fit into easily. But let's say in Primani I don't, because their sizing is not so generous. It's called, it's like flattery sizing. So the more expensive it is,
right?
Because obviously we all want to be a smaller size than we are. But patterns, particularly if you're working with the big brands, you absolutely definitely would be a far bigger pattern size than you are in the shop. So if you go to the shops and you buy a size 12 to 14, you will probably be an 18 at least in patterns. So don't worry about it, because you haven't got to put a label in it, but just remember. So what you do is you take your measurements, and that's what it's all about. You take your measurements and you cut the pattern that fit your measurements.
And what's this page about then? So you've almost given examples of what the back of patterns look like.
Yes, exactly. So it's all about, so this is what, so this will say this is a size 12, this is your bust, your waist, your hip.
Right.
And it gives you the different sizes for the different types, because you also get patterns for children, patterns for teens, patterns for women. So they have the Miss Petite, which is your average, but women patterns are for the fuller figures.
Okay.
So you get patterns for fuller figures. So the measurements for each of those is different.
Brilliant.
And another thing that you don't ever see on patterns, which annoys me intensely because it's personal, but it tells you to take your bust, waist and hip. But actually, if your bust size is more than a C cup, so there's more than 4 inches difference between your high bust and your full bust, you choose your pattern by your high bust.
Oh.
Otherwise it'll be too big all across your shoulders, your back and your torso.
Right.
So you choose it by your high bust. So do the 2 measurements. You measure around your bust, measure above your bust straight across the back, and if there's more than 2.5 to 3 inches, because that's what patterns allow. So if you're 3, 3.5, 4 inches or 5 inches or whatever, you have to do a full bust adjustment.
Right.
So you just do that and then it'll fit everywhere else.
That's great to know, isn't it? So many useful techniques that you're going to learn as well. Right, we've got even more.
So I'm just going
to show you.
How are we doing for time? Actually, I'm not going to do this one because this one is more
about 10 minutes.
Interesting, and I'll come back to that one, which is simpler. So what I'm going to do here, this is piping. So again, this is a technique which is great for dressmaking, quilting,
transferable,
cushion making, home furnishing. So it was whatever. So the
bag
first
making,
thing is.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. There are 30 left. 30. 52 of you want the last 30. If you want more than one, grab them now. And don't forget, they're all going to be signed as well. Ben said, I'm no chef, but that's a recipe for disappointments. People are going to miss out.
So what I'm quickly doing here is bias binding. So why do you cut binding on the bias? If you're doing a quilt and you're binding the edges, you don't necessarily have to. If you're doing something that goes around curves, it needs to be on the bias so that when it goes around the curves, it has the stretch in it. So to cut on the bias, it's basically the diagonal. So if you have a piece of fabric and you have a cut edge, you fold that up towards your selvage, which is your side edge. That diagonal is the bias, and that's what you'll cut your strips on. So I've cut some strips here and I need to join them together. So I've put them together at right angles. Can you see? That's the end under there. And I'm going to sew from the top left to the bottom right. Again, the reason I'm doing that, that's on the bust, so that again remains flexible.
Okay.
So I'll just quickly sew that.
Just looking at Facebook. Oh yeah. Yes, Wendy, do that book. I would love one. A capsule
I know, I need to
wardrobe
talk to a
creation.
publisher, don't I? And
You do, that's a great idea.
get somebody on board. Maybe that'd be my swan song before I retire.
No! We need more books. Ben says, don't retire at 35. David, having said Wendy, may I ask Wendy, has she got a sample or could she show sewing a V neckline? Any tips? I don't think we've got one
no,
here.
I haven't got a sample of a V neckline.
Oh, is the camisole like a slight V?
It is, well, it is a slight V, but it's got a facing. Okay, so tip on a V neckline. What you want to do is you want to do what's called reinforced stitching. All these fancy terms are basically straight stitching.
Yeah.
Reinforced stitching, so you sew, like you did the stay stitching, so you sew down that V, just that little bit again. So you stay stitched, and then you do that little V bit again. And then when you put your facing on, you have to be bold and you trim down to as close to that stitching at the V as you dare. I mean, really down as far as you can. And then when you turn it through, again, you understitch as far as you can go.
Right.
And it will hold that V nicely in place.
Thank you, thank you. Hope that helps, David. So, can we see the understitch seam opened on the overhead, please? Yes, we'll do that after the piping, if that's all right.
If you want to, do you want to show that?
Show it.
I just need to iron this. This is bias binding, so I'm just going to iron this.
So let's see if we can see. You can see then the 2 lines of stitches. I don't want to say it then. There's 6 left. Oh my gosh, there's 55 in baskets. Can we get more?
Well, it's only just been published, so more will be available, but it's when, isn't it?
Okay.
It's
Did we get
when.
all of the stock then? Did we take the lot?
I don't know, because it's literally, when I spoke to the guy from the publishers, they said this was like the initial stock, so.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll speak to the office and see what we can do. Andy, good morning. It's great to see Wendy back. And I love her new hairstyle. What have you done differently with your hair?
Oh yes, well I've got a fringe back.
Right.
And I don't like being too bouffant, so I quite like it, you know, kind of like that.
No, it looks lovely. Looks lovely. Sue, did you see that, the overhead? Did we show it, Bruce? Just the understitching. If I open it out, then you can see the 2 lines of stitching that Wendy's done. And if I fold it then back over, that is going to keep the lining nicely in place, exactly where you want it. And like you said, you could shimmy it slightly over so that you get a little bit of
yes, so if you want to, but then you might want to then sort of stitch it to keep it.
There you go, look, so from the front you're not seeing any of that purple peeping through. Love it.
So what I'm doing now, so I've done the binding, as I say, so I've pressed it and I've pressed the edges in. If you've got a bias binding maker, which I think we've got there, haven't we?
Oh, one of the little
yes.
tools. Yeah, these are great.
Use that,
sizes.
they're great, absolutely great. I've just done it by eye, so it's not going to be perfect. I'm just going to stitch, so I've pressed it, but I've opened it out in order to stitch it. I haven't, if you notice, I haven't pinned it, because if you pin it, what you find happens is that it does shift a bit, particularly if you're working on thicker fabrics. So I find it's just as easy not to pin it. As you get to the corner, I'm going to stop there, raise my presser foot, and then snip into, so I've got about 1/4 inch of the corner left. What I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to, just so as I can show this more clearly, I'm going to stitch on the spot.
It looks very similar to how you would do binding at the minute, doesn't it?
It is, it's exactly the same. So I'm just on that corner, I've stopped a little bit short.
Yeah.
I'm going to snip into the binding, or the piping. This is the same as if you're doing piping. And just a couple of little snips, so that I can go round that corner smoothly.
Right.
Like that. And line that up. So I'll pop that back under. I wouldn't normally take it out and do it, I would do it under the machine, but just to show you. So now I can just go round that corner. Now it's not going to be a corner, it's going to be a curved corner. So I'm going to take just a couple of stitches, do it by hand if you prefer, round again. So notice that I'm leaving the needle down, raising the presser foot so as I can pivot and go on. So just get to the other corner, And then I'm going to get round to the beginning again. So just get to there, needles down, raise the presser foot, snip into the binding fabric. Remember, you're only snipping into the binding fabric, not the main fabric underneath. So I can now smooth it round the corner. And a bit more. So I'm raising and going.
The book's now officially sold out, Wendy.
Oh, has it?
We need to get you back on. We need more.
We need more books. Oh, dressmaking shears. We've got some dressmaking shears on the screen now. Do not stint on your dressmaking shears. Get good ones and only use them.
Only use them for dressmaking. No paper.
Do not paper.
No patterns.
Do not cut the bacon. And I'm talking to you, Mel.
Yeah, this is it. Don't let your husband or anybody else.
Or your children.
Yeah,
use your
take them into
dressmaking scissors.
the kitchen. Exactly.
Now, what I've got, just while we're looking at the scissors as well, what I've done is I've come round to the beginning. So the beginning of the binding, I had turned under the edge, and then the end then overlaps that. So that's going to be a nice neat finish, and then I just continue stitching till stitching marries up again. So when I now turn that over to the other side and pin it in place, that seam is nice and neat. So press, 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 always keep pressing.
So you don't need any piping cord?
This is just for binding.
Okay.
So if you were doing it with piping, it's exactly the same thing, but you would have piping cord. You'd put the piping cord into the bias binding first. But you can get round that corner now, and then you can neatly mitre that edge. So turn that under, and then you can mitre that edge neatly like that. And then you can stitch it. Now that's when you hand stitch it. But so that's how you join your ends. But if you don't want to be hand stitching, and who wants to be hand stitching?
Especially if you've got a big project to bind. I know a lot of people find it quite therapeutic to sit at the end and do their end binding.
Yes, and I do get that.
Like
it. But if you you're exactly right there. Ben's just saying, if you've got this lovely machine, you'll never want to hand stitch again. I agree with that. Hand stitching is a necessity, but if you don't have to. So what I'm doing here, I'm putting my binding onto the wrong side of the fabric. So normally it tells you to put it on the right, turn it to the wrong. This time I'm doing it the other way round. So if I put it on the wrong side like this, just get to the end quickly. And then what we do,
breaking news, team upstairs have managed to get another 50 copies of the book. We won't physically be able to do it this hour. I will let you know as soon as they're loaded into the system, but hang fire, everybody who missed out, some point this morning. The only thing is, because they're arriving tomorrow, obviously Wendy won't be able to sign them, so they won't be signed copies.
But if you buy one, and you come to one of the shows, Stitch Festival, in BDC, or Festival of Quilts, or Knitting and Stitching, I'm at all of those. Bring your book, and I'm very happy to sign it for you.
Thank you, Wendy.
And I can personalise it, because obviously I haven't been able to personalise these ones.
Amazing. There you go. There's an alternative as well.
I'd love to see you anyway. It's an excuse.
Anybody who missed out, please, please, please stay tuned. Thank you, Barry, and the team upstairs who have very speedily sorted it. But Wendy, another amazing sellout. I mean, that was, hundreds and hundreds. We thought we'd have enough for like the week. But no,
I'm glad it was worth getting up at silly o'clock this morning.
Did you? I bet you don't miss that, Wendy.
No. But, you don't mind it when you're going to come and do something nice.
Exactly.
No. So what I've done, you see, I've stitched the binding to the wrong side, and I've now turned it to the right side. And now, rather than hand stitch it, who wants to be hand stitching, what I can do is I can sew it from the right side, but I can sew really nice and close to that edge, because I can see it. And of course I'm going to use white thread because that will show, but if you use a nice coloured thread that matches or indeed contrasts, you can make a feature of that stitching as well. So I'm just going to sew here, and all I'm doing is basically I'm making sure that the edge of my binding is in the groove of the foot, in the centre of the foot, so that the stitching is just there. So again, what I'm doing is I'm making sure that I get a lovely straight line of stitching. And don't try and go too fast. And that's it. I'll stop there to show you that.
Oh, Karen just said, I'm only at the start of my dressmaking journey and thankfully managed to get your book. It's great to see you back on Sewing Street. That's Karen.
Oh, that's good. Congratulations. And do come and see me at the show and show me what you've made.
Oh, great
I love
idea.
that. And we share. There's I can't remember the lady's name. She comes to Festival of Quilts and she comes and sees me every time. Lovely lady. So that's it.
Yeah.
That's the binding done.
Fabulous.
Quick way.
There you go. And that looks lovely indeed, doesn't it? Those of you that
obviously you wouldn't
like
use
hand
the white,
stitching.
but yeah, it's just a quick way of doing it.
I like it with the white. It's nice contrast anyway, isn't it?
But
Especially when you've got nice, neat stitches like this. Looks lovely. Wendy, it's been an absolute pleasure.
No, it's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Please come and see us again soon. Please come back, come back. We've loved having you here. Everyone's been messaging, and we're going to bring more books. Oh, amazing, Wendy, well done, lovely. Lots of messages. Welcome back. Lovely to see you again from Christine. And I've seen your message, and because we've run out of time, I'm going to show Wendy and ask her if she'll reply to you afterwards, if that's all right. But thank you all so much for all of your messages, and well done everyone who got the book. Don't panic. Fingers crossed after the break, I'll be able to let you know. It won't be. It will be today. I'll let you know as soon as the last 50 that we have, well, the next 50 that we've just been able to add in are available on the web. I'll let you know. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Right, we'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Adam Brooks is back with that gorgeous shirt from the Sussex Seamstress coming up right after this.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hello, welcome back. I told you it's going to be a lovely day today. I am absolutely spoiled. We have got Adam Brooks back with a pattern from the very popular Sussex Seamstress. I love this pattern. I think this is great. Sticking with this sort of tailoring techniques, actually. We've got a really lovely shirt. Now, I'm calling it a shirt. It's quite a long shirt, actually. Shirt dress. Sizes 8 to 30 on your pattern. Those of you that have not yet tried working from a Sussex Seamstress pattern before, why not? Go for it. This is going to be one of those sort of staples in your wardrobe, and it's going to look so different fabrics, isn't it? It's going to look so different. And I love the fact that you can make it again to your size to make sure. I always find with shirts, sometimes you can get gaping across the bust or not quite fitting you properly, whereas this is your chance to personalise it. To fit you. Now we've got some really lovely sort of tartan fabrics. We've also got some denims, which I must say are very on trend at the moment. I think they're all going to be really popular. The first hour that we had with Adam, all the fabrics sold out, and I think it's going to be a repeat again. So the pattern itself, Sussex Seamstress, lots of great online content, fabulous pattern pieces that you're going to be able to use and use and use again and again. Sizes 8 to 30, it's all on one pattern. You don't need to choose, you know, between two different patterns. It's all on one pattern, and it's £15. $50. It's a lovely, really lovely dress. Adam, I'm going to come to you, in fact. How are you?
It's good to be back.
Good.
You're all right.
I'm all right. I promise I'm not going to. He just came downstairs. He was like, I was really worried about you. I was like, no, I promise I'm fine. I'm not going to leave you. Is it classed as a shirt dress?
Well, there's two lengths that you can do with this again, and the short and length lines on the pattern, so you can make it as long as you want, really. But I think, yeah, this is veering into shirt dress. I think with a pair of jeans and leggings, you definitely need, or something like that. But it's got pockets.
Oh,
look, which is fabulous. Some lovely details in it. We've got the tabs so you can keep the sleeves rolled up if you want, or you don't have to do that at all. You can just keep it as a long sleeve. Patch pockets, I've just put one on the front. You might not be able to see it because I've accidentally pattern matched it.
Perfectly, accidentally, as you do.
As you do.
Have you worked with a Sussex seamstress pattern before?
Loads, and I can't recommend her patterns more highly enough, honestly, especially if you're a beginner coming in, new year, new hobby and all of that. Like Sussex Seamstress is fantastic because, again, really detailed, and there's YouTube videos as well that she supplies, as well as watching us here. Yeah, fab.
Brilliant. Go for it. It's £15.50, sizes 8 to 30. It's quite a sort of generous as well. I suppose it's got nice ease to it. Yeah,
good sizing with Sussex Seamstress patterns. They're fantastic in that way. And yeah, they're all kind of designed with a nice amount of wearing ease.
Yeah, brilliant. Shall we have a look through some fabrics and then we can show you some techniques? Now, the fabric that Adam has used is the one with the white, this one. I've got a feeling all of these are going to sell out. They always do. I mean, you've worked with these quite a few times, haven't you now, actually?
Absolutely.
Brushed cotton.
Have them in your stash. They're really versatile fabrics.
Lovely. Brushed cottons. They're super soft, just £16.99. And that's a 3 metre bundle again. I think all of our fabric bundles today have been really, really good in price. Now, lots of people I know might be scared of working with checks and plaids because of the whole, you know, pattern matching.
Yeah, to be fair, I've got a few hints and tips for you. I've said them before. There's a yoke on the back.
Yeah.
Don't worry about pattern match it, just put it on the bias.
Oh, yeah, good idea.
That makes it easy.
Design feature.
Yeah, and all you've got to worry about with this shirt is matching the front, really, which is dead simple. I'll give you some tips. Brilliant.
£16.99, and that's the one with the white sort of square. We also then have the, oh, go on, a little inside knowledge from Ben, our producer. There's a famous furniture store that's owned by a supermarket. Oh, it rhymes with Habitat. Yeah. Habitat in Sainsbury's is what he's talking about, because Adam was really confused then.
Yeah, I wasn't on the same wavelength then.
Oh, they're going to be doing lots of tartan. Oh, because I forgot that you've got inside knowledge now. Alice is a buyer there. There you go. Just giving it all away. Oh no, I'm going to get into loads of trouble, aren't I? That was my fault, not Ben's fault.
So is tartan on trend then this season?
It's coming in this season. Oh, there you go. Excuse me. Right, this one is the one that Adam's going to be working with. You got the memo, we're all in denim. Or yeah, denim's very on trend. I was telling you, we've got some lovely denim bundles coming up. Sorry, I was just talking to Julie. £16.99 with your navy blue brushed cotton 3 metre bundle. It's very, very busy. Not only do we have 3 guests today, we've got 3 guests again tomorrow. Yeah, manic day. Manic, manic, manic. Then we've also got the red. Sorry, I'm whizzing through these because I know that they're going to sell out anyway. And we want to show you as much as we can with Adam. Just £16.99 for 3 metres of your red brushed cotton. This is really nice. It's classic, isn't it?
It is classic. And do you know what? I love tartan myself. Yeah.
I do. I love tartan. It never goes out of fashion. It's always just... Like, I know that you're saying, Ben, it's given us inside knowledge that it's very much in fashion, homewares and things, allegedly. But, I mean, this is lovely all year round, isn't it? I know initially we think of like Christmas makes and things, but actually all year round it works so well. £16.99 for 3 metres. And then, so my maiden name is Gordon, and this is so similar to the Gordon tartan. Love it. 3 metres. 3 metres for £16.99. You've got here navy blue and green tartan. I'm so pleased that you don't have talkback. I keep forgetting that you can't hear what's going on in my ear, can you?
I could have a good guess though.
Maybe just for fun one day you should do it. We should do a documentary of what goes on in the gallery. The things that I have to put up with in my ear. You'd all feel very sorry for me. So £16.99 for, that's the final check fabric. And then we also have 3 staple bundles again. I've got the dark, the medium and the light. Let's go with the dark, 3 metres of denim. So it's going to work still in the denim?
Oh, absolutely, easily. And do you know what? If you really wanted to go a little bit Western on it, you could mix and match the plaid with the denim.
Oh, yes.
If you really wanted to do something different with a yoke or something.
Good idea. What about the red?
It all goes, all these fabrics go together.
Great idea. And you've always, I mean, you've got loads of your stash then, haven't you? Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is enough to be able to make the largest size, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
3 metres, $28.99. 3 metres of your dark blue 8-ounce denim. Medium blue. I always think our price on the denims are always brilliant anyway. It's worth stocking up and just having in your stash. Here we go. 3 metres of denim, $28.99. 8-ounce denim, your medium to heavyweight. Gorgeous cotton denim. Just honestly grab whatever you can, whilst it's in stock. It's been very, 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 very busy. Then the light, you can see the 3 colours there next to each other. Similar to my jacket actually. Just $28.99. Julie, who's our Yarn Lane guest, she's just walked in a denim dress as well. Must be on trend. $28.99. Fab. Right, just before we hand over to Adam, are you ready? The books are back in stock. We've managed to get only another 50 and we have already seen hundreds and hundreds sell. Can I remind you to take yours? I know it says, it doesn't say in the graphics actually signed, because they're not signed. They're going to be delivered later on when Wendy's gone home. Wendy's finished her show now, so she's signed all of the books for today's allocation. But she did say take it to one of the shows and she'll happily sign it for you and personalise it as well. So make the most of the book because there were hundreds of you who missed out. We only have 50. Grab them whilst you can. I'll leave it there and I'll remind you in a bit. Right, Adam, what techniques are you going to show us today?
Well, I feel like it's been a day of sleeves, so I'm going to show us the sleeves and the tab detail, but then I'm going to go on to show us how to attach the cuff and how to manage the binding around the cuff opening as well.
Right, okay.
Because I could start from the very beginning, which is usually a very good place to start, but we never then get onto the nitty-gritty bit, so I want to do some nitty-gritty today. All right, yeah, so nice and easy. So I've got the sleeve pattern here. Right,
there's a lot of detail at the bottom there, isn't there? What bits do I need to transfer onto my fabric?
This is it. So we've got a cut line and there's the sizing in the numbers at the top. So you're going to cut the line according to the size that you've picked. So this is actually a size 12, so I can see 6 to 14, that's the line I've cut there. Yeah. All right, so I can ignore the other two. And then we've got some pleats down here as well, lovely detail. Again, I'm looking for the size that I've made, well, size 12, so 6 to 14, I'll make a mark there, which I've already done, and a mark here, and everywhere where it says 6 to 14. The rest of them I can ignore. You're just looking for the ones for your size. If you want, it makes it easier, take a highlighter and just highlight those bits relevant to your size you're making on the pattern itself, and that might make it a little bit easier. Yeah, because I can kind of see, like, you might look at that and think, oh gosh, what am I doing here with this? It's literally just a little mark that we're making. So look at the size, highlight it, and then make the mark according to your size. We've also got a suggested tab placement here. I mean, you can put the tab wherever you like, as long as it's not like really far up. But we're going to mark that on now, and I'm going to give you a quick tip how to mark these. I've already marked it, but easiest way, you could do some thread tracing or some tailor's tacks, but you can just get a pin and go through the square here, and then take another pin and go through the square, as long as you're catching the fabric, and then and do so like that, and then you'll have the pins on the other side. Right. So then we've got our square then where we can see it marked, and then you just mark it around the outside. So that's a really quick way to mark with pins. Just make sure
what would you mark? Brush cottoned, you know,
yeah, it can be difficult. I mean, I've just used a little bit of chalk. It's really faint. I can just see it here. But you can use one of those air erasable or heat erasable pens if it will show up. But just make sure that it will disappear. Just make sure, you know. do a little bit of a test on some scrap fabric. This brushed cotton's lovely because it's brushed on one side and not on the other.
So which side did you use?
So I put the brushed on the inside.
Oh, so that's nice.
Feels nice, yeah. Which gives a crisper look on the outside, I suppose. Although it's got a lovely drape to it, this fabric. But you could choose to do it the other way if you wanted to. If you wanted the fluffy on the outside. Yeah. Very nice.
I like the action. Then you missed that at home.
And do it again.
There you go. A little bit of fluffy on the outside. Jenny's watching. Good morning, lovely. So nice to see my Adam back. Always learn so much as a non-dressmaker, says Jenny.
Oh, I'm trying to convince her to get into dressmaking.
New year, new hobby, Jenny.
I bet she's only just got up and all.
Have you done some EPP? Has she got you into EPP?
I'm convinced to do some because she's got some lovely projects in her book.
Oh yeah,
they're good for the home.
Yeah, for your
and
new
they're really
home.
colourful, and I think I can see it. Some placemats and the lampshade and all sorts of lovely stuff.
Well, I hope Jenny's made you a nice housewarming present.
No, she hasn't actually. But I don't get into this too much because I still owe her a skirt from one of the shows and I've not finished that. Right, okay, so we've got these tabs. Now these tabs are super easy to make, okay? So you're going to go with the right size together. They're like a little arrowhead, if you like. Put some pins in. I'm just going to go for it today. And we're going to just sew it a centimetre seam allowance all the way around. Back tack at the beginning. Slow down as you approach the side. Use the flywheel if you need to, just to get that bit closer, and then a centimetre again down here to the point, and then just lift the foot, and then a centimetre, lift the foot and pivot. Make sure you keep the needle down when you're pivoting, and then a centimetre seam allowance all the way up as well, and then just back tack at the end. Okay, so once we've done that, we're going to take our your dressmaking shears. I've just seen Wendy using hers. And we're going to trim this seam allowance right down.
Oh, they sound like a good pair of scissors. Listen to that.
Yeah, they are good ones actually.
Oh my word, that is such a satisfying sound in sewing, isn't it? When you've got a good pair of sharp scissors.
Yeah.
You could do what is it, ASMR?
I've only just learnt what that was. I didn't know what that was. It's all about hearing sounds, isn't it? Oh yeah, it like send you to sleep. Yeah. It's just nice. I watched one the other night of just somebody making a cake, but it was the sounds. It was really nice, really therapeutic. I've seen though that people get into like listening to people eat.
Oh gosh,
and
that's
that would
weird.
be wrong for me.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit weird.
Right, there's a number of ways you can do this. You can just turn it using your fingers. You could have left a thread on the end as well, but I've got a loop turner here, so I'm just going to catch, if I can catch it. Might be easier. We're just going to turn this out to the right side now.
Have you used the prim turning tools before, the little tube ones?
No, I've not used those ones before actually.
Oh look, I'll turn it through for you in seconds.
Okay then, do you want to do it?
Yeah, I'll show you.
All right then.
Oh, thank you, Kat.
Oh, lovely. Go on then.
I'll show you. I don't think we don't have them on the show, but I like to show how to manoeuvre gadgets.
Do we sell them?
Yeah, we do. They might be on the website.
Oh, this is how like the turn socks in factories, I think.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, go on.
You literally put the tube in.
Right.
And then you get like the.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And then you poke this through. Oh gosh, I'm not going to be able to.
You said you were going to do it in seconds, so no pressure.
I can't do it in seconds normally when no one's watching me. What have I done wrong? Maybe I need my bigger tube.
Yeah, maybe you need the big, try the bigger tube.
Okay, you carry on amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves. Once we've got that turned through, we're going to give it a nice press anyway, and then we're going to attach it.
Oh no, so you're waiting for me to turn it through now?
No pressure, honestly.
Oh, I just needed a bigger tube. That's, look, there you go, second.
Oh, straight away, look at that.
And I'll give it a nice poke.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
But don't poke it too hard though, because otherwise you can go through sometimes. I know that's why, you know, when people are using knitting needles and things like that.
Oh yeah,
but that's not got. Oh, it has got a pointy
edge,
but it's blunted.
And one with, yeah, there's one with a not so pointy.
I'm gonna have to get myself one of them.
They are good.
Did we sell them at one point?
I think we still have them, but I don't know whether they might be on the website. They're just called prim turning tools.
Love it. That's actually easier than the loop turner, but I suppose works for things like that. But they're more delicate rouleau loops, I suppose. prim turn is still good. Right, okay, so we've turned that out. If you wanted to top stitch round it, you could do, but basically all we're going to do now is attach this. What you'd do as well, perhaps before attaching it, it'll be easier once you've got it flat, decide on what buttons you're using and put your buttonhole in.
Yeah.
There. I'm just going to crack on for now.
Did you just use buttons from your stash?
I use buttons from my stash, yes, but the ones that you've got would be much better.
Well, these are a bit smaller, aren't they?
Yeah, which I think would be nice. I like the ones you got on the left, actually.
These ones?
Yeah, I find that they work well.
There's lots of buttons on the website. In fact, actually, no, there's not. That's one thing that we're really low on stock on, is buttons. So definitely grab some Millwood buttons if you can. Sorry, am I in the wrong place today, Bruce? There you go. There's the white ones. We've also got the sort of, what are they called? Tortoise shell.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Tortoise shell.
Laurie said, hi Vicky and Adam, love Adam's demos. Always clear and concise and great tips. And I love all the choice of materials today.
Laurie.
Thank you.
It is a good choice of materials. Right, so I've just literally put some pins in there. So basically what I've done, just to show you quickly, is I've popped it. How to explain this clearly now? You said that. I put it so that the tab is facing the sleeve head,
okay.
And then we've got the raw edge there, and then I folded it back on itself to then conceal that raw edge,
right.
basically, and that's the right way it needs to be. And then we're just going to sew a square all the way around, about an inch by inch square, and then we can cross over in the middle as well. You know, when you see it on, you'd see it on a lot of denim shirts and things like that before.
And is that to reinforce it, or is it decorative?
Yeah. It's to reinforce it. Right, I'm going to do a slightly longer stitch. I'm just going to back stitch at the beginning. I'm just going to go all the way around it on the edge. And because I turned it back about an inch, I know that that raw edge is going to be covered.
The one that Adam made the shirt out of is now sold out, that colourway. The one with the green and red and blue is sold out as well, which is the one that Adam's working with. So the two that we have available, just let me show you, just because I know that they're not on, you know, you can't see them being demonstrated, is this one. Classic, this is your classic. 3 metre bundle. $16.99. So good, so good. Yes. And on the reverse, you've got this super soft, brushed cotton. Look, there you go. Super fluffy, so soft. Adam's giggle is so infectious, said Sue.
I know, I've got that laugh that, yeah, that I inherited. My mum's got the same laugh, my auntie's got the same laugh.
Oh, really?
And the dinner ladies at school when I were a kid used to say, oh Adam, you've got such a wicked laugh. There we go. So yeah, I've just literally sewn it around in a square and then done a cross in the middle to reinforce it, basically.
Brilliant.
And if you use the matching thread, it's hard to know what thread to use for this kind of thing, actually. I've used red and navy before, but I'm using white, hopefully, so it shows up a little bit. But even that kind of blends in because you've got white in it anyway. Cool, so that's there, which is nice and prepared, and you'd have your buttonhole in there. Right, okay, so now what we're going to do is prep the cuffs first off. So I'll put that to one side, and this is nice. This is basically rectangles. So what you're going to do is interface one of them and leave the other one as it is. Again, like it tells you in the instructions to cut the interface, and it's just a rectangle. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go right sides together like so. And you can pop some pins in there if you want. Now what we are going to do is turn up the ends of the non-interface side by 1 centimetre, which is basically seam allowance. So I'm going to pop a pin in there because we're going to use that later on to create a nice finish on the cuff. And you'll see what I mean once I've got all together. But basically we're going to leave that side open, the side that I've folded up. But we're going to sew around the other 3 edges at 1 centimetre seam allowance. Okay. But I've folded that back, and it's important you do that and we sew over that bit. Okay, so underneath we go, and 1 centimetre seam allowance. Back stitch at the beginning.
Oh, the Sussex seamstress is watching. Is it Jane?
It's Jane. Hi, Jane.
Hi, Jane. Hi, Jane. Lovely and warm on these cold mornings, these brushed cottons. Absolutely. Oh, it's just nice to be all snug. Apparently, we've got more snow coming, haven't we?
Oh, no, really? I know it's going to be colder, but I didn't know it was snow.
I heard snow.
I mean, it's very
Do a
pretty,
weather check for us. No, I'm not officially a weather girl. Always wanted to be.
Right, okay, so we've done that, and then all we're going to do now is grade the seam allowance on this. Now, some people think, oh, grading the seam allowance, what's grading? Like,
that
are you going to give me a mark?
That instantly sounds very technical though, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, and it's not really. What you can do, and it's on Jane's video actually, great tip, and I should have shown you it actually. When you get to the corners, just where your centimetre seam allowance on the corner, if you do a stitch at 45 degrees, for the corner stitch, and then so you pivot twice on the corner, basically pivot at 45 and then pivot back. Doing a 45-degree stitch at that corner would make for a nicer turn through if sometimes you struggle with getting nice points. I don't find I do, so I don't tend to use it that much, but it is a good little tip. Yeah, so we're just going to trim those corners back, so we're getting rid of some of the bulk basically.
And you say there's YouTube videos for this pattern as well on your tip.
This is the great thing. I mean, Jane's patterns, another great pattern, Jane. In here, look, the QR code, scan me. It's so easy. Just get your phone on the camera settings, scan it, and it will take you to the video.
Fantastic.
And do you want to know a little secret? Because sewing can be solitary. I watch Jane's videos while I'm sewing. I sew along with you, Jane.
Oh,
do you know, it's nice though. Like, I know, you know, 9 out of 10 what I'm doing, but it's nice that it's a sew along, really, a good construction video. It's great. So yeah, basically grading down the seam allowance is basically the interface side. We're just going to cut it down to half. Just be careful when you are doing this that you're not cutting bits that you shouldn't be, because it could be quite easy to snip into the cuff itself. But yeah, you're just going to grade that right the way down. I mean, you can take your time doing this at home. Really easy to do, but you just need to get your shears in right there, and it's just, again, just to reduce the bulk on it. I won't continue, but you get the idea. And then what you're going to then do is turn that round, which is a bit easier than the tab there, and then what you're going to want to use, have I got one? I've usually got my
snow in Durham, says Christine. There is snow in Durham.
Is there? Already? Gosh, I'm ready for some summer now.
I know.
Ready for some sun. And then you're just going to turn this out, and you'll get a nice point on your curve there.
I was going to ask Adam this as well. We've had lots of messages. Sorry to interrupt you.
Go on.
So many people are asking about when your snuggle up pattern's going to be back.
Oh, do you know what? I put some on Etsy only about a week ago because I only could only get a few, and they've all sold. So,
can we have them next time, please?
Yeah. Well, Jess had asked me for this show, but it was only a week ago.
Right.
So to turn it round, I couldn't. Maybe on the next one I can. I'll speak to her.
If you love Adam's patterns, we have got the Baker Boy hat. The Baker Boy hat, by the way, though, is so limited. Really limited. They've all been selling on pre-order. There are now less than 10. There's a picture of the hat. Do you know when it was demonstrated, Ben?
We've done it a few times, but I can't remember when.
It was back on the when, sorry? 26th of the 10th. 2021 originally.
21?
I know.
Gosh.
Madness.
And
then we had it back on the 3rd of the 10th, 22. So October both times. If you do want to grab the last couple of those patterns, there they are, £11.99. And then we also have, it's a wrap. I love this cape. This is brilliant. I remember when Ben modelled this.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Here it is. Here's a picture, not of Ben, but there's a picture. £14.99.
Now that one, that's been made by a viewer, a viewer of Sewing Street.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I think it was
gorgeous.
the first project she'd sewn. I don't think she'd been sewing that long, and she made it for her mum.
Oh wow, what an achievement.
I was so impressed. Like, it's a dead easy pattern to do.
But I was going to say, that's also down to your pattern and your instructions.
Yeah, I mean, I like to keep it as simple as possible, you know, for these ones especially. Yeah.
Love that.
I can't remember the lady's name, please forgive me, but you did a cracking job on that if you're watching.
Have you got more patterns, you know, in your brain, or
yeah, there's loads I want to do. There's loads I want to do, but it's just getting around to doing them. I need to get panto. I can't believe I'm still sewing panto costumes. Get that out of the way, and then absolutely.
Oh, good.
I'll get some more out, and I need to get more of my snuggle up ones. Right, so this is another rectangle. This is a good reason to keep your pattern pieces with your pattern. And basically it's a rectangle, but it's a sleeve binding. So I'm just going to press up 1 centimetre on the longest edge there. Do that on both of them, but I'm only demonstrating on one today. Now this is going to be very similar actually. I was just watching Wendy showing some binding techniques at the end of the last show. So this is basically what she was showing, I think. What we're going to do is we're going to bind that slit that you'd put up in the bottom of the sleeve. And we're going to do that by taking the sleeve here, and we're going to go on the wrong side of the sleeve, which for me is the brushed side, and I'm going to put wrong side to right side of the binding. And the bit that I've just pressed up is not against the raw edge, because what's going to happen is that bit that I've pressed is then going to come over to the right side. Right. So we're just raw edge to raw edge at the moment. I'll pop a pin in that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to sew that binding bit all along. Now what we're going to do is we're going to actually hold it out flat, but we're going to taper. Now this is cheating it a little bit. It's going to go all the way over there, but we're going to taper the sleeve part into the middle so we don't get a nasty pucker. And again, that's explained in a diagram in the instructions as well. It's a bit going off piste a little bit, but trust me, the effect works brilliantly. And Jane demos it really clearly on a nice clear fabric for you to see on her video as well. So give that a watch if you are going to be making this. I'm just going to pop a pin in the middle as well. Yeah, we're just going to basically bind this cuff section, which is good. And then once it's bound, I'll show you how we bring it over to the other side as well.
This is going to add fuel to the fire, because a lot more people are going to keep messaging about the snuggle up. But,
I know.
Made Adam snuggle up for my hubby. He didn't want the pocket, so made it in a navy fleece, and he loves it. And so does the cat when he wears it. Oh, brilliant. Honestly, that hoodie was amazing. In fact, one of my family friends watched the show that we did, bought the pattern, and then over Christmas was wearing it and said, "Do you recognise this?" And I was like,
"Really?
Where do I recognise it?" And she said, "It's the snuggle up. It's the snuggle up pattern." Kerry said, "Loving the show. Adam, you're so calm and explaining everything so well. You've inspired me to make more clothes. Thank you."
Oh, bless you. Well, that's it. I want to inspire people to make stuff, because, you know, there's some lovely patterns out there that people have done as well, which is fab, and it is doable. Like, a lot of people think, oh, it must be dead complicated, but it's just time and patience. And my thing would be to start off with a project that isn't going to be really, really challenging, and work your way up. Okay, so we've sewn that on there. I've come up a little bit short on my binding, and I'll tell you why that is. I've cut my slit too high, so don't do that.
Okay.
I think what's happened is maybe when I've been travelling, and I don't know whether it's come apart slightly, but anyway, we can still get the idea here. So remember that centimetre that I'd folded up? We're now going to bring that over to the right side. And what we're going to do is we're going to stitch that down on the right side, right on the edge. So the demo, if you were watching the show before that Wendy did, the very last binding one is exactly this.
And would you hand stitch that down?
No, I'm going to do it by machine.
Okay, cool.
And you can use an edge stitching foot if you want to, or you can, I like to use my straight stitching foot, which is more industrial. And I know that if I line up with the side of that, so I'll do that actually now, that I get a nice neat line, because you want this stitch, if you are going to be stitching the binding and not hand stitching it, you want it to be nice and on the edge.
Derek said, "I'm currently making 4 snuggle ups." He says, "I'm loving the pattern." Oh, we need more.
Loads of people have made loads. You know, you like for Christmas presents and stuff. It was great, but yeah, no, I need to get some more done.
Oh yeah, 'cause it's still ever so cold, isn't it? We still need these.
Yeah.
Still time. I've had a message from Joe. We've had snow today in Inverness. We have had snow today in Inverness. Cold, but it's sunny. Oh, it's lovely and bright here, I think, today as well, Ben said. Enjoying the show as always, so informative. Best wishes. That's from Joe in Inverness.
Oh, hello to Scotland.
It's -7 here. Thick snow in the Scottish borders. Oh my word. Making me cough. Sorry, Bruce, I'm just going to have a little cough.
Wonderful. So I've bound that now, and you'll be able to see that you get a really lovely finish on that then. And I've just put my stitch depth to about a 3. I've treated that stitch as a top stitch really. And once you've given that a nice press, it will all lie nice and flat and gives you that really nice finish on the cuff. All right, let's talk about the pleats now then. So what we're going to do is we're going to pleat towards that cuff opening. And do you remember on the pattern we were looking at earlier on where we'd got those marks? Well, I've just put some notches in and I'm matching those notches up together. So putting the pleats in, going towards that opening, and they match up nicely, which is good. And then basically what I'm going to do is stay stitch them or baste them in place. So I'll just put them under the machine now. Now you want to put this stay stitch in less than 1 centimetre because you don't want to have to be unpicking it.
No, the whole thing of, sorry, I don't know if Bruce has brought my mic back, but the whole thing of stay stitching is that it stays in, I presume?
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it can reinforce things, but if you keep it within the seam allowance, it's doing its job, but it's then hidden. You've not got to unpick it either, which is great. So we'll just go across here now then. Now I've got those pleats in.
There's only 3 left of this one, by the way, the green brush cotton. Literally 3 left. That would look lovely with the denim as well.
Is that the Gordon one?
It is the Gordon. Well, I don't know. It's very similar. I don't want to... Derek might know. Derek might know. We've had snow in Essex as well. Lots of snow.
Right, it is important to note as well, where you do the pleats, the binding for that bit, I'm just going to stick a pin in, is going to fold back on itself. There we go. All right, so we've done all of that flat, which is nice and accessible. We're going to now do the sleeve seam itself. So this is no different to doing any ordinary sleeve seam. We're going right sides together. And again, a nice amount of pins will just help make sure that everything's lining up and staying level. It can be tempting when you first start to sew to not use pins. And my advice is don't. The problem is if you just marry the fabric up on a long seam and then you just put it under the sewing machine, you've got the tendency then that it's going to drift apart and you'll have one side longer than the other. So pinning is a good habit to get into. That's it, and then we're just going to sew at a centimetre seam allowance again. It's a centimetre seam allowance throughout for this pattern unless otherwise stated. Now you could get really fancy with this, and that's what I love about Sussex Seamstress patterns, is that the fit is great, the pattern pieces are there. The finish on this one, and what I've done as well, is to sew it and then overlock it. If you haven't got an overlocker, then it's the old standard use a zigzag or an over casting foot to overcast stitch it. But you could get fancy at this point and you could go for a flat fell seam, which is that seam that you've got down your denim jacket there.
Oh,
your denim top.
Let me show you.
That's a flat fell seam.
Right, how do you do that?
It's basically like a French seam.
Yeah, but reverse, is it?
Yeah, with another
outside
line of stitching. I have demoed it on a show before and I can't remember when it was. We did like a techniques book. I tell you what, I bet it's in Wendy's techniques book, you know.
I bet it is.
I noticed, I had a quick flick through, a bit of a nosy, and we know we're talking about jetted pockets as well, welt pockets. They're in her book.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. I need to release a book, don't I? Shall I do a book?
Yes, do it.
So then, yeah, you'd finish that off there. And then you can turn it through, and then you can see you're starting to get the sleeve here. Right, let's focus now then on putting the cuff together. So what we're going to do in this, there's different methods for doing this. There's certain methods that will allow, basically tell you to sew with right sides together and then fold the cuff or the collar or whichever part you're working on back onto the wrong side, and then to stitch in the ditch from the right side, which is great, but then you don't have as much control of how it's going to finish on the outside. So the way that Jane's done it gives you more control over how the appearance looks on the outside and gives a real neat finish. So basically what I'm going to do is pin this now, and I've got this, I'm sure I'm doing it the right way, yeah. So I'm going with that interface side, right side to wrong side, which feels a little bit backwards, but then you'll see how it folds over in a minute, and it's really, really great, because we'll then be folding it over to the right side, and then like the bias bit I've just done, you'll get a real nice finish on it. Let's make sure that this is all lining up nice. Let's go from this edge as well. Wonderful. You are going to have to, you know, make sure you've got some pins in there, and just take your time. Right, okay. And then once we've got this in place, we'll be sewing that again at 1 centimetre seam allowance, and then I'll show you how it folds over to the right side. And then if we get some time, I might be able to talk us through the collar as well. I wanted to pick the trickier bits today, which isn't easy. Isn't always easy to sew on air.
And it isn't always as easy in an hour or less than.
No, exactly. But it's more for the fact if you can understand how it all works. And once you've got the construction method in your head, it becomes a lot clearer. And sometimes, you know, diagrams are great and words are great, but sometimes you just need to see it done.
That's why it's great to have all the YouTube videos, I suppose.
That's it, and I think that's why it's great that, you know, Sewing Street really, you know, invest in having guest demonstrators to show you bits, you know, because I think knowledge is power, isn't it? Right, so that's 1 centimetre seam allowance all the way to the end, and then back stitch. And then what you're going to do with that bit is you're going to give that a good press down into the sleeve itself, because I've got this right sides out now. But this is going to be the magic bit, because that little bit that I'd sewn up and pressed is now going to conceal all of those raw edges there. Again, you could use the ham or sleeve roll for this bit. I'm just doing it quickly just to give you the idea. Okay, and then what we're going to do is tuck all of that in now. Hopefully you'll be able to see this. That's all going to tuck in. Just make sure the ends tuck in nicely. And basically I'm lining it up just past that row of stitching we've done. And then I'm going to top stitch all the way along that crease there, right on the edge. And we'll get a nice finish there. So it's again like the binding technique that we've just seen. And honestly, this just gives, like, you'll be really chuffed with yourself when you've done this.
Oh yeah, and you've learned so many great techniques along the way as well, haven't you?
Oh yeah, exactly. And the thing is, like, doing it like the traditional method, it would have you do it the reverse that I'm doing now. So now I'd be stitching in the ditch and catching it blind underneath, which can be difficult. But this makes it so much easier. And gives a really nice finish.
Do you still find that you're picking up new techniques? As
yeah, like absolutely. Like I've done shirts before where it's been the opposite way, because you follow what the instructions say, don't you?
Yeah.
But I really like Jane's way of doing this part, just because I think she's right. You do get a neater finish on the outside of the garment, and if you're careful, it's just as neat on the inside as well. Okay, it's just making sure that you catch those corner bits in. You kind of have to tuck them in a little bit. I've got a loose thread there as well. Always try and trim your threads as you go along. There we go. And because we've stay stitched those pleats in, they're not moving. We're not having to battle with those. They're already stay stitched in. And I'm just going to back stitch there. Give the whole thing a nice press, and we've got the cuff on then. There we go. And
that wasn't too fiddly, actually.
No, not at all. Just, oh gosh. My pet peeve is threads, loose threads, but I'm doing this quickly to show you now. But there you are. You go. Keep trimming as you go. But you've got your lovely pleats in there now, and you've got your cuff. And do you know, like, that's like going into tailoring techniques, really. But you've got a nice finish on there, and you've got that nice bound edge as well, and the cuff. And then what you do at this stage, we'd probably leave it till the end, to be honest, but you could put your buttonhole in, mark that with some chalk where you're going to pop that, and then your button as well. And do you know what's amazing? Like, I don't know how many people know this. I could explain a little bit about that, actually, is when you've got a shirt with lots of buttons on, you can sew them on by machine.
Can you?
Yeah, and a lot of people will say, oh, you know, I avoid doing shirts because I've got to hand sew all the buttons on and that, but doing on the machine is so quick.
Do you have to have like a button sewing foot?
Yeah.
And what does that look like?
It looks like this. I don't know whether you'll see it clearly on here.
And can you do the big buttons like you've got on that shirt on one of those?
Yeah.
Because I always think it was just little
yeah, the only thing you can't do is shank buttons. I could give us a little demo if we've got time.
Oh yes, please.
Again, because it's something that might really help you out. If you can get hold of one of those feet, they're quite easy to get hold of these days.
A majority of you know, newer sewing machines do. I'm trying to think of all of the sewing machines that we've got, and I think a lot of them do include a button sewing foot, don't they?
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to change the foot on here now.
So you obviously do your buttonhole first, as you know, normal.
Yeah, and then you mark your position for you. Have we got any buttons? Can I nick one off there?
Yeah.
Am I allowed? Let me, and then I'll put this foot on. And basically all this foot does is it holds the button in place. Now, I've got a fancy machine and it's got a button sewing setting on it. But all you need on your machine is the ability to drop the feed dogs, setting the stitch to 0 really, and a zigzag.
Okay.
So as long as you've got those, oh yeah, that's perfect. I won't open one of those, I'll use one of these. That's great. All right, here we go. So say we've got, I want one with, oh, I'll do a nice big one, I suppose I could do, and then you'll see it. Right, okay, so I'm just going to get the fabric into here now, and all I'm going to do is lift my foot and just use that foot to clamp it in place. Obviously I'd have marked the position where the button's going to go, and then what you'd have to do is you'd have to set your zigzag width, all right, to where the holes are on the button.
How do you do that though, with knowing, you know?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of trial and error. So you just increase it, you put it on a number,
and then do you just
wide, and then you just use your hands.
I don't want to break my needle.
Absolutely, you've got it right. So I've got it on zigzag width 3.5 at the moment. So I'm just going to go down and see. Okay. And I can see where I need to adjust it slightly. I might need to go wider on this one. Let's go wider.
And I suppose once you've done this once, you then can do it for all the buttons.
That's
so it's not like,
exactly.
I'll be thinking, oh, well, I can sew this on by hand. But actually, once you've set it.
Once you've set it, that's it. Now I know I'm going through that one there. Am I going through the other one? I'm just using my hand to turn it at the moment. That's it, get it in place. Right, I think I'm going to have to remove it because I've got something going on with my thread at the moment. But fear not, there's something going on with my bobbin thread, that's why. Let me just re-thread the bobbin, 1 second.
Just to quickly recap whilst Adam's doing that, the pattern, very, very, very popular indeed. Remember, those of you that are just tuning in, there are 2 different lengths. There are great YouTube tutorials. There is a fabulous size range from sizes 8 to 30. Jane, the Sussex Seamstress, she is a fantastic pattern developer and tutor and teacher, and will hold your hand through the step by steps. But all of the sort of more tricky techniques we've gone over today with Adam. All the fabrics, in terms of fabrics, the only check that we have left is the red, which was, there's one left, I was going to say, which is Ben's favourite, and you're normally a bit of a trendsetter, aren't you? Is this colour. It's the red. If you want it, the last bundle is there. £16.99. Right, sorry, are you all right with your bobbin thread?
I'm all set up now, I think. So I've got my width done. Actually, on this, the zigzag width is at 6 for this type of button. So I've made sure that it's going to go for everywhere, and then I literally just put my foot down.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant.
And I mean, then you just, you know, do it across a few times, and then, you know, if you haven't got it automatic like I have, then you'd snip it, and yeah, that's that button's nicely on there, look.
Oh, nice.
And now I know it's set at the point to sew all my other buttons, because all the other buttons are going to be the same size on my shirt, and it's just a really quick way to get your buttons on if you don't fancy hand sewing them. So
there you go. So no longer can anybody say to you, oh, I don't want to do that pattern because it's got a lot of buttons on it. There you go. You've given us a solution.
There you go. Wonderful stuff. So that's the example of that. Wonderful.
Was there anything else you wanted to mention quickly?
Yeah, we can just mention how the collar comes together, which is, you know, the other trickier bit, which really is kept nice and simple. You've got 2 pieces for the collar, one's interfaced and one's not. You go right sides together, and very similar to the cuff, we sew around the outside. Yep. I think we're at 1/2 centimetre on that one, it says in the pattern.
Okay.
Then what you would do is turn it right sides out. So imagine now that this is the right side out here, and then you've got your under collar, 2 of them again, and what you're going to do is sandwich that in between. So we'll sandwich that like that, and then you'll have the other piece behind, just so you can see the shape and how that's coming into play there. And then what you would do is then sew around and sandwich that in between. And it works really nicely, and then there'll be again an opportunity to turn the under collar underneath by 1 centimetre, and then you sew that, top stitch it just like we did with the cuff, which gives that nice finish. Patch pockets you can put on as well, or you can leave them out, it's up to you. It has got darts in it as well to give you some nice shaping. Yeah, and then the only pattern matching bit really, which I did say I'd give a tip on, was for the front, is your main bit. Cut the front pieces individually. With a plaid, it's so easy to find a reference point. Yeah. So you might say that the top of the plaid here is the top corner of the pattern piece, and as long as you line that up down one of the lines and then do the same for the other piece, you'll have 2 symmetrical pieces. Just remember, if you're cutting singularly, to make sure that you flip the pattern piece over so that you've got a pair. But yeah, that's it.
I suppose plaid actually, would you say is probably one of the best ones to start with pattern matching? Because like you say, you've got so many reference points. That's
it. And it's like a grid almost. So I'll tell you a secret. When I put in my buttons and placing them, I've gone, right, this is easy. I'll put one in that red square bit there, and then I'll put one in that white bit there, and then in red square, the white square, red square, white square, and it just matches up.
Brilliant. Oh, that's great, isn't it? Oh, we love it. Thank you ever so much, Adam.
Thank you. It's lovely to see you again.
Oh, it's so lovely to see you. When are you back with us?
I'm not sure yet. I think I'm on for the birthday week.
Oh my gosh, yes. That's in Feb, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know how time has just gone like this, and we're talking about birthday already. 3 years. Crazy. Please, will you bring back the snuggle up pattern then for the birthday?
I'll go and have a word with Jess now then and see if she wants some more for...
Yes, for the birthday we all do, don't we? That'd be brilliant. Thank you, Adam.
Wonderful stuff, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, well done everybody who's managed to grab the pattern and the lovely fabrics as well. Just a quick mention. Wendy Gardiner came in, launched first time at Sewing Street, her complete book of sewing techniques. There are 20 remaining. Our stock completely sold out. We managed to get an extra 50. And there are way more of you than 50 who have got these in your basket. There are now 30 left. If you want them, check out during the break. Now, coming up after the break, knitters, you love knitting, stay tuned. You're going to love Juey. Now, Julie from Juey, oh my gosh, she's just an inspiration, and she has created the most incredible knitting needles. And if you're after a gift for somebody or want something a bit different or excited to learn a new hobby and a new skill, stay tuned because she's the loveliest lady as well. So she's going to be joining me in just a couple of minutes. Stay where you are, check out on the book and the pattern, and we'll see you after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, welcome back. Right, are we ready? Because last time I did a Juey show, it was a complete sellout. And they've already been selling literally since 7:30 this morning. Sorry, by the way, I've got cough sweet in, so I'm hopefully not going to be coughing all over the place this hour. Now, I'm so pleased. One, we've got the knitting needles back, but we've also got the crochet hooks. Now we're going to be talking Tunisian crochet. It's a complete sort of new minefield to me, so I'm really, really excited to learn about it. We'll start with the Tunisian crochet hooks, and then we will talk about the other bits and bobs that we've got, and of course introduce Julie. She's just setting herself up at the moment, so I'll give her just a minute. Now, as always with Juey products, they are absolutely beautifully presented, and those of you that haven't seen Juey before, we'll go through just why these are so special and how you can use these. I mean, for one, look at the size. Look at the size of this. Now you're thinking, is this just, you know, ornamental? Is this for somebody who, you know, can you actually crochet with this? Yes, you can. And the results that you get are amazing. £14.99, and you get your gorgeous handcrafted wooden Tunisian crochet hook. We're going to ask Julie from Juey all questions in just a moment. If you've got any questions for her about crochet or Tunisian crochet or knitting, or about the you know, the manufacturing and the making of these amazing hooks and knitting needles that we have as well, please, please, please do message in. I'm live on Facebook as well if you do have any questions. But it's the first time that I've actually seen the crochet hooks. Now, Julie, are you all right? Are you all set up? Yes. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Jolly good, jolly good.
Now I'm all settled.
What's the difference between a crochet hook and a Tunisian crochet hook?
Right, as you can see, a Tunisian crochet hook, that's, can I get out the normal crochet hook?
Yeah, let me pass that one over to you.
So, your regular crochet hook,
if I pass it across, then you can have a look. Thank you.
So what we can see, there's a big difference in size.
Right.
Right. And then when we've also got an even longer one, but this will all come apparent when I start to show you how to do it. So when you're normally crocheting, what you would do is you always go back to one chain. Mm-hmm. Do you crochet yourself? Do you know? Well, everything's goes back to one chain. You'll go into things, get about 3 or 4. And you do different stitches, and it goes back to one chain, so you don't need the length of the the shaft really to put your stitches on. Yeah. Now with Tunisian, you keep your stitches on all the time, on your needle all the time, so you need a longer one. Okay. Okay. So really, the art of Tunisian is what you're doing is you're going, it's a bit more like weaving. You're going backwards, you're going forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards. That's how you do it. Right. But it'll come apart when I show you. Okay. Okay. And so just to go back to the start for anybody who hasn't met you before, because I absolutely was inspired and loved your story. So yes. Why do we need, or why did you want to design crochet hooks and knitting needles of this sort of size? Of this size, right. What happened was I had lots and lots of yarn, and it was all different plies, from like say super chunky, then I'd have a DK, I'd have a 4-ply, all sorts of different thicknesses. That's what we're going on. And to be honest, I had more thinner, finer yarns, and it was just all sat there, and I thought, what can I do to work with this yarn rather than just keep passing it from pillar to post sort of. I kept saying, oh, I'm going to give it to charity, or I'm going to use it. So I thought, I need a thicker yarn. So I decided I would put them all together. So lots and lots of fine yarns together, and wind them into a ball and knit with them all together. So I've basically got about 10 balls of yarn, which I wound then together. And the end result looked amazing. Yeah. Then there weren't any needles big enough. So, but I'd seen these needles in America, and what had happened was I'd been in America working for a company and doing like exhibitions, things like that, and I'd seen these guys with these really big needles, but they were knitting with wire, so they needed them for wire. So I kept thinking, if I had a pair of them needles, then I could use all this yarn up, could make these big throws, these lovely throws, at a fraction of the cost, because it's so expensive is that wool to knit with. So I just had a go, and I needed the needles, so I asked my dad
if he'd make me a pair. So he was like, whatever, you know. So they were a broom handle, which I told you before. They were a broom handle. And he said, will that do? And I said, yeah, make me some out of that. So he did. Then I used to work freelance for and help different companies, exhibitions. I was then at another exhibition. This company said, well, bring them along and see what you think. And they would kindly let me. And they just sold out within 20 minutes. And I think I had a dozen pairs. Right. And they went. So I'm on the phone, Dad, you need to make some more. We've got some here. Oh, he's like, off he went. So where am I going to get these broom handles? I'm on, you know. Anyway, off he went, got some more, and I just started then to promote them on Amazon because I thought we've got something here. So got them on Amazon, got them on Etsy, and then rest history really. Yeah. You know, I mean, we're a lot of years down the line now.
And obviously they're not made out of broom handles now, are they?
No, they're not made out of broom handles.
The finishing of them is gorgeous. I mean, they feel so lovely in your hand.
Yeah, they do, yeah. Well, so I make them now. Sadly, we lost Dad. I lost Dad a while ago, but he knew we were going and he taught me how to make them, and I didn't want to know.
So you personally make them?
Yeah, so I personally make them now. And I didn't want to. When you know you're losing your father, you don't want to carry on without him. But he wanted me to, and he kept saying, you're going to learn, and he used to sit there and teach me, and it took him, well, nearly 2 years till I perfected them. Yeah. And now I make them all by myself, and I'm training my husband up now.
Oh, wow.
So, and he's doing very, very well, so, yeah.
So the difference with, what does Tunisian crochet look like, the end result?
So this is what Tunisian crochet looks like. So, you see, it's like a basket sort of weave.
Love it.
Right, so the blanket here as well, that's a Tunisian crochet. There are different stitches you can learn, which hopefully I'm going to progress you through it to learn different stitches. But what you'll find is it's really therapeutic. Right. Because you just go into your own little world doing it, you know, because I think it's the action of going backwards and forwards, and it's growing really quickly for you. Without getting bored, you know, because sometimes you get bored when you're doing a little
Oh, well, crocheting a blanket, you would think is going to just take ages and ages.
Yeah, and it won't. It'll be, you'll have a blanket done in a week, easily.
Amazing.
Easily.
Right, so they're the shorter length. We also have the Tunisian crochet in the long. I mean, this is just a spectacle. It's a talking point, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a real talking point. I know so many people that will have unwrapped these on Christmas as well. Yes. I bet you've had a lot of messages of, you know, people who have opened these for Christmas. If you are starting a new hobby, starting a new, do you need to be, you know, an expert crocheter to start out?
No, because I'm not good at crochet at all. I've always been a knitter. I'm not a big crocheter. But no. It's dead simple. It really, really is. It's
no,
really
I thought, you know, at this length you would be looking at a lot more of a, you know, a higher price. No, not $29.99, $17.99, and they come so beautifully boxed. So if you do know a crocheter or anybody who's loves knitting and wants to try crochet, they come so beautifully presented as well. Yeah. So I'm guessing if you've said that the Tunisian crochet, you keep all of your yarn,
all of your
stitches on. Yeah. Does that mean that you can make even larger projects using these? What's the benefit of having a larger one?
With the needles, if you hadn't seen us before, I make 2 lengths of needles, and what I call them really is, we call them short and long here for it's easier for us, isn't it? But I call them accessories. So accessory needle is the short one because you don't need as many stitches, and your long one is your regular one. They were the first ones we came out with. We sort of came out with the longest length because that's what I wanted to be able to knit a king size throw on one needle, on one pair, instead of sewing pieces together, because there's one thing knitters don't like doing, and that's sewing up. A lot of people, they do not like sewing up, so I thought if I could do it all in one, which it looks nicer as well, I think.
It does.
That's how it came about.
And is Julie this new to us? Have we seen this on Sewing Street yet before?
No, we've kept this back. Me and Ian's kept this back for a while.
Right. If you wanted to launch it, the long length of the Tunisian crochet hook, 17.99. There are loads of you who have put these straight into your basket. They are sanded down. I mean, you have absolutely sanded these to an inch of their life, haven't you? They're so smooth.
They're treated as well. What happens as well is we sand them down, and then they're treated with a serum. And this is really funny because my dad devised this serum.
Okay, this is the secret formula.
Yes, it's a secret formula, I used to say. And it took him ages to get it right. He used lots of different varnishes and lots of different waxes and everything. And then when he perfected it, because some of them left it sticky, so your stitches wouldn't glide. So when he got it right, it was like, this is a secret serum now. So it's all treated in that. And what we have found is it makes the wood last longer as well.
Well, I was going to ask, do I need to condition it or look after it in a certain way?
Yeah, it's like us putting like a serum on. You're putting it on the wood, and it makes it slide better, but they don't stick.
Yeah.
And it treats it. It seems to, they last a lifetime, really.
Now, there's loads of you who've got these in your baskets. Well done, everybody who's checking out. It's the first time we've ever had these on the show. Can we see them in action?
You can.
I think a lot of people are thinking, right, how am I going to use them? Will they go under my arms? Where will they go? Because they're big, obviously.
Right. So I've started. I'm going to take you back to basics, but I'm just going to give you a little show of what had happened when you start to do your Tunisian crochet. So to start, so what I'm going to do is show you. This is called Tunisian simple stitch.
Right.
So this is what we call the forward pass, but then I'm going to go back and take you step by step because we've got it all at different stages. So what we're going to do is, as you can see, there's all these bars sticking up here. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the hook under one of these bars. You always miss the first one because it's there on the hook. That's that stitch. So that's how I understand it. You think, why do I miss that? But it's there on your hook. So what you're going to do is you're going to go under there, pick it up, and it stays on your needle. Now, normal crochet, you would go around again or slip stitch, you go and you take it off, you go back to one, but you don't with this. So let's go back. And you'll find yourself doing it. If you're a crocheter, you think, oh heck, I've taken them all off. I've done it many a time, got to the end and thought, oh heck, I've got to go all the way back again now. So you're going to go into this stitch like that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep my hand away so you can see. And you're going to keep it on. I have to talk to myself when I first learnt back, keep it on, keep it on. So I'll go, stitch, keep it on. You'll find your own little ways of doing things,
you talk to yourself a lot.
Yeah. So what we're doing is we're going along and we're picking up like that. So that's just a little, so I've got to go all the way along here. Obviously I won't do it all now because it's taking up the time, but this is what you're going to do.
Are they heavy, Julie?
No, you feel them, they're not heavy at all.
No,
we choose wood that's very light because when we started with the knitting needles, a lot of people said, oh, they'll be heavy and I've got arthritis, or you know, it's going to be hard to work with. So we purposely choose the wood for it not to be heavy at all. What we found was, and also it's a little bit more environmentally friendly really. If you use a hardwood, that's usually heavy. So they're trees that take a long time to grow.
Right.
But this is a soft wood, which is more like your pine and that type of wood. I'm not obviously certain what this is. It might be beech. I'm not certain actually. But the soft, it is a bit softer, so you will get a few little pits and things like that from your, you know, what you're doing, but don't worry about it, don't make any difference. No. But it'd just make them so much more heavier and twice as expensive if we used a hardwood.
So you're using a really chunky yarn here, aren't you? Yeah,
so what I'm doing for this one is, thanks for pointing that out because I've forgotten about that, I'm using two leaves together, two strands together.
Right.
So that's how that's worked. So what I will do is I get one strand from, let me show you. I think we've got that out. But you've one strand. Let's take it back to the beginning.
Oh, Christine says, just got the long Tunisian crochet hook. I love the jumbo knitting needles. She says, a normal crochet hook I got before Christmas. She said, fab products.
So she's excited to get the long one.
So what you'll do is you'll get one, you've got your yarn that goes round, you know, your ball where you start with. Some people take it from the middle, some people take it from the edge. So what you're going to do is take it out of the middle and take the one that's on the edge. Hold them together, and that's how I use them. So I'm using it like this, held together, but you've only got one ball, see? Because sometimes people say, oh, well, if I haven't got two balls of that, but that's all you do. So a lot of people don't know that, and I think because I've always been in the industry, I've always known, but the amount of people that don't know you can do that, So what I would do is now, we will continue all the way across here. So I'm going to just, obviously not take up time and go across now, but, and then what we'll do now is, pretend we've got to the end of here, and we're going to now, we think, what we're going to do now, I've got all these stitches on my needle, where am I going from? So what you do now is you're going to take them off. So you literally put them on, take them off. So pretend we're at the end of the row, and your first stitch going back, this is called your backwards pass. So that was your forwards, this is your backwards. You come through, you yarn over, and you go through one. This is only on the edges, the beginner, it gives you a neater edge. So then we're going to go round again, and we're going to go through two. So we've taken them off. Yarn round again, and we're going through two, and you just carry on till you get to the end, going through two.
I bet when you go back to using, you know, small crochet hooks, it feels weird. Yeah, it does, very much so. But sometimes I like to do it just to do something different. I get bored very easily me, so I'm always going to the next. Well, I know lots of people, you know, who have knitted and crocheted for years and years. It's really fun to try something different. New, yeah. And quite often you need you know, a blanket or a project that you want to do quite quickly, and in the world of knitting and crochet, I'd think there's no such thing as a quick blanket in knitting and crochet. But you can think, oh, I've got guests coming and I need a new blanket, beginning of the week, the end of the week, you've got it ready. And there we go. So now I'm down, right, so I'm going down to my last two, and there we are. And then all we do now is pick up again and go all the way back, doing the same thing, the same action. So that's all there is to it. Right. So that's really, you know, for anybody who is new to crochet, don't be daunted by, you know, the words Tunisian crochet and, you know, the extra large hooks as well. These are all things that are actually going to help you. If everybody checks out their baskets, single figures on the long length. Single figures, and we tried to get as many as we possibly could of those. Lots of people. Oh, Sandy's just said, lovely to see you back, Julie. Love watching your fab demos. So talented. Sandy. Thank you, Sandy. Loads of you have got these in your basket. Please don't wait. I know that we're always looking and watching Juey's. Everyone calls you Juey, don't they? So I'm just going to call you Juey. Just call me Juey. It's easier. Everyone loves watching Juey's demos. So please, I know whilst we're watching, you know, what's going on, don't forget to check out. As soon as we finish a demo, another 15 people have just come through in the space of the last 60 seconds. So everybody who managed to check out these, well done. Now, just to remind you, we also have not just Tunisian crochet, we have your ordinary crochet hook, and we also have knitting needles as well, haven't we? Yeah. So can we have a look at the crochet hook, please? Yeah, and later on then we'll go back to the Tunisian, and I'll show you how to cast on as well. Oh, so yes. We'll do that next on the smaller one. Now you've got the crochet hook over here, haven't you? Just remind us the difference of, can you show us next to the Tunisian so you can see the difference? Next to the big one, the really big one. Let's show you all the different sizes. Yes, please. Right. So we've got your regular crochet hook. There's your accessory crochet hook, your shorter length, which I made the snood with, as you can see, because you don't need as many stitches. And then we've got your jumbo extra large. Right, so the graphics are on the screen are for the original. For your blankets. So which one's the original? This is your original, your really long one. Okay. The really long ones are all, well, the originals that we first came out with, then we realised people wanted different. So this is your next one, then your accessory, your shorter one. But this is just your normal crochet hook. Right, that's the one that we've got on screen at the moment then. It's £12.99, and it's still a lot bigger, a lot chunkier than any other crochet hook I've ever seen. What they are, these are all 25mm. So
That's your size, you need stitch size. So you have knitting needles, you know, they start, don't they, really small and go up really big. These are 25 millimetre.
Oh, quite often we'll have, you know, 5 mil.
You can have 5 mil, 8 mil, 6 mil, but these are 25.
Wow.
Okay.
So again, the benefit of having the large one is that you're going to be able to use thicker yarns.
Thicker yarns, yeah. I mean, do you want me to show you how we do? I would put them together.
Oh yes, please.
It's easier to show, isn't it, than to actually talk about it.
Of course, absolutely. So that's the only one that we have, I believe, of the crochet hooks, isn't it? We don't have the other sizes available today. That's the only crochet hook, not Tunisian crochet. That's the only, you know, ordinary crochet hook that we have. It's £12.99, and that is flown into baskets. So I mean, you can use this technique, I believe, with your knitting.
Oh yeah.
You can use this with your crochet. Can you do Tunisian crochet doing this as well?
You could do Tunisian crochet if you didn't want many stitches.
Yeah.
Or you had very fine yarn. You could use a normal crochet hook. You'd have to have very fine yarn, because obviously you've got to keep thinking it's got to fit those stitches on.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they are circular needles and things like that, but the reason why I do circular needles is because when you're using really thick yarn, it gets a bit weightier. So if you're using on a circular needle, it makes it really hard to push them round the circle.
Right.
So you're forever pushing them round, and the stitches distort as well. You sort of don't get a regular even knit when you use it in a circular, because it's coming off that big bit and going onto a fine bit of wire and round, because it's a thick yarn. It doesn't transport well at all. So that's why we do them like that.
What was it that you wanted to show? Sorry, Ben. The crochet hooks were demoed on the 2nd of the 11th, last time
they were,
that I was on with Julie. So if you missed out, have a look back and see it. So now the knitting needles, this is again where I first started with you, and it was
yes,
amazing.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
I have the 2 different sizes. So these are the shorter of the 2. Again, have you ever seen knitting needles that look like this? They're amazing. And like you said, I mean, you've been in the industry a long time, and you've been knitting a long time. And it was in America the only place that you've seen something, you know, remotely similar to this.
I mean, there's there is more out there now, because other people have seen them, but I'd never seen them. But I'm talking, this is, I bet about 15 to 18 years ago I saw them in America. Yeah. And I was just mesmerised with them.
Such a brilliant idea.
Mesmerised with them.
£12, only £12. Grab them, have a go. Now you've got the shorter ones. You do also have the long length. I just want to make sure all these graphics are run through, because people are purchasing all sorts everywhere on pre-order. And then, of course, we can show you again more Tunisian crochet. Yeah. There you go. There's the. I love these. These are almost like javelins, aren't they? They're huge.
Lovely, aren't they? So a lot of people just leave them there out on display. People keep saying to me, "Oh, I've got them out on display. They're beautiful.
Have them as ornamental."
Yeah, yeah. And then when we had the boxes made, because I'd always wanted them to look like a lovely, luxurious gift. Yeah. It was like right at the very beginning, it was in my head, but obviously money, you know, and things. And in the end, I thought, I'm going to do it. They're going to go in these gorgeous boxes. Yeah. Takes them up to another level.
Oh, it does. Well, you know, if you go to
keepsake boxes, not boxes that you throw away.
Oh yeah, you will keep them in there and look after them and gift them. They're beautiful. It reminds me of, you know, if you go to a really, really fancy department store in London, you buy a luxury box of chocolates.
Yes,
that's what they remind me of.
That's exactly what they were modelled on.
Oh, love it.
Do you remember when you used to? Oh, you'll be too young probably, but they do like these boxes of chocolates, and there was like a cottage on the front, and I mean, we'd get my mum and dad and things like that, and that's what I wanted them to look like.
Oh, they are so beautiful,
gorgeous,
aren't they? But also really trendy. I know that knitting is taking a full sort of, there's so many young people on Instagram and social media, TikTok, they're all knitting. And this is a lovely gift as well for Tom Daly, £22. £22 for the long knitting needles. Now, once again, obviously we're launching the Tunisian crochet today, so we're talking more about Tunisian crochet because I'm aware of time. But just very, very quickly, just to remind everybody how you put them all together again.
Right. So as you can see we've got all these balls of yarn I've lined up. So I've got a strand from each one. So you couldn't have more than this, less than this. Well, really, you need more actually to make it. You want this yarn to be as thick as possible, unless you want to finen it. It's entirely up to you. and then we're just going to wind them into a ball. So literally, some people just don't wind it, but you will find you'll get in a mess. You're better to wind it into a ball. So you just take it off your hand, wind it like this. You wind it into a ball, and you continue winding them all up till you've got your yarn to work from, and then you'll just start working with 10 those well wound up. This bit here,
and you get like this amazing variegated,
which then I'll
effect,
move on to what I've done earlier, as they used to say.
Peter. And
here we are.
Loving this Tunisian technique. Ordered the hooks.
Thank you.
Where will I find help on how to use them, please? Here. You can have a look on our YouTube show as well. Back, what date was it, did you say, sorry? 2nd of November, we had them, 2nd of November, but we're doing Tunisian crochet anyway today, so you'll see more techniques.
You'll see more today, yeah.
Fab.
And I will try my best to get more up onto YouTube, because it's only sort of me and my husband, and he works full time. It's just really, really hard to get everything on, so I'll try to get this up as well.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So what you'll end up with is, when you've wound it all into a ball, it starts to sort of wind itself round, because it's been spun to go round. It starts to wind itself round naturally. And then you'll just knit. This is knitted.
And is this all just from your different scraps? I mean, look at it. What you've got left over from patterns that you didn't use all of the yarn.
When I collect it, if anybody's throwing any away, I'm just, because I worked well out to say, I worked for Rowan Yarns for a long time.
Okay.
Well, they'd always be loads hanging around and that, and they wanted us to use it rather than just, you want to burn it at all. And loads went to charity shops and that, but sometimes charity shops were full up and they couldn't take it. So we'd all take it. I'll take it, and I couldn't leave anything that we got there. It was, I'll make that with it, you know. And then I've got more and more and more until it's got, unreasonable really now. I've got to do something with it. So there's so many strands here.
Well, that could be your New Year's resolution. Do something with the yarn that you have in your stash.
The yarn that you have in your stash, yeah. But if you don't have a stash, we've got
a great stash here.
Good stash
there. Now these are vegan. Super chunky vegan. Talk me through this.
This is our new yarn range. We're going to give it a go. I didn't want to go into yarn at the beginning because I'm so taken with doing the woodwork. But I get asked all the time. So this is 100% vegan because it's 100% acrylic. There's no wool or anything like that in it. And it's recycled as well. So it's recycled acrylic that they make into yarn. So that is 100% vegan, so we can say that.
They are beautiful. Now, what size hooks am I going to be using with this?
So ours. So these. So they're specially made for using with this. With these, you can use 2 strands together like that, like I showed you. Get out of the ball. Get one from round, one from inside, and put the 2 strands together. Or if you want something, if you're doing Tunisian especially, it gives a thicker finish.
They're lovely colours as well,
because you're weaving. So what you can do is you can just use 1 strand if you want it finer. Can you see how it's finer is that? It's like the hole in between. Same here, the hole in between. But if you want to do a blanket and it was thicker, just put 2 together, 2 strands together.
Just so you know, there are packs of 3 on the website.
As well for these.
Yeah, we've got some patterns we're going to show you next. There are packs of 3 of these on the website underneath us as well. I think there's grey, there's the oat colour as well, there's mocha, there's lilac. Oh, there's all of them. There's teal, and in fact there's white as well.
Purple and white as well. Yeah.
Fabulous. Have a look on pre-order. They're all £14 and you get a pack of 3 of your vegan yarn. But this is a really lovely bumper pack. 10 100-gram balls of your super chunky yarn. Right, way over half the stock has gone straight away. We're really limited on the multi-pack.
Thank you.
Let's have a look at the patterns then, because you just mentioned about that lovely snood.
Yeah.
We also have a pattern for it. Now, this is Tunisian crochet again.
This is Tunisian crochet again, yeah. And I've actually sampled this in 2 different colours for you to see. You can do a 2-tone one like this,
right,
or you could do it all 1 colour.
Love it. It looks gorgeous in those 2 purples, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Only £4.50. It's one of those, just add to your order if you've bought your Tunisian, crochet hook today and you want a bit of inspiration of what to do.
And I've written it well, as clear as possible. I got my sister to look at it and follow it, and she can't do Tunisian, and she could do it when she'd read that.
Oh, fast.
So I spent a long time getting that just right, so it was quite step by step.
Brilliant. And again, something that, like the technique that you've shown, it's not lots of different stitches, it's like this basket sort of effect, isn't it?
So you're doing the same one over and over again. You're not having to do yarn forwards and backwards and different knit two together or anything like that. It's an easy one to follow. Please.
Lovely.
I assure you it's an easy one to follow.
Fab. We'll come back to that in just 1 second, then we'll have a look at that one. We've also got the Happy Blanket.
Happy Blanket is this one.
Love it. Now, obviously, you're changing colours in this one as well, aren't you?
Yes. Yes. So obviously we need to know how to change colour as well, which I will show you. Yeah. So what I'll show you next is how to cast on.
Yeah.
How to change colour, and obviously we need to cast off as well.
Brilliant.
Okay.
So there's for your blanket. That's £4.50. Loads of those going straight into basket. Brilliant prices. And then I've also got the aniseed bag.
Where has the bag gone?
Have we got it here?
Have we?
We can find it. You can see it on the front of the pattern, and we'll try and find it in the flesh here. £4.50 again. If you've got your yarn and you've managed to get your amazing Tunisian crochet hooks, am I right in saying this is Tunisian crochet again?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, she's
fabulous.
Thank you.
Oh, these are lovely. Oh, I love them. Look at that.
Now that one's done in t-shirt yarn. When I first brought out the aniseed bag, that was what I did it in t-shirt yarn. Now we had a lot of t-shirt yarn in summer, but you can still get it all over the place. And then this is done in the mocha.
Oh, nice! Look at these.
And that's two strands held together.
Absolutely beautiful.
But the pattern will tell you as well, like how many strands you need and things like that.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Right. So you wanted to show us how to cast on?
Yes.
Fab.
Right.
Thank you. Which hooks are you going to use here?
Right. I'll use the accessory one, the shorter one.
Okay.
And then we can see I can manoeuvre it better, can't I?
Perfect.
Do we have any scissors? And I could just.
Oh, there's 3 left of the long ones, by the way. If you do want the Tunisian crochet long ones, there are literally 3 left, and there are more of you who've got them in your basket. So, Julie, there's about 100 in baskets.
Oh my goodness!
I know. We desperately need more. Yeah,
no, I'll have to get going again.
I know. You've got to get behind that workbench again.
Yeah, Andrew, if you're watching, get on with making some more.
Yes.
Right. So I'll do it with 2, and then you can see what happens. Right. In fact, I won't confuse you because let's do it with 1, and then you can see exactly. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, if you're a crochet, you'll know how to make a slip knot and do a chain. So I've made a slip knot. Pop it on your hook. So we're just going to make a chain now. So over, through, over, through. So I'll make a chain, say of 6. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, so we can see now, what I do now is flip it over, and you can see, I'm going to put my glasses on, these little bits here are standing up. Can you see them? So what we're going to do is now we're going to pick those up. So we're going to go under here and pick that up. Do a yarn over and through, and leave it on the hook. The next one there, you find they sort of stand up so they're easy to find, especially when it's this big wool as well, yarn, sorry, as well, because everything's bigger, you can see it better. So again, yarn over and through.
And you can use some lovely fluffy, you know, yarns like this.
Yeah.
But if you're doing this on a small hook, I really struggle to see my stitches.
Yeah, I do. I struggle to see it.
If you're learning, and especially for telly, I mean, this is brilliant for telly.
Brilliant for telly, isn't it? Yeah.
For learning and teaching somebody, they can see exactly what you're doing.
What you're doing, yeah, yeah. I found that it's been so much easier when I first started. Before I started, Dad were making the things and I was demonstrating. with a lot of beginners got going, knitters got going by using the big ones, because they could see more, and they'd more patience, because it grew so much quicker, because that's where you lose a lot of people, I think, especially, you know, your children, your younger children, and they're like, oh, I can't be bothered to wait any longer for this.
Well, I think it's good as a beginner to see results quite quickly, isn't it?
Yeah. So we made 6 chains, so we've got 6 stitches.
Okay.
Okay. So that's your beginning, that's your start. So that's your cast on. Then you will continue now with your yarn over. First one, just go through 1, only that first one, we'll stress that, and then you just go through 2. So this is the backward pass. On the pattern it'll say forward and backward pass, A and B I call them. So now we're taking them off again. And we're back to the beginning. So I'm going to show you now the forward pass. So you see these at standing up like this?
Yeah.
So this is what we're going through to pick them up again. So we missed the first one because it's there. You go through the second one, yarn over, through, yarn over, through. I like to put my thumb in and pick it up. Yarn over, through, and there we've got that one, yarn over, through. This is a good tip as well. We've now got your 5 on, but a lot of this, because I did this all the time when I first learned, you think, oh, I've got to end now. It looks as though you're finished, doesn't it? But it's a sneaky little beggar, is this one. It hides round back.
Okay.
So you twist, if you just flip it over, you'll see it's here. So what I do is I go through 2 like that. I find that first bit, and then I go through the back bit and go through 2 at the end, and it'll give you a really neat edge going up. And there you've got your 6 on. So 2, 4, 6. Nice. And then you're going, taking them off again, take 1 off, take 2, all the way back, and that's them 2 rows is all you're doing.
Right.
Okay. So now we want to know how to change colour.
Yes, please. Right? Yeah, the blanket, and if you want to do that too.
Yeah. So what we're going to do now is we're going to, obviously we're in the backwards pass, so we're going through 1, we're going through 2, we carry on going through 2, that's it, till we get to the last 2. It's all the 2s, okay? Then we pick up a new yarn, right, and what we do is just lay it across like that, put it under the hook, drop that one, it's so easy, and go through. And then what I tend to do is tie those 2 together, just do 1 knot, because you can tighten it all up at the end and make it look neater. And then we're just going to work with that, and you can then cut that off, put that to one side, or you can let it come up the sides. But for that blanket I cut them off because there'd be a long trail of it coming up. So then you're all ready now to do your forward pass. So you're going to do it in purple now. So you're going to pick up in purple. That's 1, 2, which you've got 3 actually, because there was 1 already on the hook. 4, and your 5th, 5. What I find is good to do, and I'll count them all the time when you first start out, because you really can sometimes miss one if you sort of put it down and pick it up again. And then just roll it a little bit like that with your thumb. You'll see that stitch there, and then which you'll pull, and then you see that one moving. And I put my thumb under, put my finger in there, get those 2, yarn round, and then you're back to your 6.
And they do just glide down your...
And you're coming back
needle,
again,
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Your hook.
I seem to have a tendency to move the work me rather than the hook, but you're supposed to use the hook, but I don't know why I do it, but you're supposed to use the hook in and out. But I just find it easy to move my work. I don't know, I've just got into that habit of doing it.
Oh, everyone has their own
little technique, don't they?
Yeah.
And there we are, the backwards pass coming back down again. We're back to the beginning again.
Nice.
And that's all there is to it.
Really simple to change colour then.
Yeah, really simple. Get to your last two, just put your new colour over and start using that. And then you'll see you've changed colour.
Oh, don't be put off by, you know, I think when you start hearing things like to knitting and crochet, you think, I've got to be an advanced crocheter to try out and
No. It's just a different craft, isn't it?
Yeah.
It isn't knitting, it's not crochet. I think it's more like weaving.
Right.
When you go, your shuttle goes in, your shuttle comes back in, out like that.
Yeah.
I think it's more like that.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
These are the short length
so these are your shorter length.
Yeah.
Which are good ones to start off with, but your long ones you can cope with, you know, but sometimes you can't just sit in a chair because it's long, isn't it? I sit on the floor cross-legged me.
And these are a bit more portable, I suppose, aren't they?
Yes,
if you
these are a bit more
I know
portable.
lots of people who crochet, you know, on the move, like on transport or, you know, in a coffee shop or something.
Well, that was what we were asked for. It was like, oh, it's just, I can't take it around with me everywhere, but just want to do like a quick scarf and that. And I thought, oh, well, that's the solution then. We can do them shorter. If you just want to do a scarf, you want to do a blanket or something longer, you can get the long ones.
Have the long ones gone, Ben? Yeah, long gone. They've gone. The only long needles we have in the knitting, and these are available at the moment, but there are again loads of you who've got the knitting needles in your basket. And what width are these? What size are these?
They're 25mm.
25mm knitting needles as well.
Knitting needles. In length, they're 600 in length. 600mm in length.
Right.
Or 60 centimetres in length.
I mean, they are amazing, aren't they? It's still really lovely and lightweight, though.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Yeah, really.
So you can see now we've
really
done
manageable.
Rows. So in that time we've done, so you now as well, to count it as well, we've got 1 block, 2 block, 3 blocks, 4 blocks. So 2 of each colour. So that's how you count them, if you can see. So that long line is 1 block.
And crochet is quite, I always find it's a bit more forgiving than knitting, to be able to correct.
To correct and pull back, isn't it? You can pull back a lot easier. You seem to be able to.
I feel like with knitting, I could go along rows and rows and not realise I've got a hole.
Yeah, and then you find, oh, the hole's there. I've got to pull it all back, don't you? Yeah. So if you want me to, I'll show you now how to take them off. Then
fabulous.
Cast off, which is so easy. Again, I'll have to do a forward pass first. So we're going to do a forward pass again, picking the loops up. So you'll have them all on your needle. I never know whether to call it a needle or a hook when it's tuning in. It's a bit of both, isn't it? Get that last stitch, pushing it round.
I'm always aware when I've got a guest who's doing crochet that I've got to let you count.
Oh right, yeah. Yeah,
I was going to ask you, how was your Christmas? How was your New Year? Oh no, she's counting. Did you have a lovely Christmas?
I've only got 6 to count. Yes, we had a lovely Christmas. Yes, thank you. Right, so to cast off, it's just exactly the same as the backwards pass. So it's 1 off, 2 off, another 2. I can't get over how easy it is really. The more you watch it, you'll think, is that all you do? So that's it, we've cast off. But what you'll find is then you'll have a sort of, you haven't got another whole, well, let me think, another texture behind it. So what you'll need to do is you need to do it again, go back in again. And then do a slip stitch. So let me go back again and show you.
So that's as easy. That's how easy it is to take out stitches, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're left with those 2. And let me get back to where we were again, and I'll do it slower for you. So we go in, because you've not to make that weave at the back. Pick up, yarn over. But then you take them off So you go through them both. And then you go back into that one, your second one, yarn over, go through them both. Yarn over, go through them both. Yarn over, through them both. And then that little monkey it hides behind.
We'll all remember that now.
Yeah, I always call it that little monkey hides behind. Through. Yarn over and through. And then you're left with your one. You see, now it's put that woven bit at the back.
Yeah.
There, else, if you didn't do that, you'd have been left just with that.
Oh no,
and
that
then,
gives you a lovely finish, doesn't it?
And then you cut off, and then you pop that through there, just like with knitting, and pull up. And there you are, you've got a nice, neat edge.
And that was so quick. I mean, you've done all that on the show, and like you say, it grows a lot quicker using these larger needles.
Yeah, I mean, look now, I mean, we've done, so you can see, I'm just showing the block. One block, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Amazing.
And cast off. So that's it. But I'm going to also, hopefully we've got these we can slow them down, can't we, when they're on YouTube. That's a good thing, isn't it?
This is a great thing. For a whole week, you've got them on our website, so you literally can click TV Guide and watch back today's show and any shows hour by hour, so you can just click on this hour and you can watch back hour by hour. And then after the week is up, I mean, even after today's show, it will be straight onto YouTube anyway, and it stays there forever. Forever.
And then I'll put a link. I asked Dean if that were okay, and I'll put a link from my website to the YouTube.
And you're on Instagram and social, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, but I just haven't done many tutorials. I did quite a few knitting ones in the beginning, but I know it's there to do, and I need to do it. But it's finding the time.
I know.
Especially coming on here when they always they sell out, don't they?
This is it, and there's more people who are saying we need more. We need more.
Yeah.
Go get behind the workbench again.
So I've got to get behind the workbench. Yeah. But I mean, don't get me wrong. I love making them. That's my passion. Making them. It really is.
And so teaching your husband to make them, do you feel like this is your baby, like handing over it?
I'm going, he's
you need to do this.
He's hard to teach because he's really good. He's good at making things anyway. Like he's renovated all our house.
Right.
You know, so it's hard to teach. You know. Yeah. And I'll say, no, you don't do it like that. You were doing the ends the other day, and he was like, he does everything really fast and all, and he was like, just going for it, you know. And I'm like, no, you have to do that really delicate like this. And you know, I said, just put him down now. I'm doing it myself.
I'll do it. We'll have to get him on here, and you could just
he wouldn't come on here. Oh, he's really shy. Oh, he wouldn't come on here because I said to him the other day, I'm going to get you one telly next.
Yeah, bring him in.
And he goes,
what's his name?
Andrew.
Andrew, we need to see you on the telly next time.
He'll say, get lost.
Got to be here. Right, can we have a bit of a recap? Because this is the first time that we've seen the Tunisian crochet hook. Now, the large one completely sold out. We have the shorter size, which is ideal still if you want to do the shawl.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it comes all boxed beautifully, doesn't it? I mean, look at this. So lovely. I'm really excited for you to get these home, just to feel the quality of them, the weight of them. They're really lightweight, very, very usable, and this is a more portable size for anybody who is thinking, right, I love these, I love the results, but I love, you know, doing crochet on the move. This is the ideal size. $14.99 for your shorter length, and like you say, so you're still going to be able to do your scarves, your shawl.
Yeah, you can get, I mean, I think there's 18 stitches on here, and there were room for about, I would say you can get about 25 to 26 stitches onto those.
Yeah.
Whereas in the blankets, like 38 stitches to 40, 50. I mean, you can get a lot of stitches on the long one. But you can get, I would imagine, you could probably get 30 at the push.
Now I know that you've got your patterns, but I'm going to just throw caution to the wind and ask you, is there something, are there other patterns out there that I might have in my stash, or out there that, do I need patterns that are specifically for this size crochet hook?
What am
I going to look for?
Yeah, you need to be looking for jumbo patterns.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any more out there for Tunisian, because it really doesn't seem to have taken on over here.
Right.
In America, you'll probably go on the web and you'll find some.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I honestly do not know if it's been done in jumbo yet.
I'm so pleased that you've done these patterns for us then.
Yeah.
Grab yourself some patterns if you want some inspiration.
Because I've never seen them, because that's why I did them, was I thought, I've never seen them anywhere, and I've got a really, really good friend that's a yarn rep in America. She goes all around America, and she says she's never seen them. So, and she works for quite a few companies, because they don't just work for one. Yeah. They work for quite a few. So she says she's never seen them. So it is a niche in the market, really.
Brilliant.
So I need to get myself doubled.
I know, you really do. Because we did say we need to have you on more often. We
I
only
know,
see you
he's just been trying to say, well, we're booked every week, every month I'm booked now.
Brilliant.
Till April. So we'll be able to get more in depth, hopefully.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
So
that's the smaller size. We'll definitely try and get some more of the longer length Tunisian hooks as well. That's £14.99. And just to then reiterate then on patterns, because as you say, this is something that isn't sort of necessarily readily available. If you want some patterns using the Tunisian crochet, we've got the blanket. So if you've got the long, if you did get the long hook, grab yourself the pattern. It's only £4.50, and it's going to be ideal for the longer hooks. Then we also had the lovely Cozy Snood.
Yeah, which is this one.
You were wearing that when you came in, it looked lovely.
Yeah.
It looked really nice and nice and warm. Lovely yards.
I just wondered if it interfered with my mic, so that's why I took it off.
It's lovely, really.
Yeah, it is nice, it's nice.
£4.50 again. Great price for these patterns, by the way. Really good price. And then we also have the Aniseed bag, which I have here. That's in t-shirt yarn. But I can show you. I mean, that's so cool, isn't it?
So yeah, use your t-shirt. You know, get on and get some t-shirt yarn. There's loads on the web.
Fab.
I don't know if we've got them here as well.
I feel like we've had it at some point.
Yeah, it usually comes. It's rolling around about summer, isn't it? Spring, summer.
And then this is in the lovely Mocha vegan super chunky yarn, which again is lovely, isn't it?
It gives a lovely finish, doesn't it? You know, it looks really professional, I think, when it's done, yeah.
It does. It looks really professional. Well, it is, isn't it? All three of your patterns available with Tunisian crochet. So definitely grab those whilst you can. Is there anything else that I need to... The wool bundle, just quickly with the wool kit. Hang on, one left. Only one left. You do get all of the colours that we've got in the pack that you can see here, available also in packs of 3.
That's right, yeah.
Underneath us on the website. The knitting needles, the jumbo knitting needles.
Oh, you've got them, haven't you?
The big boys, there you go. These are just £22, and they are also covered under our postage and packaging. For anybody who's asking, it's just £3.95, and that's £1. That's one post and packaging all day.
That's fantastic, because they take quite a bit to post to them.
I bet.
Money wise, yeah, because that's one of the things that, you know, sort of I thought.
That's not
really
normal in the craft world, is it? That's not normally in the craft world. You know, lots of other shopping channels and different sites I know. If you're buying items like this, you will pay a lot more for the postage.
You will.
So there you go. If you've already bought something today, they're already covered with your postage as well. Honestly, Juey, thank you. It's so lovely to be back.
Wow.
I know, time flies, doesn't it? But we'll see you say next month.
Yeah. Is it 27th? I think it's 27th.
27th.
Don't swear to it, but because I've only just done it, so I can't remember it. I haven't gone in yet. It's my age.
You got to get behind the work then. She'll make us some more anyway.
I know.
Thank you so much.
I love coming, and thank you so much for supporting me. It just means the world. It really does.
We love having you.
And to be able to, let's hope he's watching and we can say,
he is.
Sandy's making me a bear. You know, Sandy, it comes on. Yeah. She's making me a bear out of Dad's coat.
Oh, gorgeous.
So next time, hopefully, we're ready and we can sit him here and he can watch.
Yeah, bring him in.
Yeah.
Thank you ever so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Right, I'm going to be back with you tomorrow, and we've got another jam-packed day. I've got another 3 guests joining me tomorrow. We'll have a little look at the menu. It's Valentine's. We're feeling the love at 8 o'clock with Valentine's Day brand new fabrics. At 9 o'clock, we've got Sarah back with us with the Crown and Glory quilt. Email printer Chrissy's back. We're going to do some really cool personalisation at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock start Quillo. I love a quilt pillow. Have you seen one yet, Ben? It's a quilt that folds into as a pillow. It's really cool. A Quillo. I love it. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. And then at 12 o'clock, have you met the gorgeous Ribbonly girls? Grace is going to be here from Ribbonly with some great ribbon techniques and inspiration. That's at 12 o'clock. Busy, busy, busy day today. Thank you ever so much for your company. Don't worry, I'm going to go and have some hot water and some lemon, and I'll be back with you, and hopefully I won't be coughing as much tomorrow. So thank you for your patience and all your messages. We're about to hand over to lovely hobby maker. Stay where you are, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 AM. Bye.